about the level that I'll probably. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome down to, of course, the Casterton Sandstorm for what will be an amazing event for 2026. With me this morning, obviously, I'm John, and with me this morning is Rebecca, who will be looking after all of the commentary with us here this weekend for our live stream. 2 big days of racing. Beck, it's going to be amazing down here.
The vibe down here is absolutely electric. We are ready to get started. The juniors are already hyping us up. We're ready to go, and I cannot wait to see and talk to lots of people today, and obviously bring a commentary layer to our live stream this year. So let's get into it.
Sit tight, we're going to bring you all of the best action. The guys will be moving around with all of the camera work for the next 2 days. So we're hoping you're going to enjoy this live stream with all of the detail that we'll provide you for this crazy event that's going to really rip the place apart. Hope you enjoy it over the next 2 days.
No, so he can hear us now.
Yeah.
This is me
Oh, yeah,
talking.
that's good. I can hear you.
Yeah. I think, Marcus, this is... Yep. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. We'll do that. Rightio, down here at the Casterton Limestone Coast, proudly sponsoring our event here this weekend as one of our platinum sponsors. Involved will also be the Brandt Group, who is obviously an equipment group as well. So, Beck, great to have you here on live stream here this weekend as we get to pick up all of the action that will be occurring around the complex here this weekend. 2 full days, 2 solid days of racing and action here across this beautiful sandy, what appears to be sand, although it's more mud here this morning. We've had a lot of rain in the week prior, looking like about 50 mil I think we've had at this location over the last week.
It's very picturesque, isn't it? Just sitting here in the box, I can see the bracken. It's just beautiful to look at, isn't it? So the contrast between hearing the 250s and all of the bikes starting up, it's pretty crazy, and it's a great mix. It's my favourite mix, I think.
Yeah, and look, you know, some of the junior riders have this morning had their briefing, and it was still dark. Can you believe it? When the guys and the girls had their briefing this morning, and since then we've obviously had layers of what's required from an official point of view to make sure that we're good to go here this weekend, and for these guys and girls in the first classes to get away. So really, we look at our timetable this morning. We've obviously had our briefings for the riders. The first of the events that we'll get away will be round 7 of our AEC rounds. First of our classes that we'll see competing this morning, Beck, will be our all of our JJs, our J1s and J2 classes. They'll run for around about an hour and a half this morning, and then we'll have our senior briefing straight after that, which we'll get into with about a 2-hour window. Then we'll see all of our J3, J4 and JG bikes that'll run for that 2-hour bracket, and that'll be around about 10 o'clock this morning. And then a little later on we'll get to see around about a 3-hour competition bracket for the E1, E2, E3 and JE bikes, which of course sees all of our sportsmen, our EM Masters, our EL Legends, our Vets, our EW Women, our EWD Women Development class, and that's roughly a 2-hour ride for them as well. So some beautiful footage from our drones here.
Yep, a lot of water on the track.
We've got some brilliant, some wonderful footage that we'll provide you throughout the weekend, this weekend. The beauty of it is we get to cover it from a ground level. We get to do it from in and around the spectator areas. Some excellent footage that we see here with some of our
sweet riders. They have stepped up to the base this weekend for Casterton Motorcycle Club, and what a job they do. These events don't happen because without these guys, it just doesn't run.
All of them are volunteers, and they really put their time into making sure that things run not just in the lead up to the event, but through the event, and then even afterwards. After the event's finished here this weekend, there'll be a lot of clean up, a lot of pack down that needs to occur. But look at this footage; it's just so beautiful, and the groundwater you picked out earlier. The settling there in those areas. We've, like I said, had a lot of rain up this way over the last couple of weeks, but it's green at the best of times. But see out on the track where there's parts laying on the water, like these sections here, and it's going to rut up fairly heavily in that. We get it in amongst the trees now.
Definitely going to find a different sections that are going to tear up worse than others. But yeah, I think the riders are ripping ready to go. Incredible footage here from our team of live streaming.
The Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, of course, have been running this for a handful of years now, and it just seems to grow in stature. But the better part of about well over 400 riders here this weekend that'll traverse over this course, this compound that we're working out of. And just off that tree line out in the open is where a lot of the spectator areas are that you can literally see as we get closer to the area. Some wonderful footage there captured as we got nice and low to the ground, where we could see some of the speed that the drone will work through. Luke doing some amazing work with that there for this weekend for us, as we prepare for the first of the races to kick off for our juniors this morning. Good to see a bit of blue sky up there as well as we prep. Currently, we're waiting for start, but we'll also check with Marcus as to whether we can grab some live timing as well for you here today. Can't sort of see anything sitting on the screen just yet. So throughout the day today, we'll provide you with as much of that live timing as we can. Be interesting back to be able to see some of those time brackets between some of the riders in those different groups. I believe we spoke about the junior track. The length of the track that they're running, I believe today is an 11k loop that they'll run. I think previously it was something like 7, and I think the senior track went from 25 out to about 27 kilometres. So some ground footage that the boys are picking up here. You can see how wet that corner is there right in front of us, which is not too far from our commentary position here as well. Right back through into that area there is where commentary is. But you can see now this is right on the corner where we're calling from here this morning. And the cameras will grab as much footage as they possibly can throughout the day, today and tomorrow. As a prerequisite, the guys have to use enviro mats for refuels. It's important that all of the events that we travel to do exactly that, and that's an absorbent pad that they use underneath the bike itself. The guys can pretty much have a refuel trench, which most of them dig through, and that allows the bike to drop in. If we just scan through over onto the corner near commentary, you can see over in the pit area there's a guy right in front of us off to the left of your screen there that's got a shovel. And he's preparing what we would call the refuel trench, and that's primarily for the bike to sit into, and you see that mat that he'll now drop inside that. And the whole idea of that is that the bike drops into the trench. If there is a fuel spill or any other material lost, which can be coolant or a number of other items, that it lands in that area and it's captured, so it doesn't actually.
The channel's so important that he's, scraped out to be able to just put himself in there, keep himself stable, give himself a slight rest before he has to chip off and get going again. Often a banana gets thrown up through the helmet and off you go again. Yeah,
and the other thing with that too is that with some of those senior bikes, the larger capacity bikes, the height of the bike is so much taller, so to get that refuel jug in, you've got to lift it so high, and having it lower like that means that the guys don't have to, first of all, as a rider who's pretty spent after lap after lap, having to step up and get off the bike. You can literally just ease yourself straight up off the seat.
Yep.
And the refuel guys get to get the can in really low and solid into the tank for a good fit to make sure that everything goes to plan for the refuel. And then it's a start and then out of that trench. But they're all in the preparation stages now. And as you can see, this guy on our screen right now, he's working his way through getting that prep for somebody in his team to be able to do.
Tracks themselves are pretty technical here with each of the different categories for our seniors and our juniors. The juniors, though, really get put to the test. There's a lot of tips, turns, couple straights, long, fast speed, high intensity straights, but the technical stuff is really interesting. And thankfully with our drone footage, you're going to see that action firsthand, which is really exciting. I cannot wait to see that.
Oh, Luke will do an amazing job at chasing some of these guys. We get to see some of that firsthand. Must also go down the path of thanking the guys at Muir's Concreting for their sponsorship around 7 and 8 of the Victorian Off-Road Championships, and of course Yamaha Australia for the Australian Enduro Championships that are here this weekend. Two lots of different groups that are running here this weekend in the one event. But as I said, round 7 and 8 of the Muir's Concreting Victorian Off-Road Championships, but beside that is the Yamaha Australian Enduro Championships as well. So great to have both those really valuable sponsors in Muir's Concreting and Yamaha connected to it here this weekend.
Absolutely.
We also might touch on the fact that while the guys are lining up, getting ready to roll, we had a pretty solid night here last night with some entertainment for the last of them.
Yeah, that has been brilliant. Another additional layer that you don't see, but Casterton puts on such a great show here, and you've been hearing about it on the Cross-Rided Moto show, that it's the place to be, and feeling it firsthand and seeing the environment and what's going on trackside here is definitely something that you have to experience.
There was a little bit of rain last night, but look, it didn't dampen anything really at all that took place yesterday. So just waiting for the last of those riders to come in. We can see there's still a few gaps there that they'll probably need to fill with some late arrivals like that one. I can see the 603 there, that's the biker Jim Harrison right on the bottom right hand of your screen there. hailing out of New South Wales, the Harrison IGA and Mallee Motorcycles and Pedal Addiction group there. Looks like the 817 there, Mason Spurrier in amongst it. It's 336 of Ollie Fowler aboard the Yamaha. Waiting patiently as they line them up. Important that we get these grids correct for these kids to make sure that they get away in their classes correctly. Number of classes there, obviously some of those that we spoke about, the 316 there earlier, we spoke about Ollie, 336 of Ollie Fowler. He's in the J2, which is 12 to under 15, 85 cc, two-stroke up to 150cc four-stroke class. President there in...
Tyndall checking his watch there, ready to go.
Yeah.
I really love to see when juniors and anyone at the start line, how they prepare and getting in the zone, watching their body language and how they're setting up. You can see someone before, about fourth back from the furthest row there, pushing his bike forwards and backwards to really get that rut and get ready for his traction to take off. So set themselves up for the best whole shot, hopefully get the whole shot too. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting.
You see down in there the black jacket, that's one of the MA guys. 217 sitting on the start line there as well.
Stretching exercises in the zone, goggles on or goggles off, sorry.
A lot of them are taking them off probably because they're fogging up pretty heavily as well.
Yep.
There's your third grid. The last couple of words of encouragement, getting ready to go out there in the zone, wishing best of luck. Not only are the kids shaping up for the start line, so are the parents. So 4 waves of bikes to get away. Yeah, for the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm. Last minute rush on the start line there. And don't forget, of course, all of those sponsors we're seeing in the lower right-hand part of the corner, at Limestone Coast Motorcycles, Small Engines and the like, and Brandt, our platinum sponsors here this weekend. There's a heap of others in gold and silver and bronze and some other in-kinds that we'll talk about throughout the weekend as well. So big thank you to each and every one of those sponsors who've been involved to look after the running of the event this weekend. Certainly would not be easy to run anything like this without the support and the help that's been provided by all of those people. So keep an eye out in that corner of the screen throughout the weekend. They're the ones that have been helping us out all week. Just wait patiently now for the guys to prep for the start.
Off we go.
Easy green. So the first of them away now.
Bit slippery.
Look how wet that is.
Yeah.
That is crazy, that first turn
Yeah,
there.
tackling, and they're just going after it. Check them out.
Interesting, you can see the topography of the ground where the water's laying, purely because that's the natural flow of the land coming into that area where they are. The guys are tackling some of those corners and expecting to see some of it to dry out a little in some spots as we start to carve it up a little bit over the next 2 days. But yeah, it's pretty wet and pretty sogged in some of those areas. Let's watch them now as they start to head towards the trees.
976 out in front.
They're coming into some of the area where we are shortly. We'll be able to grab a few of the numbers. But
Goggles are already off, so they're finding it really hard with that dirt out there to keep themselves with a clear view, clear sight. 976. 774.
yeah, they've struggled with the vision in some of those spots there, that's for sure. Goggles are off. Great drone footage there as they start to chase through the trees. The boys are doing a brilliant job of keeping a good handle on all of this. One, 2, 6 at Max Morley there on the Husqvarna going through. Past commentary there. Really on the charge, going hard at it. Of course, it'll all be about settling down into a nice format for these guys to make sure that they keep on top of it. I reckon that was the 298 of Max Sparks that went through just before. One on the side of the road there, that's the 118 that we can see on screen. Standing there with the Clark of course.
Wrestling that mud. You can see them as they're coming through pit lane. Their attack position still very active, very going at it. A few minor little slide outs, but they're getting straight back up and straight back on to keep tackling and battling. I think today is going to be the terminology that really puts everyone on their toes.
You can see some of the ground there starting to loosen up on some of those straights there too. So these guys that are out in this environment here first thing this morning, they're probably tackling the hardest of it because they're starting to set some of the lines that'll start to develop throughout the day today.
Yep, they're getting a real feel for the track and really setting the tone. Some spectators there. Well done. Give us a wave down there on the track side.
Some of these guys are some of the next group of juniors that'll get away in the older classes that have done their sight lap already this morning. It's the reason why you see some of the riding gear still covered in mud from the outing this morning. Really on the charge this morning. And this is the thing, you know, like when the track is as challenging as what it is right now, it's all about focusing, you know, what is the speed you need to carry to get you through where you need to be, to make sure that you're not going to encounter anything there. Crans Milner was what we saw going through just a minute ago on the 312 aboard the Husqvarna out of Victoria. I reckon that was a 333 of Casey Woodhouse on the gas out of Woodhouse Carpentry sponsorship in the background there that got out through our visual area there.
Muddy conditions also present that challenge of physical challenge, track challenge, competition challenge, but then it's also your hardware and your gear, how it's holding up with the conditions and the mud.
Yeah, well, not all the mud stays on the outside, right? Some of it gets in through behind the back of the gear and in behind the riding
so definitely
gear,
that mechanical persistence as well for the bike itself. Seeing in a lot of their riding style that they're hitting a few of these sharp edges and just jolting with the bike. Oh, little fella here.
Looks like that's the 301. I reckon that'll be, looking at this one, that'll be Paddy Tuddenham on the Husqvarna. Hopefully he can get that mobile.
Just kicking it over. Keep it going, bud.
And again, you know, slippery with his boots all covered in mud, you know, slide off the Kickstarter. Another one struggling there. What number's that one?
131 there.
That's the 131 of Jackson Nace Deegan out of Victoria, another of the KTMs. Hopefully he can get that mobile.
Yeah.
I think that body language gives it away all the way that it's pretty slippery, right?
Yep. Might ignite another fire in his belly to just get it going. Just seeing the 619 bike passing through, just finished his pit stop through the pits, and he's keen. It must be his forte, these moist and really, you know, wet conditions.
That's Jack Schroeder out of Victoria, another of the KTMs there.
Got a little battle going between 245.
What's that one? That's the
Deegan
131.
getting back on.
Away again. So the vast majority of them have gone out into that outer area. It's just a matter of keeping an eye on when they come through, and some of those laps will try to provide you with timing as the day wanders through. And that's all 4 waves of competitors away out of our start area and in through our main focus points. Here's the 504 going through. That's Miguel Beecher. Put another of the gas minis there, heading out again out of Victoria. Another one coming through now. This is the 131 that had the issue earlier down in the area. I reckon that was the Hugo Ride bike there. Hugo Hyde. Will Beecher that you saw on camera there, just off to the right hand side of your screen there, heading out. Didn't quite catch that number. It looked like it might have been a 116 or something like that. But just headed into the pit area there. So as you can see, Beck, it's a pretty slippery and pretty wet set of conditions out there in that initial start area, and then in the lead through to the laps that they head out into the back section of the tracks now. So
from the commentary box here, I can see some mentoring between Kai Kingsley and his father, just working out a bit of a game plan, I suggest, how he's going to tackle his race today.
Must thank a couple of our gold sponsors here this weekend as well. The Albion Hotel Motel in Casterton. Thank you so much for your connections here this weekend. See Deutsche Plumbing have done an amazing job of helping us out. The Boonaroo Angus Group. Thank you also to Casterton Plantation Contractors, CPC, for their involvement. The Holder Group. Holder Group have been instrumental in helping us over the journey. The Hamilton Steel business, the group from the pub in the Scrub, the Vickery Brothers Fertiliser Pros, thank you for your connections, as to Nutrien Ag Solutions for their connections here, the IT Rural Solutions Group, Tapper Builders, We Can and Co, We Us and Co, and Warwick Homestead. Thank you for Warwick Homestead and your team. Along with all of our gold sponsors here this weekend for the 2 days. It's been absolutely brilliant.
down here with Sean Kranis at his 10-4 Parks. How's it going?
We're not too sure yet. He come out the gate pretty slow, but come around in second place, I think. So just have to wait till he comes around again to see where he's at. Hopefully not right.
Beautiful. And he's coming in for a pit now. Tell us a bit of about Parks, sorry. He's had a bit of experience in motocross, but he's new to this scene. How's he picking it up?
Yeah, no, he seems to love it. We started off in motocross when he was probably 5 years of age, and started doing the odd enduro last year and did Hatter, etc., and just doing odd, just the odd race this year in enduro and off-road, and seems to love it. So the transition's been pretty good.
Awesome, fantastic. And you guys come from Swan Hill. What's your go-to in your local tracks down there in your club?
At the minute, the local club's shut down due to numerous reasons, but our main racing we do is probably all regional, like northern regions, western regions, motocross, and a bit of Vic off-road, bit of South Australian off-road, and the odd Vic title as well, motocross.
Yeah, fantastic. So will we be seeing you at Hatter?
You will see us at Hatter, yeah, absolutely, we'll be there.
Fantastic, and it's going to be a complete different setup to what's happening here, so you'll get a taste for all different things. So appreciate your time here. I'll let you get back to spectating and sussing out where he is. So yeah, thank you for your time. Have you got any sponsors on behalf of Parks that you'd like to shout out that help him out?
Yeah, no, there's a few. There's Mototech, Driscoll Ag, Fury Engines, Swan Hill Power Products, Goodyear Swan Hill, Brad Carroll Plumbing. Yeah, there's numerous. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. All the best.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. So we're now watching some of the live streaming coming through from On Track now, and brilliant to see these young kids charging along wonderfully out there. Wait patiently for them to now start to come into where our commentary can grab some of those numbers and potentially give you some of the kids as they chase through. Look at the muddy conditions they've got to deal with down there. That is just horrendous. Have a look at it. But it has not dampened them at all. They are really on the pin going for it. Goggles hanging around the bars is the key indicator that it is so muddy out there that they're now at the point with even with the roll-offs or the tear-offs that they've been using that or to clear out the windows of vision that they've got in their goggles is just hampered. So they just can't deal with that so easily. I reckon that looked like the 715 there potentially, is it? 217 it is. It's pretty hard to pick out the mud in the race plates. .631 going through there of Will Janowski, the Gas hailing out of Victoria.
So down here with Tim Harvey, we're lucky to be trackside and pitside with you. We're chasing Will Harvey out here, so pardon us if we have to quickly spin and check out him flying through. But Tim, tell us where you've travelled from today.
We come down from Swan Hill yesterday, so it's about a 5-hour drive for us, so which is not unusual. We sort of travel that sort of distance a couple of times a month for racing, so yeah.
Yeah, and was it a nighttime travel for you, or was it a quickly fly down after work, or did you pop down to make sure you got the games and all that sort of thing hosted by VORC last night?
Yeah, the kids love that, so we definitely come down early. I put all my Fridays off in the calendar at work at the start of the year, so no, we take off at 7 o'clock. Oh, it was probably 6 yesterday, so yeah, we were here by about 11 and set up, and bike maintenance afternoon as well, so yeah.
Fantastic. And a bit of sad news from Swan Hill that we've heard earlier with the tracks closing down and around you. How's that affected, Will? Have you had to outsource a different type of discipline to be able to compete in, or has this been his forte always?
We sort of changed from motocross a couple of years ago. We go to Northwest a fair bit and do all the off-road series at Northwest. did a couple of the round of the VORC last year. We've done nearly all of them this year so far, and even went to Renmark for the first rounds of the SA off-roads as well. So it's definitely more of a discipline that he prefers over motocross, and well, I think we like it too, just as a family, like just the people and going away for the weekend and the friends that you meet and make. So yeah.
You get the whole atmosphere here at the Casterton Sandstorm, don't you? So thank you so much for your time. Is there any sponsors that Will has that you can shout him out on his behalf while he's out on track right now?
Yeah, sure. Swanhill Toyota help him get to the races every week. Fury Engines and Automotive supply him with all his Penrite gear to keep the bike going. And Swan Hill Power Products, they help him out with tyres and some other things like that as along the line. So, and Sam Monk Performance Engines does his engine work. So, yes, plenty of guys that help him out because, yeah, they love doing it.
Absolutely, and that's how the sport operates, isn't it? So, thank you so much for your time, and I wish him all the best for today's race. Thank you.
Another great interview with That's some beautiful footage that Luke's capturing there with the drone just in this section here coming towards us. And beautiful bit of work for the guys chasing through. You see the drone on the chase. It's like the 499 way behind him there on the chase as well. Check this out, a couple of bikes bogged in the deep work at the back there. So if we can't get a drone or something down there to have a look at that and grab those numbers. A bit hard to see from here. It looks like it's a 327 or something like that. Looks like a 342. 342 there. It looks like it's the bike of Hudson Hitch. That's the KTM by the look of it that was bogged there. There we go. We'll get a little bit better footage now as Luke covers it for us and gets in a little tighter. Well, that one you can see there in front of the middle of the screen there. I believe that'll be the Hudson Hitch bike. That'll be the 342, the Southeast Mechanical KTM. And he's got a world of hurt going on down there, that's for sure, as now some of the others start to pick their way around what is a very, very sloppy turn in that area. That's the 117 of Damien Middlemiss that you can see there getting scooped up as he fires through. Another one there trying to get it mobile again. Looks like that could be the 445 entry. And there's a fair bit of kicking going on to try and bring that one back to life. Drone back to the top section now as they pick their way around. So it's a 5-lap race, guys. We are currently underway with a 5-lap race, so we've got 5 to complete in this one. Back to you, Beck.
Down here with Andrew Glover. He's in pit lane, ready to see his son Ollie come through. Tell us, Andrew, whereabouts are you from?
Moama in New South Wales on the border near Echuca.
Beautiful. And from what we've heard about Ollie, he has a really good experience in off-road. Tell us where did he start with his off-road journey?
I used to do it years ago, so then we got him into it. Well, he wanted to get into it. So he started when he was probably 11 on a little KX65, and his first race was Hatter. So that was a bit of a jump in the deep end. And
It is a massive deep end, yeah.
So now he's just, he does all the Vic rounds now and a few Aussies, and Hatter, he's up for his 5th or 6th Hatter coming up this year. So.
In conditions today, as a proud father, how do you feel like he would be coping out there? Is the wet his style, or he just, being off-road, just goes for it any time?
Yeah, he goes with the flow. Yeah, the wet, he does like the wet. He goes really well in it. He knows sort of what to do. Don't go too silly, you know. And loves the sand too. Yep. So, no, he'll go well.
Yeah, beautiful, awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time in your pit lane and being in your pit. You're very cool, calm, collected, so I know that you trust him out there and getting into it. So on his behalf, is there any sponsors that support Ollie while he's trackside and getting out there to each race weekend? Are you able to shout them out on his behalf?
Yeah, for sure. He Milner Plumbing, which is a local plumber at home, and Rich River Concrete Cutting. So those two really look after him. Good friends of mine, and they look after Ollie really well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish him all the best for this weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like Ollie and the team are doing pretty well out there so far. We'll have a quick look through what is some of the lap times that they're running through this 5-lap event here today. And the fastest of the bikes through looks like it's the 777A of Ryder Lambing. He's gone through with his first pass, 2 laps completed, and a time of roughly 30 minutes 25.19, which makes it a pretty close to 15-minute lap turnaround for him. Ollie Peach through on 30 minutes 26.41, so only a second or so in arrears. That puts him at around about a 15-minute circulation as well. Top 3 there sees Lachlan Devlin on the bike number 876A. Another 30-minute pass at around about 30 minutes 31.13. As you can see, one of those riders down there, he's probably struggled pretty hard out there with that bike that got caught in all the mud down there, and there's quite a few starting to have some issues in that area down there as well. Pick up the top 5, as we said, Lachlan Devlin through. Kobe Munro on the 672A, he went through on a 31:20.16. Right behind him is bike number 185. That's the Isaac Schmidt bike running in J2. All of these are J2 under 15, 12 to under 15, 85 2-stroke to 150 4-stroke class bikes. Isaac Schmidt went through on a 31:51.14, so nearly 30 seconds in arrears there. So time's really starting to spread out a little bit for these guys. But 2 laps into 5 on this one. Then they're out on their 3rd, some of these guys, as that drone's on the chase. Luke right behind him and right on his hammer as he leaves the area that he's just come out of from pit. Check out these guys charging through the mud now. This is just insane how these little guys just keep charging away at it. Look at it. We knew it was going to get cut up and rutted up pretty badly. He got caught in the soft stuff there. You just got to keep the gas on and get through the 128 through there. Then I reckon that would be the bike of. See if we can pick it up for you. I reckon that might have been Max Morley potentially through there. There's that 445 bike's now getting a little bit of gas top up before they get away. Waiting patiently now for those lead riders. As I said, rider landing, the lead boy at the moment, on his 2 laps completed. He's currently on his 3rd. If we look down through the classes, the first of the J1 bikes sitting in around about 20th position is the bike of Clancy Stewart, rider number 828A. And of course, J1 indicates an 85cc 2-stroke to 150cc 4-stroke standard wheel class. His fastest time for Clancy goes through 2 laps completed at around about 33 minutes 54.39. Behind him finds Peter Stafford in the same class in J1s. Ryder Stafford through on a 34:03.28, and top 3 in that class in J1 so far sees Archer Van Middelbeek, and he's gone through on a 34-minute 25.44. Over to you, Beck.
So down here with Jamie Watson, and we've just seen Kai's pit stop, a different type of pit stop because Kai's running a different type of bike this weekend. Tell us, is it an advantage? What's happening?
Okay, so yeah, Kai's run the RFN E8. Advantage, we're not sure. This is the first cross country we've done on a electric bike, so we're having to do battery changes every lap, which is all right, but yeah, let's see how it goes. It's the first cross country we've ever done, so yeah, hoping for some for a good race.
Definitely sounds like nearly like a supercar change, because if we swivel to the right over here, this is the pit. They're getting their fast guzzle, fast fuel in, but swapping over back to our batteries down here, you're seeing more of a bolt system, just like that really quick interchange, nearly like a tyre change.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just, yeah, 2 bolts out, battery out, 2 bolts in, and plug it back in, away you go.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I wish him all the best for the weekend. He's actually running pretty high up in our championship. Give us a lowdown.
Yeah, we've had, what's this, round 6 and 7, or 7 and 8, sorry. Yeah, he's leading the Australian Championship. It's pretty close up there. The Queensland boys running 1, 2 and 3 in that. So, yeah, pressure's on this weekend. See how we go.
Under the pump, and I've seen you change the battery, so I can vouch firsthand that you've done it pretty quick for him. So, wishing him all the best. Obviously, being that high up and getting to each race, it's not just you guys that are working behind the scenes. Is there any sponsors that he has that he'd like to shout out while he's on track this weekend? While he's out there, could you shout them out for him?
Yeah, just want to thank RFN Australia and Shaw Cuddle Roadhouse helping us with the fuel getting here. Yeah, they're the big sponsors for us.
Beautiful, thank you, and wish you all the best. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, that's the new age of electric bikes now starting to appear in what would be traditionally a petrol-powered environment. We're starting to see some of that come through, and Kai's doing a brilliant job out there on that bike today, so we'll just keep an eye on where he ends up in the times ahead. Well, there you can see some of that footage now showing on screen, some of those times that we were talking about earlier. 2 to have completed 3 laps. That's the rider landing bike, and we were talking about total times there for him. Looks like a 33:52.73. Lachlan Devlin time there by the look of it, 34:21. And I reckon fastest lap so far that we can see came out of Ollie Peach in a 16:09, which was his last lap, a 16:09.42. So that's actually charging along brilliantly. So he's making a bit of time up on rider landing by the look of that. So if we have a look at the J1 class for starters, and I go back up the top to J1, Clancy Stewart posted first lap through on a 17:23.75, and of course this is the J1 85cc to 2-stroke to 150cc 4-stroke class, standard wheels. Second in that class so far, also with a lap completed, is rider Stafford. on a time of 17:50.57, and then the next one in group is Archer Van Middelink, and Van Middelink a time of 18 minutes 16.83. J2, let's have a look at what's happening in that one. As we said, Ryder Lambing went through with a lap there of 16:17 on his first lap. Ollie Peach went through on his first lap on a 16:09, made some time up there. And Lachlan Devlin also through, and that put him in a time there of 16:26.16. So things are getting pretty complexed out there now with some of these guys and girls starting to really rack the numbers up. And all of our times that we provide you are provisional times, obviously, until such time as the event closes, and then times are corrected and made sure that they are official as the placings would reflect. Nice work from the team down there as they put together a brilliant track, and they continue to maintain as we watch them head through certain pieces of bunting put back up and pegs put back in. Brilliant volunteer base doing fantastic work down here this weekend, and have done so over the week in the lead up. Check out how greasy that turn is right down there now. That is incredible. Water crossing to go through as the drone continues to charge through and chase this one. So we can grab a number for who that rider is that's going hard at it through the tree line now. Some very, very cool footage coming out of Casterton here this weekend for the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club as they push their way through the running of day 1 of 2 for this amazing event down here, the Casterton Sandstorm for the weekend. Down to you, Beck.
So down here at the KTM factory team, I've got Lyndon Snodgrass, and I've also got a familiar face that you will see in the VORC, and that is Cade from Cross Rutted. Cade, how are you feeling today? How's the atmosphere?
Oh, you know, Beck, it's always awesome here. Every time you come to Casterton, these guys do an amazing job. There's so many people in this club that put so much effort into it, and it shows. Everyone loves coming here. You know, we get not just the off-road guys, we get desert guys and motocross guys. So, you know, it's hard not to be excited when you come to Casterton.
Absolutely. Now, I've seen these two chitter-chattering before, and I'm going to invite Cade to have a bit of an interview here. Cross-rutted, spectacular, you can call it, really impromptu. So I'm going to pass the mic to Cade here, and he's going to host a bit of an interview with Lyndon about how he's going to go today and, yeah, get it done.
All right, thanks very much, Beck. Yeah, Lindo, mate, we're very excited to have you back here in Australia. You know, you've had a fair old stint over in the States now, and pretty cool to see you back here with one of your old teammates as your team manager with Daniel Milner there on the KTM DM31 race team. So, mate, you haven't raced at Casterton before. Are you excited to get out there?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and just walking the track yesterday, you know, 95% of the track is perfect conditions. We got a couple of little muddy turns off the start, and just a couple other areas with a little bit of water, but like 95% of the track is literally perfect.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Couldn't agree more. We've really been blessed with these sort of conditions. Mate, with your background there racing GNCCs over in the States, you know, all of those, we were just saying 3-hour cross countries. This is definitely not unfamiliar territory for you coming into this one. Have you been keeping an eye on how the boys in Australia have been going recently? Who do you reckon you're going to be banging bars with out there?
Yeah, no, I mean, the guys here have been ripping, and, you know, I watch the highlights and that every now and then, and you know, it looks like some really good racing this year, so if I can get in there and battle with those guys, I think we'll be up for a fun day, so.
Yeah, 100%, mate. We can't wait to see you guys out there banging bars. Really cool to see you. A bit of a last minute for us to see you jump in here on Milner's team. How did that all come about, and how long are we going to have you here for?
Yeah, well, I was originally just coming back to do Hatter, and then I saw that the Oz Enduro was here in Casterton, and I was like, 2 weeks before Hatter, you know, I may as well just come back a week earlier than I was going to, and kind of use it as a warm-up race, and then yeah, the opportunity come up to ride the KTM 450 with Milner here on the DM31 racing team, and you know, why not? It looks couldn't ask for a better way to come here and do the Oz Enduro, and then yeah, have these guys support me for Hatter as well. It's perfect.
Absolutely, mate. I'll tell you what, we are really excited to see you back in Australia and looking forward to see how you go today. Best of luck, mate. We're going to let you finish off your pre-race prep and get into it.
Thank you.
No worries. There we go, Beck. We're all pretty excited to have Lindo back at the racing. You know, he's a Victorian boy. We're pretty proud of a lot of the, you know, the Victorian guys that do really well, both nationally and internationally, and Linda Snodgrass is certainly one of those names.
Absolutely, and not only that, really excited to see you shape up tonight, because you've got a bit of a performance yourself, and I've just heard a bit of a tee up before, so we could be hearing more of that. That's a really great preview of what's going to come from tonight. Tell us about what is happening tonight.
Well, I sort of got myself into it. I said to Lockie Tyndall, you know, the mayor of Tyndalltown there, that we were, that, you know, maybe we could do a live show or something like that for him at Casterton. He jumped on, said, yeah, that sounds really good. And then it sort of grew, maybe a little bit quicker and bigger than what I anticipated, but it's going to be a really good time. We've got Josh Green jumping in the co-host chair. We've got Daniel Milner coming on. We're just going to get Lindo in for a little bit as well. You know, lots of people want to hear how his time's been over in the States. And some of the Yamaha boys are speaking to Will Rupert earlier, so, you know, hopefully we can get them on. And it should be a really good night. Should be good fun. Who knows, maybe the gloves might come off between Milner and Greenie. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but it's going to be a good time.
Absolutely, let's see it, and cannot wait to see you up there too, because you are a pretty iconic figure in this series as well yourself, so looking forward to that. So make sure you tune in. Is it going to be live streamed tonight?
I believe so. Look, if I can get my Tech Guru guys onto it, we're going to be live streaming, so it should be pretty cool. Fantastic.
Tune in tonight. You heard it here first with Cade from Cross-Rutted Moto Show. Thank you.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. And thank you, Cade. And also big thank you to Lyndon and the crew there from the DM31 group to have a bit of a chat to us as to what's been transpiring. Interesting to hear like a very slight twang of that American accent because obviously Lyndon Snodgrass has been away for the better part of 6 years racing overseas in the States, so it's probably inevitable that would take place. But yeah, looking forward to catching up with all those guys over the next 2 days. Well, it's a pretty tough gig that you see going on out there at the moment. That little fella's really keeping the gas up and keeping the wheels turning as he goes into the next creek crossing. Pretty hard to stay within the colour and in between the lines with this one as they keep on the gas. Trail of steam coming off all the hot engine parts as he walks his way back on the gas to us here at the Casterton Sandstorm vantage point. A couple of others parked up there that we can see. I reckon that might be the 298. We see going through there. That's Max Sparks on the Yamaha from Victoria. Still going pretty solid at it. And that looks like the 833 of Chase Bamford riding aboard the KTM there out of Victoria. Also, Bamford also opting to keep the goggles wrapped around the bars and not on the helmet. Pretty hard to keep focus on that. .298 there of Sparksy going through on camera that you saw just before. And a pit stop now by the look of it for the 833 bike there of Chase Bamford. We'll keep an eye on that one. As you can see, he's pulled up. Quick look, and now he's away again, back onto the track. Bamford now coming into view right in the centre of your screen right now. Gasses it up and gets it around the turn as hard as he can, and heading back out to get another lap down. Look at what they're dealing with out there. That is absolutely insane. These little guys keeping the gas up and going through some of the deepest ruts there. Going to be some serious pull aparts and washdowns throughout the day today when they finish, that's for sure. Now we get onto a little bit of dry-ish ground. I wouldn't say it's dry, but dry-ish to try and get mobile again. A lot of two-wheel, two-leg work out there at the moment. And you got to feel for these little guys too. Their bikes are a lot smaller with those smaller wheels closer to the ground. And that looks to me like that's the 333 of Casey Woodhouse. But aboard the gas, dealing with what it is quite a quagmire of track loaded with water there. Making ground on riders in front of him too, so he's certainly not backing out of it. We're all being told to move over across into that other area. The camera crew doing a wonderful job of capturing all the footage here out of Casterton here this weekend. And there's the 777 who we were looking for earlier of Ryder Lambing. Lambing making it look so easy as he just skates away around them. Coming into view now. Looks like the goggles are coming off this time for Lambing too. A little bit hard to try and keep focus. With very limited vision that the guys have got now with these goggles now foaming up with either a lot of condensation inside the goggle set because of the heat and the perspiration coming out of these guys. Or it's the other side of the coin where it's mud caked, literally caked on the outside of the goggle set where you can't see through the lens at all. Pretty hard work there as the 333 goes through. Triple three, of course, that's Casey Woodhouse on that gas that went through. 777 there again going through. That was the bike of Ryder Lambing. He's one of the key guys in that class there. Lambing, of course, riding in that J2 class, the 12 to under 15s. As we see one on the deck there. Trying to pick the bike up. Let's have a look at if we can grab a number out of that when they finally get it up. Smart move, switch the engine off to be able to get the bike up. Otherwise, the wheel on the rotate's probably not going to be the greatest of pickups. So if you can't elevate it up high enough to actually have a look at a number potentially on it, then there he is, just caked. New guy loads up. Let's see if he can pull the Kickstarter out and have another shot at it. It's away, into gear, and away again. Certainly build them tough. They don't give up, these little fellas. Some beautiful footage now, that hinterland, all of the lush greenery as the drone scoots up across the tops of the treetops now, finding another location to drop into to follow. Certainly looks quite innocent up that high until you get down nice and low and you find out how tough the track conditions are through this section through here. Multiple lines as it's all dug up and cut away. Some risen peaks that the bikes are riding through there. It's great footage to watch in that area where there's certainly not a lot of water laying. Wouldn't say that the track is dry. That's a long call from that. That rider looked like he might have encountered something as he went slightly offline and then back on track again. Been scooped up by another competitor there. Going very hard to grab some of those numbers as they track through. A little bit closer, we'll grab a number off of that. Looks like it's the 175 out on track at the moment, and that's the Oliver Schultz bike, I think it is, if it's the 175 in that J1 class.
Down here with Jess Gardner in front of the Yamaha tent. Tell us, Jess, you've got a few roles and a few hats this weekend. Right now, what are you thinking? You're not gearing up for yourself just yet. Who are you out there checking out?
Yeah, look, it's an exciting weekend. Casterton's always awesome here. They do an amazing job like this live right now, so it's a very exciting weekend for everyone. Right now I've been running around the team manager role. We've just had our riders briefing for our own race later this afternoon, But next up we do have Lorna Locke in the junior girl class, who's leading the championship for us at the moment. She's not quite out there yet. We've got the younger juniors out on track, but shortly she'll be lining up and going in the mud, because it's quite muddy, that start bit there. So we're all looking at that going, oh my gosh. Getting the paper towel out and making sure we've got lots of roll-offs ready out on the table there. So it's, it could be quite muddy, but then just in that first paddock, and the rest of the sand should be unreal. So really looking forward to it. This afternoon we'll be gearing up with my partner Jeremy. He's in the Pro E1 class, so he's in a championship battle as well for the top 3 boys out there. And I've rang on my own competition this weekend with Rachel Archer coming back. She's just had a baby earlier this year, and really exciting to be supporting her under the JGR 10 as well. We'll be having our first race together this afternoon.
Fantastic, and definitely heard Jeremy's episode on the Cross Rided Moto Show, as well as a few name drops from Lorna, and she's someone that's being heavily watched this series for not only being extremely fast in her class, but being a girl that's up there, top step, top podium. That's got to feel good as a female coach in the sport. You are an inspiration yourself, and I'm hoping to see you on the Cross Rided Moto Show soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see the message reach out, so we'll definitely have to jump on and have a chat. But it's super exciting. Lorna's quite young, on a YZ85, and she's representing Yamaha out there with the girls on 125s and 250s and holding her own. She's battling right up there with the Vic Off-Roads, nearly top 3 outright with the boys. So she's absolutely ripping, which is really cool to see. As a female, as you can see, I rang on one of my biggest competitors this weekend for the rest of the year, and she'll be lining up at Hatta for us in a couple of weeks' time as well. So I just love women supporting women. I think we all back each other. It's definitely lacking in the sport, but Yamaha are right behind it, and I couldn't stand more for being right there and being able to be a part of it.
Absolutely, and we've seen the likes of Danielle McDonald transition from you guys and Jeremy and yourself in coaching. So to see Lorna coming up, you're putting some really quality riders in our field. So I hope that's another future gain for our sport in off-road and just in racing in general. So thank you so much for all you do for motorsport and what you do for Yamaha, but also just uplifting every event that you come to. And we can't wait to see you shape up this afternoon also.
Thank you. Yeah, it should be very exciting, and hopefully you'll see us around with the JGR Yamaha crew for a very long time to come yet.
Beautiful. All the best, Jess, and get after it.
Thank you, and thanks to you guys. This is awesome. Hopefully we see more live stream throughout the year.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks.
So great to have a little bit more colour out in the pit area there, and of course the girls doing what they need to do with those blue yammies, doing a good job out there today as well. All right, let's have a quick look and see. We recap after 3 laps. Looks like young Miller Crans on the J1 class bike. It's standard wheels, bike number 312. 3 laps completed, time 44 minutes, 50.54. Second in that class is the 833 of Chase Bamford, who we saw earlier charge through. Time of 45 minutes, 29.16. And then also in J1, looks like third up will be Damien Middlemiss on bike number 117A. Time for him of 51 minutes, 16.76. If I go into one of the other classes now, the JJ, this is the 9 to under 12s, can you believe it? As we see that 605 bike parked in the mud there. That's Billy Tamanti aboard his bike, and looking like there's some issues there with that as it's not mobile. But one of the surprise packs there, Nash Lamb, bike number 38, sitting in the JJ class 9 to under 12 65cc class, through on a 49 minute 57.20 second pass. To find the next JJ bike, we've got to go down to about 8th bike out, which is the bike number 16 of Eli Cook. A time there of 52 minutes 40.93, and just behind him the bike of Harrison Lefebvre, bike number 445, time for him 53 minutes 37.37. Then we go looking in our J2 classes. Looks like we've got Ollie Peach there. Peach on bike number 124A in those under 12, under 15, 85 to 2-stroke to 150cc 4-stroke. He went through on a time of 50 minutes 17.50. Looking down a little further, we find Ryder Lambing on the 777 bike. in J2 as well. Time there for him, a 51 minute 19.47. And then the next of the J2s looks like it's Lachlan Devlin on bike number 876, through on a time of 51 minutes 20.26. So not a lot of time separating those riders at all. More of that fantastic footage coming out of the event here is the Casterton Sandstorm event here this weekend. And you see some of those times that we were calling earlier being parked up on our live stream now. You get to check through who's where. Some of this unbelievable footage that's coming through now from the southwestern area of Victoria here where we are at Casterton. Bit of an operation going on down there with the little Yamaha getting away out of the refuel area. Looks like that might be the could have been a 519 there. A bit hard to see with the mud caked so heavily on that bike. It could have been the 513 as well. A bit hard to pick as they take off through the hinterland again. So great to have Beck back in the area to catch up with what's been going on. A fair bit going on out in that pit area.
I'm a bit out of breath.
It's pretty amazing, right?
And not only am I out of breath, I've seen a few different layers. Some people loving it, some people, and a few tears happening because of, you know, different incidents going on, whether it be physical or, you know, a couple of bikes back in the pit, which is unfortunate to see, just from mechanical issues, and a few disheartened souls, but majority and most are out there really having a crack and really putting pressure on the pit to get it right. Like, let's go, hurry up.
Like, I think, you know, given the conditions that are out there at the moment, that all of the kids are doing an amazing job. You know, like it's been a tough gig from the very get-go this morning.
Absolutely.
You know, we saw them come back this morning very early after their sight lap, and you could just see the condition of the bikes after just the sight lap that, you know, this was going to be a real battle of attrition out here. So, you know, you just got to...
Seen a really interesting pit stop back in earlier in your broadcast where the usual petrol versus the electric
bike thing. Yeah, that was
very
pretty cool,
interesting.
Right? And the battery pack swap out. Obviously, there's a set of screws they use to lock the battery pack in that they've got to remove before they can get the battery out. But it's not doing a bad job, right?
Makes me wonder what sort of how it would change mechanically with what incidences or consequences, either for the conditions, you know, what problems may come from an electric to a normal petrol kickstart.
Yeah, 310 we can see there. That's the bike there of Louis Tuddenham aboard the Husqvarna. Going through nice. That's the 175 now on the chase. I reckon that'll be the bike of Oliver Schultz, the rider going through there.
Actively checking our social media accounts that are here and operating this weekend, so feel free to pop on to a shout out if you're watching from home, for anyone out there, for some encouragement. They can hear everything that we're saying because it's being live streamed in our pit area and our HQ, so definitely pop on to the AEC Instagram, Casterton Motorcycle Club Instagram or Facebook, and of course the VORC, and we will definitely get them aired for you to be able to shout them out and get that message to them, to their pit lane.
Pretty wild bit of activity on the screen there while you were on the chat there from one of those riders out there.
He's still going.
Mate, he is hanging on and giving it the gas, isn't he? Pouring on the berries. And there's the 777, and that's the entry of Ryder Lambing, who's given it the onions. Can you believe it? Look at him giving it all he's got.
Yeah, he's going after it.
Man, he ain't holding back, right?
Yeah, he's got a really nice attack riding style, which is fantastic. Outriders there, helping them get across.
And I reckon that's the 117 bike. I can't quite grab the number out of it, but I reckon that's Damien Middlemiss in amongst that. No, it's not. Yeah, some really solid action going on out there, and we haven't got a lot separating them. When we looked at the third lap in J1 class, you know, separation there of around about, what is it, a 30 second bracket in amongst these conditions is pretty incredible. So there's the fourth lap contenders there. Looks like Milner Kranz through on the 312. That's the J1 bike on a time of 1 hour 6 minutes 51. If I look at J2, Lockie Delvin, he's gone through on a 1 hour 8 minutes 49.7 second pass. And Ryder Lambing, we were talking about him just a moment ago on screen as well, a 108.55.2, so that makes it only 6 seconds separating both Devlin on the 876 bike and Lambing on the 777 bike in J2 class. That's how close they are. 6 seconds after 4 laps, okay?
In these conditions.
In those conditions. That is a monumental run.
Absolutely. I can't wait to hear firsthand from the boys, and when they get back, and we'll give them a bit of breathing space, etc., to, you know, gather themselves and gather their thoughts. But these guys being the first out, they've had it tough, haven't they? But they've rose to the occasion and still just giving it all they've got.
We call them pioneers for today, won't we? Because
absolutely.
They're the first crew through.
Most brave. That looks like the 124 bike of Ollie Peach there.
Yeah, they're not giving us a lot of help with keeping an eye on those numbers and that. And the only one that we can read is the one on his back. It is a bit hard once he's gone past. But, yeah, Ollie Peach was the fastest mover today in that J2 class earlier today. Man, he was really on fire.
He's a goer, this kid, isn't he? Like, we've seen him from Hatter shape up down there with off-track you know, consequences or I suppose disadvantages too that haven't always gone his way. But he's a kid that just keeps smiling. He smiles through the mud. You can nearly see his smile under his helmet here with a bit of grit mixed in too. So, yeah, keep it up, Ollie.
Yeah, he's not backing out of it, right? Like I said, he's just pouring on. Just keeping the gas wide open on that thing, right?
Riding it all the way.
Yeah, don't surrender, ever.
Even up on the pegs. Not slippery.
And, you know, here's a really good story as well. We got Ollie Nash Lamb in the double J class. This is the 9
bike
to under
38.
12. He was 5th bike on road. And this guy 6th now, obviously, because Peachy's gone through. But here we go. Here it is on screen. Bike number 38. That's the 6th position there.
Nash definitely
Lamb.
one to watch, that one coming up.
He's the first in that double J class. Then behind him, looks like Eli Cook on the 16 bike through in second and third. It looks like it's the Harrison Lefevre bike in that double J class as well. These are 9 to under 12 65cc bikes, right? Tiny little wheels. But, boy, they got a big heart, these kids, the way they just charge through it. And, mate, I can't speak highly enough of what's been going on out there with those guys.
And this is their character building, isn't it? So if you see results like this and time made and just battling any terrain that comes forward, you know that they've got that grit about them, that it's only going to build to even further, set them up for wherever they want to go, whether it's stay here nationally. There's so many opportunities that this sport leads to. It doesn't just stay here and off-roads. It often grows, and you've seen, you know, I know yourself that you've seen a few people rise from juniors right up to that top category and nearly to an elite level in professional riding. So, yeah, bright futures.
I think the other thing you have to remember too is that Australian riders are seen in a totally different light over the years, with more and more of them heading offshore. I mean, Daniel Milner has got the Lyndon Snodgrass competitive edge this weekend. Snoddy's come back with 6 years of experience in the US, right? Like, so what he's been doing over there has provided a brilliant window to show what desert racing and this form of
off-road racing
is about. So, the more and more that we're sending kids over there, the better it is for us, and importantly, it starts for kids at this age at these types of events.
Definitely their building blocks of foundation for sure. Yeah, really confident through that mud, but. Going back to Lyndon with Snodgrass there, he has described these conditions as perfect. So cannot wait to see what's to come later on in our live stream through those categories and how he tackles it. But he had a really good vibe about being home, and they always seem to resurface back to their stomping grounds, which is so great for these younger kids to see in their pit lane, even nearly be close to them in their pit and camping. That's very close and intimate here at Casterton, where you all camp together, you all do your own nightlife and entertainment. So, yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a chance this weekend. We'll cover off some of the pit crew areas out there. The DM31 team of KTM. That's the one we were talking about, where Snodgrass and the guys have been set up. We'll capture all of that as the day unfolds today and into tomorrow. There's the 38 now on screen. That's the National Am bike chasing through the KTM. Keeping lots of gas up with those little wheels in that huge mud quagmire that he's getting through. This is Nash Lamb on screen now, Beck, as you can see, one of our JJ entries in the 9 to under 12 65cc class. And, man, he is really on fire, this kid. Currently sitting in 7th, I believe, outright at the moment. Or when I say 7th bike in that position.
Very good. Getting to the pointy end now, so stay tuned with your presentations coming soon. The VORC Championship spread down there will be joining Jess, who is running their socials and just is a bit of a powerhouse. She's a face that is very familiar around this circuit, so we'll be tuning in with her to host some end race interviews for the very first time, which is fantastic. Not just seeing it secondhand on social media, which she does a fantastic job, but you'll actually see it live straight off the bat with them, so we'll be tuning in down there with her, and I'm going to pop out and go and watch it for myself down there, if that's all right. I want to go and see this firsthand, so I'll bring back and have a chat when I return. Thank you.
Plenty of action still to arrive through the day today. Have a look at this as they still tackle what is one of the toughest events here this weekend. That's the 8.16 going through of Zach Salmon aboard the KTM. Salmon, of course, out of Victoria. On screen now we can see another of our determined, I reckon that'll be a double J rider in one of those 65cc bikes. Well, that's the 7.15 in for pit stop there. That's Will Harvey aboard the KTM. And Harvey now on screen getting back on track and gassing it up and going hard at it as he leaves our commentary position now. And tackling back out into that Casterton environment out there, the hinterland that is giving them such a challenge out there, this track today. On screen, let's have a look at it. We've got the J1 of Milner Crans through on 4 laps at 1 hour 6 minutes 51. First of the J2's Lachlan Devlin there, the 876 bike there in the J2 12 to under 15s, 85 2s to 154 strokes, 1 hour 8 minutes 49.7. And Ryder Lambing, the 777 bike there in J2 as well. Looks like a 1 hour 8 minute 55. So I would say around about 5 or 10 minutes away from completion of the first bikes through. With 4 laps completed, these were 5-lap events. So given the time that they started and how much time's been elapsed, I reckon they are very, very close to the finish in some of these events here today. And it's been tough, right? It has been tough for these kids to stay on the gas for that period of time of just over an hour and a bit to complete. I reckon all up we're talking roughly 1 hour 20 minutes or thereabouts, 1 hour and a half. Hour and a half for these guys. Here's a pit stop coming at us now. This is the 342 bike right in front of us of Hudson Hitch. KTM howling out of the Southeast Mechanical Group. You can see a bit of fuel going in. Enviro mat underneath the bike as they get it somewhere near where it needs to be. Mum doing the goggles and the prep work. Quick pull on the string to roll it through, get him a clear vision for the last lap or thereabouts. Kicks it into gear, winds the gas on and gets away from Dad. I reckon that's gone pretty well for him. Hudson Hitch away. Another of our Double J entries through there. Sensational footage here from the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club run for the Casterton Sandstorm here for 2026. It's been pretty wet, as I said, lead up for the better part of the week here before we started the event here this morning. And the remnants of water still laying around in some of those sections. So it'll be interesting to watch some of those larger bikes as some of the classes start to change as we finish one group and then come into the next. And you can see even from the footage that you can see there are still pockets of water sitting in track locations, even though we've had all these kids through and for want of a better term, we've ripped sections up enough to start to let it deplete, but it's still there in volumes. So yeah, we just got to keep cracking away at it. We should be very, very close to seeing a finish for Miller Cairns. And, of course, Lachlan Devlin, Ryder Lambing, Chase Bamford and Ollie Peach with Nash Lamb to pick up J1s, J2s and JJs in this one. That looks like the 16 bike down there. Keeping the thing pinned open to try and get through what is a tough section of ground there. That's the 106 of Rock, Reader Rock. On the Husqvarna going through. $6.99 there of River Glover going through as well. caught there in the ruts. That's the 16 entry. Contending with what is a pretty soaked and waterlogged area of the track that he's managed to park in. Trying to keep on track and out of what would be the worst puddles and ruts. Certainly been challenging for these kids all day today. And that brings about the strategy that we'll see not just with our juniors in this class or classes that we're running here now and the next lot that'll come through, and then even with some of the seniors today as well, is that piece about how much energy do you conserve to try and not spend as much of it because you've got to kind of give it up for what's there right now. It is tough to ride what is in there. And some of these kids are on their last lap, as I explained earlier, but that's a pretty tough gig for them to continue to keep charging away. And how much of it do you burn up early and try to reserve for laps later? It certainly will be a something we'll watch in the senior events later on. Trying to make hard work into easy work's not the sort of thing that you can get away with all the time. It really is a tough gig. And that kind of, to me, looks like the 6:03 of Jim Harrison. And there's your checkered flag. That's the 8:75 pulling in. The 8:75 or 8:76 it could be there of Lachlan Devlin. Bit hard to pick the number. Yeah, it is the 8:76. First of the J2 riders, 12 under 15s, 85 to 2-stroke to 150 cc 4-stroke bikes. Completion of time for him. The Yamaha guys will be pretty happy with that one. Sweep riders by the look of it heading out now to wrap it up. Waiting for the next rider to come through. And if it's in order, it would be the 777 bike of Ryder Lambing we'd be probably looking for also in that J2 class to finish his shot at the completion of Sandstorm here for 26. I reckon we got the guys teed up down at there, Jess.
We are here with Lachlan Devlin. Lachlan, what a race. First place for you in the small wheel. You are absolutely covered in mud. What was it like?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Nice sandy and then muddy out the back. And I'm like,
that's really nice. You had quite a few battles out there too. You weren't in the lead for that whole race. Was it challenging out there to pass the boys on that track?
Yeah, pretty hard. Just going on the outside. Yeah. It was nice.
Well, massive congratulations. How are you feeling for tomorrow?
Yeah, pretty keen for tomorrow. Hopefully get some nice and rock and everything.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, huge congratulations. We'll see you later on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Johnny, just well done, and pretty solid caking of mud he's got. I mean, I reckon I'm putting the money in around about a 2 kilo or 3 kilo weight that he's carrying worth of mud on, and he definitely something that all the guys are dealing with out there today. But take nothing away from Lachlan Devlin, an outstanding effort to complete what he's completed in line today. The 822 that you see on the deck there, that's the bike of Ted Hibbert out of Victoria. Certainly not giving up, getting the thing up and going again. Aboard the gas there. Keep our eyes peeled for, I would think it'll be Ryder Lambing. It would be the next rider back. I reckon Lambing has completed his 5th, which would be completion of the event for him, being a 5-lap event today. Here we're back to you, Jess. Looks like a couple of difficulties there with the mic on that one, so we'll move on to have a chat with Ryder shortly, I would think, as we watch the 3-1-2 now pedal his way through. Right, back to you, Jess.
And this got swirly on the right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, huge congratulations. Really strong effort. You've had a really strong few rounds. How are you feeling for tomorrow? It's sprints.
Pretty good. It'll be rough out there.
Yeah. Nah, unreal. Congratulations, Ryder. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good on you, Jess, picking up the last part of that one. As we now watch a number of them complete 5 laps. Next bike that I'd be looking for would possibly be the J1 bike of Milner Crans. Milner Cans will come through shortly, I would think. So we'll sit tight and wait for the first of the J1s to start finishing. And right behind Milner Cans will be Chase Bamford. So we'll just keep our eyes peeled for those guys to come back into the arena. Wow, that is some pretty solid footage that we're sending out to you out of the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club down here for the Casterton Sandstorm. A lot of guys having to contend with some of the conditions they've not faced in the past. It really is taking a bit of a toll on some of them. You got to love those little kids, right? A never give up attitude. Just continue to plug away. Here's the checker flag for the next one. Looks like that's the 6:35 home. A few stragglers out on the track there that we're starting to now encounter as the sweep riders come through to start mopping up some of what is the classes that we were looking at. Checkered flag waiting for the next competitor to come through. And you can see by that beautiful scan shot how tough it's been. The 3-1-2 through. That's the Milner Cans bike, and that'll be the first, I would think, of our J1s home in the standard wheel 85cc to 2-stroke to 4-stroke 150cc class. Give him a little bit of time before we grab Jess down there to do the next round of interviews. 6:05 home. out in the field out there. Looks like that'll be the Billy Tamanti. Following this one through on screen right now. Luke doing a great job of capturing the footage on this. We might be able to see if we can grab a number off the side of it or something. Fast track on the left-hand side going past. Checkered flag now for the next one into the compound. Let's have a look at that. A couple more riders finishing the event for today or this morning. We continue to roll through. Big thank you this weekend to some of our gold sponsors. We must also thank or silver sponsors this weekend, AJW Fraser, our farm machinery specialists, the Foodworks Group here in the main street, Heaney Street in Casterton, the Max Care Group, McDonald Rural Services, Me Punga Grains Proprietary Limited, the team at Work on Farm, Meridian Services, Miller, Juan and John, the group there for the livestock suppliers and agents, M&A Moto Supplies, the team at NWR, Steelworks, of course, out of Mount Gambier, I believe, S&S Henderson Transport, Top Chop, Casterton, the TRAC Group, which is Total Results Ag Consulting, Water Dynamics, West Vic, and Williams Crane Hire. And don't accept lifts from strangers. Make sure you do it with someone who you know. All of our silver sponsors here this weekend. A big thank you to all of the silver sponsors. Over to Jess. Over to you, Beck.
Down here with Clancy Stewart, he's just crossed the finish line. Mum's been able to pop over for a bit of a chat with him with a real and raw track feedback. Tell us, how was it out there? Give it to us, everything you know.
It was really good. It got rough by probably the second lap, which was pretty good. I liked it when it's rough, and then the corners bermed up really well, which was good. And near the end and through the middle of the track, there was a lot of puddles and stuff, so it got really wet.
Yeah, fair bit of rain last night, wasn't it? You were camping at the track last night?
Yeah.
Yep, and there's going to be a huge washdown from what's happening, you know, from the track today. You've got a bit of maintenance that you have to do this evening. Do you help out with your maintenance on your bike at the end, or does Mum and Dad let you have a bit of a rest after you get back in?
A bit of a rest. I have to help with some stuff, but most of the stuff Dad just does.
Fantastic. Now, Clancy, do you have any sponsors that help you to get to your races and get things done for you? Can you shout them out?
My mum and dad, Peter Stevens, M-Power, Yamaha Australia, Prime Design and Race Ready Suspension.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, all the best for the rest of the weekend. Thanks for your real and raw perspective from the track and setting it up for the big guys to get out there. And you've given them a few pointers, and you should be very proud.
Thank you.
Too easy. Thank you.
Another great interview there, Beck, with, of course, Clancy Stewart. who was riding in the J1 class, standard wheels for the 85cc two-stroke and 150cc four-strokes here this weekend. Pretty solid effort for him. Looks like everybody's Team Stewart very, very happy down there. Survived the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm here, which has certainly had its fair share of challenges out there today in some of those conditions, as you can see on screen right now. Some of them tackling with the gusto and the speed going through, and others that are picking bikes up that are dropped in amongst all of the loose and very sloppy conditions that you can see on screen right now. Nice, beautiful blue skies out around Casterton here this weekend. Obviously, the weather coming from that Gambia.
It was actually Clancy's birthday. What a birthday to be at Casterton Sandstorm this afternoon. Oh, absolutely amazing. And what a morning, actually. Birthday morning. It's just electric down here. You need to get down here. And definitely happy birthday, Clancy. What a ride.
Well, guess what? It's your turn to sing happy birthday to him. There you go. As I said, the weather beautiful out there at the moment. Blue skies rolling through. Our weather coming to us via Mount Gambier in South Australia and then tracking across the border here into Casterton. Been a wonderful morning this morning with a cool start, but the moment that those clouds started to disappear and the sun's starting to come out, it's prime conditions weather-wise, but probably not so much prime conditions from a track point of view. Challenging note, certainly keeping them all on their toes, that's for sure. As you can see, our camera operators grabbing some pretty awesome raw footage of these guys and girls, little guys and girls dealing with what's out in the area today. Sweep rider there, one of our outriders making sure that guys are safe and being looked after out there. I reckon that might have been the bike of
Nash.
Nash
You just
Lamb.
crossed the finish line. How are you feeling?
Good. It was a bit of a wet one, but I liked it because on a smaller bike it's harder, but it felt easier for me.
Absolutely. Now, we don't quite know the results of where you're sitting, but you're pretty high up in that category in your class. What class are you racing this weekend?
The JJ class.
Beautiful. And do you enjoy getting out here no matter what condition?
Yeah, sometimes, but if it's maybe like a hurricane came over, probably not.
Absolutely. It had a bit of a hurricane last night with all of our water and rain and that type of thing. You've got a bit of washing up to do. Do you help out there, or do the rest of the pit crew step up?
I'll definitely help. If we can't fix it or anything, we'll probably just use our spare bike.
Fantastic. Yeah, you got your spare bike ready to go. You're going to clean this one up first and then run this one tomorrow, or are you going to stick with your spare one for tomorrow?
We'll probably run with this if there's no issues.
Yeah. Beautiful. Sounds good. And you're most comfortable on this one, and this is your go-to ride.
Yeah, it's got a lot more horsepower than the other one.
Fantastic. Now, do you have any thank yous that you need to hand out for getting here? Because obviously, being in the junior class, you can't get here yourself. Do you have any sponsors or people that are in your pit crew that you need to thank for being here with you this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum and dad, Multi-Metals, Oswald, Lion Boring, Screenshot, Big Screens, TK Earthworks, Cruise Stream Suspension, Blue City Motorcycles and Fly Racing.
Interesting. Now, you mentioned a live streaming business in there. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, my mum and dad started it around 2020, 2021, and they've been doing like lots of events and that, outdoor movies and that.
Yep. And most importantly, they're helping us host the Casterton Sandstorm this weekend, so it's pretty amazing that they're down here doing a bit of a job trackside, but then you're running a pit lane too, so that is a huge dedication from your family, and it's great to see you out here and doing your thing and being in your zone. So all the best for the weekend, mate, and wish you all the best for tomorrow's sprints and everything that's in front of you.
Thank you.
No worries.
Well done, Beck. Great to catch up with young Nash Lamb. Let's see if we can't find out his overall time, which is on screen now. Overall time for him in the JJ 9 to under 12 65cc class on bike 38. Saw him complete 5 laps in around about 95 minutes, or an hour and 35, 12 seconds 06. Which is a pretty outstanding effort for a Double J bike. We still yet to see another Double J bike finish out, and if it does shortly, it'll be outside of that 10 group. Handful of J2. So the first of the J2s was, of course, Lachlan Devlin. First of the J1s. Looks like that's Milner Cairns that we spoke to earlier, and now first of the Double Js with Nash Lamb through on bike 38. So it's a pretty decent effort considering the 65cc bike of Nash Lamb completed in 95 minutes. Our fastest J2 bike was approximately 85 minutes, only 10 minutes in arrears. So that's not a bad effort for a 65cc class bike with him aboard. Camera swapping into the aerials now as we watch another of our riders charge through some more solid ground before they track into some of that loose and very, very muddy terrain. Very deep in some of those areas. Checkered flag at the ready. Looks like we've got another one that'll finish shortly as well. Checkered flag for the 6:55 home. And there's the 504 buried in amongst it. That's Miguel Beecher on the gas. Won't go forward, won't go backwards. This is a bit of a dilemma for him. Wide use of various lines to try and stay ahead of everything and keep mobile out on that circuit. So when we start to get some larger bikes in there, we'll probably start to see that carve up a little bit as well. So we'll keep our eyes open on that one. Of course, coming up shortly will be the J3, J4 and JG classes. Approximately 2 hours it'll take us to run that one. We've got a lot of time of roughly 10 o'clock as a start. We're a little bit behind on that one as the guys try to extricate that bike, extract it for young Miguel, which they've managed to do. Just got to fire the gas up now and drop the little fella aboard it, and he's away again. Down here, Beck.
Down here with Oscar Tyndall. Oscar, how was it out there? It was super rough. Did you have any get-offs? And give us a rundown on how your race looked today.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. Had a few crashes, but got back up and kept going. It was really boggy and slippery out in the paddock, but had a good time.
Fantastic. Now, this is your home track and your home round. Did you feel that's a bit of an advantage, or just the conditions are that tough it'll test anyone?
Yeah, it felt like a bit of advantage. I had a fun time, got a nice room out there, and Yep.
Did the bike mechanically ride pretty well and keep up to what you needed it to do today?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Did everything I wanted it to, so pretty happy.
Fantastic, great to hear. Now, you are a bit of a known face around here because not only is it your home track, but Dad does an important role here, and he's been running around, not necessarily in your pit either, but he's been coming back here and there. What does Dad do for Casterton Motorcycle Club?
Yeah, Dad's the president of the club, so he helps out with everything, and he's been out here putting in long hours and everything, helping with get the track ready, and
Fantastic. Are you out here helping him get that done and you see it firsthand, don't you? Are you also helping out where he needs a spare pair of hands?
Yeah, I come out most weekends when I'm free and take days off school sometimes and help, yeah.
Fantastic, that's great to hear. Obviously school comes first, but it's great to know that you are out there volunteering already at your young age and getting into what the club needs you to do, because you are the new era. Do you know that?
Yep, now I do.
Fantastic. Now, you've got a huge thank you for your dad to do, but have you got any other sponsors and people that you'd like to thank for getting you here this weekend and just helping out in general?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mum and Dad, all my sponsors, everyone that helped me get here, everyone that I can with helping me get my bike ready, and yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time today. You've done a marvellous job. You'll have to wash this thing up tonight and get it sorted. Do you have to do that, or does Dad have to shape up and do that?
I might get him to do it.
Sounds good, I reckon too. Fantastic. I'll leave you to it and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Good on you, Beck. That was pretty amazing to sort of see what is happening in the Tyndall family, as they do invest a ton of time into what's required to run this event here, along with all of our volunteers and all of our officials that do a great job of making sure this is such an incredible event here, the Casterton Sandstorm for 2026. Keeping an eye on another of our riders as they charge through. It wasn't a lot that utilised goggles for the entire event. There was quite a few that actually ditched them early in the piece, but big thanks to some of our bronze sponsors here this weekend as well. We must make mention of the team at the Casterton Auto Repairs Group. Thank you for your connections. Davies Way Dasco, thank you for your involvement as well. The Nationwide AB Group. Of course, Richardson Butchery Southwest, thank you very much for your involvement. We must also thank a handful of our goods and services sponsors as well. The team at Bunny's Warehouse, the Fine Cut Laser Group, the SS Group, Into It. Thank you very much for your connections. Peter Milne Earth Moving, the Watt Brothers Motorcycles and Power Equipment Group, Brooks Trailer Hire, Midas, of course, the Tyre Group. Thank you for your involvement. Hamilton Off-Road, along with Casterton Trailers and the Fox Refrigeration team. Thank you for all of your goods and services and in-kind work that's done as well. So we would not be able to run this event without those very, very valued sponsors that continue to look after us here. Looks like that's the 635 or 835 bike. Next in line to get hit with the gurney. That'll be the Tyndall bike, I would have thought. Staying on the gas to get it finished. And there's the checker flag. A very, very sweet internal and personal victory when you see that finished leg, indicating that you've completed yet another grueling event here at the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, running for the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm. Over to you, Beck. Plenty of colour and plenty of action still to come to you from the southwestern part of Victoria here this weekend as the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club host the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm down here. Currently in the throes for those that are only just dialing into our live stream here today. We've pretty much seen the completion of the first wave of competition. We ran that this morning, which of course was the junior classes of J1 and J2. Those classes are all done. And we're now in the preparation for the next wave of junior racing, which looks like it'll be the J3, J4 and JG group very, very shortly.
Down by the wash bay. Drag. We went down there, but the legs weren't working there. So. I don't know. Trying to be on. Oh, yeah. Coming out. Yeah. I'll just put it back. Yeah, but maybe put it over the other foot. Yeah, that was some of those times.
off here. So I'll sit tight here.
Do you want any food?
This is J3, 4, and do that. So here you go. They're just your headphone volume. And in that one, we can see there's an 87 in amongst that. I reckon that'll be the 87 in our J3s, J4s and our JGs this weekend. So that'll be the next lot of competitors away. So the J3s will be our 13 to under 15, 125 to 200cc, 2-stroke to 200 to 250cc, 4-stroke class. Our J4s, Beck will be our 15-year-olds, 125 to 200cc, 2-stroke, 200cc to 250cc, 4-stroke class. And our JGs, which is a pretty popular class as well. Our JGs, and our JG3s, which will be the 200 to 250cc 4s and 100 to 200cc 2-strokes. So that'll be the groupings that we'll see head away from us very shortly. Some really cool footage being captured this morning, Beck, as we saw earlier on, of the guys having a real crack at trying to get through. Pioneering is the word I would use.
Yeah, absolutely. Our media team out there on the ground, the likes of Jess capturing, holding some interviews too, bringing it to first hand. She's a powerhouse out there. But just genuinely speaking to people, I ducked down there before to see the wash station, which was unreal. That's a sponsored wash station bay that is provided just at Casterton.
And aren't they a powerhouse to be used today, given the conditions we've had?
Yep, definitely earning their spot there. And that's brought to you by Watts Motorcycles Power, Watt Bros, sorry. Equipment there. It's just, it was really coping quite well. And there's a bit of banter around there, good times, unwinding. It's a good pull up from when you've finished to just ease out of it. Some of the boys there were actually getting their full home and hose, like literally. Yeah.
Body hose off, yeah.
Yeah.
And a big thank you to Watt Brothers for their involvement here, the motorcycle and power equipment supplier. They sit very clearly in our goods and services category, who have helped us out this weekend as one of our sponsors. And as you can see, they're pretty much lined up before we get them ready to head off. Looks like a 435 down there that I can see. That's the bike of Mac Dyson, the Husqvarna, hailing out of Echuca. He's in the bottom left-hand, right-hand side of your screen that you can see right now. And I reckon
also seeing the program, there's people come from far and wide to get to Casterton, and obviously because of its reputation, they make the distance.
There's the 575 of Joel Shingles down there. I can see him as well. He's third in the bottom row that you can see there, the second row, fourth from the bottom. Who else can we poke in there? Let's have a look. The 747. I reckon that's the entry of Harrison Smith aboard the Yamaha. There's quite a few of them down there that we can sort of pick from this distance here. There we go. They're zooming in for us. Good work, boys. Let's have a look up the top end. The 405, that's the bike of Jack O'Brien. You can see right in the middle of the screen right now. If we scan down through there, guys, we'll see if we can pick up a few more. Who else we got in amongst that? The 753, that looks like the bike of Ned Castle. He's hailing out of Ballarat, I reckon, from central Victoria there. At the 338, I can see is the bike of Jack Remington, the Husqvarna. The 11 bike, I reckon that's Hudson Miller. 747 we spoke to of Harrison Smith. The 814 there, that's the bike of Charlie McGinty. I reckon he's out of, I reckon from memory up around the, hailing out of Victoria anyway. The 507, that's the entry of Cooper Dawning.
A few names that you're recognising from the big dances happening in 2 weeks' time at Hatta. Common occurrence when we see names climb up that are quite free and frequent around all of these areas, getting every experience that they can get under their belt.
And there's a 629, 628A last, getting close to being dropped in there. The 62A there, that's the bike of, pick it up quickly for you, I reckon that's
Nicholas Wilson
yep.
on Yamaha.
Yeah.
Carbide race team. Keeping those hands warm on the bike 54 there. A little bit chilly. A little bit nervous, maybe.
And this is probably one of the bigger fields that we'll see for the day-to-day as well. You know what I mean? Between the J3s, the J4s and the JGs, which are the girls that'll be racing in juniors as well. You can see them stacking up. A much bigger group. This will be a lot quicker, and you got to remember, Beck, that there's no other way to really put it, but the track's been pretty butchered already this morning. With some of those small wheel kids, these guys are going to do two things.
I was talking to little Tyndall earlier, and he'd actually said that it's heaps better on a small bike to rip around here. So they've done a bit of prep grading, bit of track grading out there for these bigger bikes getting out there.
So what will happen now? Typically, what will happen is that these guys, because they are a bigger wheel bike and they're a lot more capacity, they'll be a lot quicker. They'll actually carve the track up, but they'll form the shape of the track. So in other words, these lines drifting all over the place, they'll start to open that up a little bit more and probably give us more definitive channels that they'll run in. And that's just typically what will happen. And you've got to remember that these kids, and we call them that because they're in junior classes, have already got a number of years under their belt. So they're already have that experience to take them to where they need to go to. And then there'll be a whole different raft of what will occur with the senior pros and all the guys later that'll come along as well. Same sort of bikes, bigger and maybe a lot more horsepower, but these guys in this, or guys and girls in this junior categories that they'll run now, they'll form what would be the real track that some of these senior pro guys will run in today.
And speaking into that, like those race forms and race lines form because when they take their laps and they do their first lap, they're not actually exerting, or they're learning, I suppose, to not exert their 100% their first lap out. They're trying to get their momentum, they've had a sight lap already, but it's already changed. So it's setting up what their line is going to be to then be really consistent and just keep it going and maintain a good speed, if not improve their time each time.
And that's exactly right. You know, like
and we're away.
As we said, you know, the first of them through get to see it firsthand what it looks like after the juniors have left it, so they've inherited this. And it's a matter of what they do in the next couple of laps to settle that down and form the track into some form of, let's call it, some form of normality. There you go.
Loving their different racing styles. Like, you can see some people are on the peg, some people are just sitting in the saddle, just going after it. Yeah, interesting to see how people tackle the water, whether they just go back wheel through or they just surf it.
Well, what a lot of these guys are doing right now, you know, that right at the front of the field, they're trying to find the drier line, although there's some spots where there's nothing dry, but the drier parts is what they'll look for. And unfortunately, as you get further back through the field and the guys start to connect up and balance out, yeah, it just tends to be one of those things. Anyhow, we'll press on. There you see them starting to charge through now. Let's have a look at it. Haley Hutton's through, Thomas Devlin through, Nate Munro, Jed Avard, Jack Wilson, Blake Brown, Riley Walker, Tripp Smith, Jed McClure, Liam Harris-Walsh, Cooper Danaher, Luke Payton, Kai Glover, Cooper Noakes, Hayden Detling. I reckon that's Clancy O'Connor going through. Wow, they are on the gas. Another wave to come shortly. Next group's away. And we can see in that group that went through as well. Elijah Cameron, Charlie Hyde, Jack Gilbert, James Forsyth, Grant, Macken Hangsterberger through, Cooper Downing, Harrison Marsh, Ned Castle, Logan Clue, Jack Remington, Charlie McGinty through, Jack O'Brien, Kai Kinsella through, Levi Rossi, Chase Weston, Valentino Porto through now, Archer Whelan, Tyler Eagle, Jaden Milnards, Lockie Chaplin through, Finley Cox through, Benji Brown, Charlie Rayson, Felix Burgess, Christopher Maunder through, Xander Wilkinson, there's Kane Wilson through, Wiley Stewart. Wow, look at the chase here on your screen at the moment. That is just some sensational footage for Luke and the team there with the drone. Wow, pull up short of the tree. Diesel Tiemann through. Pit crews now getting themselves in some sort of format to make sure that they're good to go when they are on the return. Watching them coming through the beautiful green lush lands of what is the Casterton Sandstorm backdrop here. And there's your next group through. Miles Henderson, Angus Tyndall, Oliver Tenamanti, Tyler Behan, Harvey McKay, Darcy Greenwood, Jimmy Chennell, Isaac Staffas, Cody Crocker, Tripp Bryan, Austin Chisel, Seth Hutton, Jackson Bloomfield, Benji Holscher, Brody Davis, Lachlan O'Brien, Toby Howell, Riley Swindon, Jack Conroy, Jackson Atkins through. And now we start to see the JG girls go through. Lorna Locke, Olivia Johnson, Asha Nuttall, Alexi Cameron, Pepper Johnson, Cody Kerr, Caitlin Aquilina, Jessie Harris, Andy McKinnon, Addison Arrow Smith, Shayla Graham, Kiara Clements. I reckon that might go pretty close to what we've seen in the field that got released. Wow. That is a huge charge for all those bikes to be out on the circuit now as we watch them target the next paddock through. The 128 there of Caitlin Davis. Saw her going through. She's one of the locals riding the gas here with Deutsche Plumbing connected up. Well, look at that. The outlying grounds around here showing that water's still pooling up. Be nothing short of being pretty solid in being a real obstacle for some of these riders here today. But we'll certainly keep an eye on who's going to finish where for what. Harley Hutton was the first away through the timing loop for us, so we would expect that somewhere in amongst all of that pit area you can see on screen at the moment, which is only a small amount of what's out there at the moment. And we might zoom in on some of that, guys, if you want to just zoom in on that. We'll kick over to the right-hand side a little bit there, to the right. Right, just hold it there. You can see there's a fuel rig there sitting on a table. If we go back to the left a little bit, you'll see that one there in orange, right? So that KTM one's been sitting in a stand there. What the guys will do is they'll literally load an amount of fuel that they feel they need to carry for a lap. What they'll do is they'll graduate that into that container. It's a fast fill jug. Effectively, what they'll do is they'll understand what 1 or 2 laps constitutes in a consumption volume, and they'll load them in that. Slightly to the left of that one, you can see there's another one there, just like a whitish coloured one. You can see there's some fuel already. If we zoom right in on that, you might be able to see, go back to the right. There you go, that'll do, right in the middle there. See that one there is half full. It's got a load of fuel there. There's an amount that they're going to drop into that bike. I would say there's probably enough in that for 2 lots of refuel. That one there that he's just sat down and taken the top off, he's now opened what would be the valve assembly that allows the flow. So that now sits with that rig on the top of it, and that cover is to stop any debris or water or anything to get into it. Everybody's working on those fuel rigs right now. They're looking at what they need to load up. The containers that are sitting around beside that, they're all pretty much fuel that they'll drop into those rigs. If we scan to the right, to the left just a little, guys, to the left, and you'll just see right up the top of that guy just dropped that fuel rig. See the number of fire extinguishers that you can see laying around in those areas. They're absolutely paramount to be in those areas, purely because as much as those refueling rigs have a very special valving assembly that can load into the tank, and it is a positive style seal. You'll see them when they refuel, they'll take the cap off the tank, they'll locate the refuel rig with its spring and valving assembly into the neck of the tank. They'll ram that down, and that is the point of opening that valve to let the fast flow of fuel into the tank. But we all know that sometimes seals and stuff can sometimes work and maybe sometimes not quite so positive in what they do. So there is that risk. So all of them have, as we said earlier, fire extinguishers pretty much laying around. There's a great example there. Fire extinguisher at the bottom and the fuel rigs sitting above them waiting for their opportunity to give the guys the vital fluids that need to go into those bikes, the fuel to continue their journey. And there's a good-looking rig. Look at that, that green one, loaded up with literally everything on the journey from where it is. I don't know whether people out in the pit area can hear us or not. If they can give us a wave, but that's a pretty good-looking sorts of tow along there. We'll just sit patiently now for them to come back into the main thoroughfare area. And where those, we'll just hold it on that shot there, guys, for a minute. You can see that those bunting on the inside, that's the inside of your turn. And the idea of the bunting is don't travel through it. Otherwise, you're off the track proper. But the orange and reflective tape, what looks like white in the middle of them, that signifies the width of the what we would call the fast lane. Okay, so that's the lane that they'll race as a race track through that pit area. The other side of that orange, those orange posts that we were looking at in that shot before. So if you come off that turn, you can see there's a lane the other side of those orange bunting, and you can see that there, that orange posts. Those orange posts indicate the fast lane. So that's your fast lane there. If we zoom off to the right-hand side, as you pull up right there, the other side of those posts, that's the right-hand side, that's the slow lane or the slow down lane where you need to back out to find your pit area. And they're staggered like that because some of the guys will come out right back at the very beginning of that turn. If we go right back to the very start of that turn, we roll off to the left-hand side, you'll see they come off the turn, and some of them will come out into that area right in front of where that white tape is. Obviously, there's a pit refuel there with a Enviromat down already. And then they'll come off and they'll run into that slow lane until they find their pit area. If we scan around to the right again, they'll, if we just quickly scan around, you'll see they'll pick an area where their pit lane drops into that area, and right up the top, see if you see right up the very top, there's another zone where they can pretty much load back in, or anywhere along those staggered gaps. If their pit is halfway along, they'll stagger back in. But the trick is you need to be safe when you cross where those orange poles are, right in the middle of screen. That orange pole, the other side, the left-hand side of it, indicates the fast lane. You must give way to the traffic that is running in that fast lane. You cannot enter into that with a bike that's coming at speed in that fast lane. So you are slow lane, you need to merge. No different to your traffic rules on road. You need to provide the fast guys the fast lane access, and then you can return to the fast lane and get up to speed only when it's safe to do so. And these are the things that we put in place to make sure that we keep everybody safe. So whilst it's essential to slow down to get into your pit, it's also crucial to make sure that you don't ruin someone else's race, or more importantly, create some form of collision there that puts everybody at risk. So, you know, the marshals that are working around in this area are keeping a good eye on all of those things. So, yeah, it's exactly how it works. Good camera work, guys. Well done. And that little tent you can see right over there, believe it or not only are they trying to keep warm there, but that is where our timing loop rolls through, and that's pretty much where our checkered flag gets raised for when the event finishes lap on lap. So they come out of that wilderness there in the left-hand side of the screen, around that right-hand corner. So they come around past that bunting and up into that area where the tank is, and then through to here. And just off to the left, you can see the VORC banner. That VORC banner that you can see right there, that's the area where we typically try to grab them for post-race interviews with that backdrop behind it. So that's pretty much what's happening in that area there. Nice to grab a little bit of it while we've got a moment, purely because there is a little bit of silence while they're out in amongst the abyss out there. But once they come back this time, they'll stagger out a little bit, and we'll pretty much be seeing bikes minute upon minute as they travel back through. Three of the bigger classes for juniors here. Obviously, we will be running the J... J4s. And there's the first of our bikes back. And that's Harley Hutton. Time for him, a 14-minute 28.71. 14 minutes 28.71. Next bike through, let's have a look as we grab the next one in line. And there goes Hutton through. And here we go. Next one to go through to grab a time, that would be the bike of Nate Munro. Time for Munro, a 14 minutes 58.00, so just shy of 15 minutes. So it's a better part of about 30 seconds that Hutton has in front of Munro. I reckon the next bike through we'd be looking for would probably be Thomas Devlin, and that would be... let's have a look here. Jet Avard. Jet Avard at 15.21. Right behind Avard is Jack Wilson. Riley Walker on the pin behind him. Have a look at this as they charge up that main straight, clipping one of those poles we were just talking about earlier. And one of our marshals will upright that for us. Goggle change, and there's the boys in the Yamaha group there doing what they need to do to get him mobile again. Yeah, I'd be ducking as well if it was me. And you can see again, quick look over his shoulder before he went through. Completion of lap for Riley Walker, Thomas Devlin through, Trip Smith through, Hayden Detling through, Blake Brown through, Asher Murphy through, Cooper Danaher through, Riley Delaney through, all of those guys under the 15-minute mark. Zed McCulkey, 15.05, 15.57 for Clancy Connor, 16.17 for Darcy Oakes. So now we're really starting to pack the field with riders that are getting times put down. Here we go. Liam Harris Welch through on a 16.25.77. Jake Travis Kearney would probably be next, I would think, to come through. And as you can see up on your screen there, Harley Hutton through. Behind him, Nate Munro and Riley Delaney. They're your top three that we've seen in J4 class. Not a lot separating them. 15.26, 16 neat and 16.09. So the better part of about, 35, 38 seconds separating those three in their order.
Just going to pop a few shout-outs that are coming through via the channels here.
We've got your hardest.
Shout-out to Dan Mole and Johnny Greers from Dusty and Miles, which is fantastic to see. Another one saying, go Felix, cheers, Gervy, Ollie Flower, Miles Henderson and Logan Clue. Shout out for you also from Jack. So if you have someone out there that you would love to give some hype to their pit crew or them out there, definitely send them through. Make sure you drop a comment on any of the content that you're seeing, especially via the Casterton Motorcycle Club.
And let us know where you're hailing from too, where you're watching us from.
Yeah, that's always
out
interesting.
There as well.
Good pace through this pit area here. Lots of movement happening.
Well, we had a moment, Beck. We actually went through talking about the fast lane and the slow lane, which is the entry into the pit zone.
Yep.
And how when you do travel back into the fast lane, that you've got to make sure you give way to the fast guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different to your road laws out on the circuit as you are when you drive out on the road. It's not about just getting into the fast lane. It's about giving the guy who's fast in the fast lane the right of way.
Yep.
Before you then follow on behind.
Yep.
The PSP Motorsports guys on screen at the moment.
Lots of goggle changes, freshies on.
There's a lot of that going on out there right now. And that looks like it's the 638 bike, I think it might be.
Yep, sure is, and he's away.
At 6:39, I reckon it was, of Luke Patton. So Patton's back on deck again. As we watch some of them contend with that, well, let's just call it less than desirable location to be in, but unfortunately it's part of what the racetrack is today, and they've just got to keep on the gas, right?
Depends on their style and their preference, but some people really rise to the occasion in these conditions. So yeah, it's good to see.
And that was the 81 bike we could see down there before. Rightio, starting to see some more times lob. Let's have a quick look. Looks like Henderson through, Brown, Charlie Hyde through, Wiley, Stewart home for a completion of first lap. Cooper Noakes, Angus Tyndall through on a 17-minute 4.81 seconds. Isaac Schultz through, Tyler Eagle through, Mack and Hengstraberger home, completion of first lap for him, a 19:13.18. Harvey McKay, Lockie Chaplin, Archie Whelan, Elijah Cameron, Cooper Downing, Logan Clue through with a 19-minute 33.22. Charlie Rayson through an 18 minutes 56.66.
Shout out to the kid Leroy. He is sitting on his couch, fire at home. His feedback to us is the live stream is sick, not missing out and sitting in front of the fire. That sounds like really desirable conditions at home there. But if you're free and you're around Casterton, this area, definitely get trackside. Come watch this. There is so much left on, so many areas that you can spectate from. There's a full food court too. Unreal.
Mate, I saw a full pig on a spit over there earlier on this morning that they're going to carve up today.
Tonight for the Cross-Rutted Moto Show.
Can you
live.
believe it?
Unreal. We've actually got some lunch down there from the RSL, Casterton RSL fellas, especially Peter down there. He's sent down a pie for the voice in the commentary box, which he's put some tomato sauce on it, sent a Coke. So shout out to the RSL. They're always legends of every town and underpin a lot of the community stuff that happens down here. So yeah, shout out to those guys and all the other food vendors down there working hard to keep everyone fed, happy and warm with everything that they're creating.
It's a great atmosphere down here, it really is. And the people here at the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club have done a wonderful job of making sure that this event continues to grow and becomes bigger and bigger.
A few more shout outs coming through. We've got a shout out to the On the Bopper podcast and to the Crunchy Cup crew from Condo hailing out of there. There's a few Condo kids out here ripping around and focusing out there on their track. So shout out to those in the Condo crew in New South Wales and Central West New South Wales. Yeah. Few familiar faces missing, but we'll hope to see them back next time.
Well, they're still charging through and still dropping laps up on the time board here. Pretty incredible, really, to be watching what they're up against here. I don't think it'll be long before we start seeing some of the girls coming through. I would be picturing it'll be probably someone like Olivia Johnson, maybe Alexi Cameron, Pepper Johnson or Cody Kerr, maybe even Asher Nuttall that we'll see with some of the girls. But my money's probably on Olivia Johnson at the moment. She'd be
very
probably
strong
the
competitor.
Quickest in the JG class for the girls here today.
All of these girls getting a really, really great experience with this terrain. It's always good.
Olivia Johnson through on a 20.9 20.04.
Oh, wow.
And look at this. Alexi Cameron, a 20 neat, 20.1,
Wow.
20.00108, a 22.45 for Charlie McGinty. So that's some of the guys now in class. So I reckon we're probably looking for, as I said before, probably Asher Nuttall, Pepper Johnson. That's sensational effort for Olivia Johnson to go through. I think she's something like 71st bike across that line to complete the first lap in amongst all the guys. Now, she must have passed a ton of people to get to where she is there. That is
She's
a
out there
really
thriving, isn't she, in those
solid
conditions? Good on you, Olivia.
Yeah, this is really tough for these competitors to deal with. It's not been easy today, but you know what? A victory here today is a real victory.
Absolutely. And not that you need those really, not that you need steg pegs, for long straights here, but you sort of need those to just anchor you today, to keep you on. We've got our club president stepping into the box for a quick chat. If we could just invite him on for a moment. I know he's got a very busy schedule. He's been running around and we've been catching him at little bits and pockets of time, so we're stealing a couple of minutes' time. Welcome on. Locke, how are you?
Good, thanks, Beck. Thanks for having me.
How is your Tyndalltown? Have a go at this. Casterton Motorcycle Club, it's popping off.
There's a lot going on.
There is a lot.
Yeah, riders look happy. A bit of mud, a lot of sand. Good
conditions.
Yeah, good conditions. Yep. Good variety, I'd say.
Yep, there's a real mixed bag of people saying, conditions are tough or conditions are really perfect, but we've got a mono here coming through the pit lane, so he's pretty happy this one. Lots going on for you, though. You're always putting everyone first. When you've got your own pit lane going on as well, you're managing a race, but you're also doing a bit of a check-in here and there. Is there a chief honcho in the pit area?
I've got a very good wife, thankfully, in there, looking after everything. And a very supportive group of friends that help me as well at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are someone that's people that you need behind the scenes and a network, and that's what motorsport's all about, is that community, around and support each other when, people like yourself step up in the area that you need.
Just quickly, guys, a seven lap race, this one, so they need to do 7 in total for this one to complete, so...
Beautiful.
Hey, Lockie, quick question for you, for me. In the lead up, we know for the last week there's been a lot of work being done out here for, the final preparation for the event. But an event like this, I know what it's like. It's not just a week in front of it and we turn up and we do what we need to do and we get on with life. It's not that at all. Your event starts pretty much at the end of this weekend, right? It takes a whole year to put the debrief. What do we get right? What do we get wrong? What are the bits that you do in that lead up for that whole year? Because, mate, it's incredible and it doesn't just happen.
No, it doesn't. There's a hell of a lot of work. We'll probably have a debriefing post event, go through what worked, what didn't work, what we'd like to change. There's normally just little things come out of it, bits where safety could be made a little bit better, things like that, just a little change here or there, nothing major, and then any feedback we get, really. We love feedback from the crowd. They're here to have fun and ride, and we want to know what they want.
Yeah, and it also goes beyond just the racing at the track. Casterton offers this whole other layer that I've never seen at an event myself before. Even if it is an overnight event that you're staying and camping together, you guys put on entertainment of the evening to sort of cool it down, keep it casual. There's this country layer that's really nice to jump into. Yeah, tell us more about that. How did that actually eventuate?
I don't really know, to be honest. It's just evolved, I suppose. Yeah. The club's a family orientated club, and I suppose the family feel just pushes through to the event, and I really don't know.
Yeah, it's personally looking in, I feel you're really capturing what motorsport really needs, and that's to bring people in, bring people to the track. And we appreciate everyone that's watching from home on their live stream, tuning in, giving shout outs and some really great feedback coming in. But actually being here in the atmosphere is such a props to you and your team. It's absolutely amazing. The likes of VORC are offering competitions and things like that of the evenings, and then Crossrider Moto Show live tonight.
I think it's really, really special, because I know, I can speak from experience. How do we have a Friday night entertainment night as well? But there's a reason for that, and that's because we've got to scrutineer something like about 850 bikes, right?
Yep.
Which is a much bigger event. But this last night was a true entertainment night.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like you guys were scrutineering or doing anything in the lead up to that. It was pretty much, just the entertainment piece on its own last night, right? Which was really, really cool. There's some great footage the guys are capturing. There's someone down in the muck there.
I think our leader has just hit the deck. Nate Munro out the back there.
We'll see if we can grab a number in a minute and we'll have a look. But, that entertainment piece is really pivotal for all of the families to understand what's going on, and sets the tone for what the weekend's about.
It does. Look, Jess does a fantastic job with those games on a Friday night, and the sponsors, without VORC's sponsors, they wouldn't happen.
Absolutely.
We're grateful for everything they provide.
Yep.
And the other thing I'd like to touch on while I've got a moment with you as well is the local council. I know how hard it is with local council to put events and things on, and there's so many bits in the background that people would not have a clue that they have control or benefit with to keep going. So there's your lead rider in young Munro, the 762.
Watching his back closely.
He was second out there, I think, and we'll just keep an eye on there. You're right, he has had a fall, and it looks like he's going to mop himself up the best way he can. But look, he's got another 5 odd laps or 6 laps to complete now. So
and carrying an injury at the moment, so we hope Nate's all right.
Yep.
He looks all right.
There's the fast fuel we were talking about. We'll see that as it pours the fuel into that rig nice and fast. There we go.
He's looking paced and not too hurried, which is fantastic to see. He's keeping his, cool, calm, collected. Fantastic.
Yeah, so council very, very supportive. We're the Glenelg Shire. We're extremely lucky to have them, and let us do what we're doing here. I know there's issues in other areas of the state where it's extremely hard to run a motorcycle event now, and these guys are so supportive of it. It's fantastic.
100%. Yep. And I think that also comes down to the fact that the team putting this event together are looking at all of the peripheral things to make sure that everything's run tight, it's safe, it delivers, and because it's so successful like that, it brings people into the region. So there's a win-win for everybody, including council, right?
Yeah, hopefully people. We've got people here from Queensland, New South Wales.
Yeah, everywhere.
I think WA.
Yep.
Hopefully they love it here and they want to come back again.
Absolutely, we sure do.
And I know I look at it from my point of view. We've got people out on the live stream today that are watching and may never have come to the event. What we need to do is we need to continue to show them what the colour is here to bring them here, because these sorts of events are not complete until you've come to the event and seen it for yourself.
Yeah, you do have to see it for yourself. It's unreal. The scenes here that we're seeing, there's a whole new layer that's, in and amongst the people. So many stories.
Some of that footage, he's pretty good, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, I'm mesmerised by it, to be honest. The drone guy's doing a fantastic job. Luke from Rural IT in Millicent.
Yep.
Trust me,
it's amazing what he's getting on here. I've never actually sat down and watched any of the footage, to be honest with you.
Join us more
I think
often.
we've probably had 5 or 6 years of big screen now, and this is the first time I've ever watched any of it apart from after the event. So it's pretty cool to be seeing it live.
Trust me, he's dodged some trees today with his drone. It has been spectacular, and I actually think one of them I saw him part through the trees. He is a gun, this guy.
And we have to acknowledge too, he's a formalised, he's a pilot. He's a pilot operator, and that's some of that behind the scenes that we were discussing. Is it's not just a matter of jumping on a headset and driving it. He's a full-on pilot.
He is fully CASA certified.
Yep. So that's incredible.
Well, I think we've been pretty lucky to probably snag you for a handful of minutes because typically someone knows where you are and they come hunting
now
you,
they're
right?
hearing you.
You've probably got away with it for a little bit with us today, but we do really appreciate you taking the time, Lockie, to take us through a handful of things that you see from your perspective for what this event is about for us.
Can I just quickly, John, give a shout out to the committee, all our sweep riders, sponsors, helpers, food vendors, anyone that I've forgotten, because they're as big a part of this event as they are the event. Without these guys, we can't run. So the committee has been, the amount of hours gone into this is just phenomenal.
Yep.
I tried to keep track of it one year and I ended up giving up. I lost track at about 1,000 hours prior to the event without the weekend itself.
Yep.
So.
And that wouldn't have been close to the event either,
No,
right?
it wasn't.
It's all the little details. The little details that you guys do. Like, it's freezing down here, but God, we're warm in temperature and we're warm in heart too, because it's just, you know, these little Casterton fire pits and things like that. It's just nothing's forgotten here. So yeah, absolutely, shout out to the team. And if you happen to see a few that want to come and join us up here, please send them our way. We'd love to hear direct from the club and committee.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple in mind. I reckon we get in here today sometime.
Sounds good.
Trouble with most of your volunteers and that, they don't want to come anywhere near it, but there will be a couple, right? But they're the heart and soul of what brings this event to everybody, and the very fact that there's people online today watching this event from afar. It's because of those people that allow this to occur and happen. So
absolutely,
we're very, very appreciative of what they give. And they've all given time out of their family lives, right? They've got their own families to do things with and all the bits that go with it, but they surrender that as a family to provide it for this sort of thing. So it's incredible.
Absolutely, it is. It's fantastic. Without these guys and girls, the event just wouldn't happen. Simple as that.
100%.
All right, I better get back to the UHS.
Yeah, lots of
John.
people
Thanks,
are after
Bex.
you right now.
See you later.
Run
Good on
before
you
they
guys.
find you.
Yeah, of course, Lockie Tyndall, who's the club president, and it's the old story, you know, like problems have got to go somewhere and they do get fixed, but there's not that many that I've seen through the week this week so far, so it's been pretty solid in
His
the way
pit lane
they've
is so
provided
relaxed
it.
too, like so relaxed. Yeah, if you could, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Someone kicked his tail in total. Wasn't up straight. Lucky you kept saying provisional.
Another time he actually ducked.
What's
it's just, I couldn't care less. I feel it up. I spot you. Whenever you do those out here, always take that. Rightio, we'll throw to you, Beck.
So down here with Maddie Healy, she's just had a really quick turnaround from Fink. Maddie, how are you feeling? Are you feeling rested enough to get on and give it all this weekend?
Yeah, always. You know, this race is such a great event. I'm definitely still feeling it a little bit from Fink, but, you know, I'm excited to get out there and shake off the nerves and, yeah.
Absolutely. So Queen of the Desert, but Queen of the Sand here because it's known for its sandstorm. And then you've got Hatter in 2 weeks. So it's sort of like a leapfrog. It's like bouncing through these events. Tell us, what's your, you know, with what you can share, what's your recovery process?
No, it's kind of just get back home, try to get in your routine as much as I can and get back on the bike. Like coming from Fink, it's such a different thing to what we're doing today. So trying to get used to turning again and just back into that different sort of technique. So I've only ridden the bike twice back at home, like because by the time you travel home and you know get back to work as well, like it's just been hard to get bike time. But yeah, I'm keen to get out there, get a few turns under my belt, and yeah.
Absolutely, and obviously celebrate a bit of success there. Like obviously not too much time for partying and stuff, but like you know it's good to see you back here and ready to go, shape up. You look fresh as, ready to go, so that's always got to be positive. But are you in the right mindset and feeling really prepped and ready?
Yeah, I think last year I partied a little bit too hard, so this year I really kept it quite straight. I didn't really, have much of a celebration at all. So I'm looking forward to Hatta. That's another main goal of mine, so it's kind of concentration on that, and yeah.
Getting down to business always, and you and your persona here, you're very recognised around all the tracks and races and things, so to see yourself rise from where you've come from in juniors, enlighten us for those who don't necessarily know who you are. Where did you start?
I started racing when I was 6, just doing motocross. So I had a motocross background. I had a desert race all through growing up, and I think as I hit senior, I still enjoyed the Pro-Mex, but I think I fell out of the love of it a little bit. It got a little bit too serious. So I went to that off-road scene a little bit last year, did a few rounds, and 3 years ago I did my first Fink, and that come of its success. So yeah, I kind of carried that through, and yeah, now to this day, like, it's been such an awesome thing, and like to come to these events like the Vic Off-Road and the Oz Enduro, like so many great people around you, anyone's happy to support you, so yeah, it's so much fun out here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a different atmosphere here at Casterton. There's all different layers to say. You can't really compare any of them to each other, can you? Because they're all brilliant, but they all bring something different that's, brings you back each time. What's something that, if you were to describe as your favourite Casterton little element, what is it?
I think it's just the atmosphere, like it's a serious race, but it's not serious. Like, I think the enjoyment of the people around you, it's just, yeah, it's so fun. The sand, it's a different track altogether, so it brings a different element, as you said, like Fink's different again, Hatta's different again, so it's just great fun out there, really, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for your time. I'll let you get prepped for what you need to do for later on today, and cannot wait to see you swing off the back of this machine like you did a couple of weeks ago. Different style maybe to our track out here, but yeah, thank you so much. Is there any sponsors that you would like to thank while we've got you here for getting you to the track?
Yeah, of course. Like, I got a massive team behind me. Bormore, he's a massive sponsor of mine. And TuneTech Suspension, he gets this thing dialed every time. VIPT Lifestyle, he's gets me fit, ready for these races. Midas Tyres, we got Prime Design steer kits, and yeah, look, there's a whole bunch of people to name off. Sometimes it's quite hard, but yeah, it's awesome team behind me.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Queen of the Desert, we'll see if you're Queen of the Sand today. All the best.
Thank you.
Really good, awesome. I'm starstruck actually. Thank you.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. Well, the good news is that we have Harley Hutton through. Harley Hutton's gone through for completion of third lap. We are waiting for the next bike in line, which will be Nate Munro. You can see on screen there. And if we look at the time for Harley Hutton in the total time column there, right in the middle of the bottom part of your screen there, a 45:47.19 tells me that if you do 3 laps, it's roughly 15 minutes a hit, give or take a handful of seconds. His last lap, a 15:23.41. So really on cue. Looking now for, I would think, either Nate Munro or Riley Walker to come through. They're the next two in line between second and third bikes on track to complete 3. And here we go. They've gone through a 16:33.46 and a 16:14.03 for Munro and Walker respectively. So therefore the faster of the two. Riley Walker putting down a 16:14 versus the 16:33 for Nate Munro. If we look at total times, a 14:58.00 for Nate Munro and a 15:21.6. So therefore Nate Munro still overall sitting in second. As we watch bike number 130, I reckon that was sitting out there dealing with the excessive mud areas there. Looked like a 130 anyway to me, and that bike obviously having some issues down there. And you see they're still dealing with some of that rough terrain and very wet and muddy conditions that are there. So on 3 laps now, we've had Jed Avard through, Hayden Detling through, Jack Wilson through, Blake Brown through, and Thomas Devlin through. Waiting on Riley Delaney and probably Asher Murphy to complete 3, and they do that as I've spoken. So there you go, right on cue. It looked like it might have been the 151 there. That mud's making it very, very hard to grab a handle on some of the riders with those numbers almost totally obscured from our ability to pick any clarity in them. And as I said earlier on this morning, big thank you must go to, of course, the Muirs Concreting Group for their sponsorship to the Victorian Off-Road Championships, and Yamaha Australia for their Australian Enduro Championship sponsorship as well. Fantastic to have both those top groups on board here this weekend. I reckon that's the 27 charging through there of Liam Mason. Mason, of course, keeping it right on the pin. I would say his team in the pit area would be waiting patiently for that bike to come back in. They'll be very, very keen to see him in that area as he takes some staggered lines around that outside edge to make sure that he keeps clear of some of the worst rutted areas there. The 238 going through. That was Cooper Danaher going through. And here we go. Pit crew in to do work on what's required. Refuel going on for that bike there. I reckon that might have been, is that the 630? And they're away. There's the Mason bike. He's pulled up for a refuel as well. It's one of the girls by the look of the JG class. We'll see if we can't get a number off of that in a moment. Not able to pick up that in any form of clarity whatsoever. And that would be the Mason bike right now, the 27 that you can see on deck. And he's away. Wow, attacking that with some vigour. Looks like that might be the 435 bike there of Mac Dyson. I reckon he's out of Echuca, this guy. Having a real rip-hot go, or red-hot go out there on the Husqvarna. Over to you, Beck.
So down here with Gerald Carney, tell us, how did Jack just shape up then in his pit stop? We've seen a quick little cross there. Looked pretty smooth. How's he going?
Yeah, he's battling a bit. It's pretty muddy out there. Done 3 pretty good laps, but it's just can't see. So he's done goggles already a couple of times, and yeah, he's out to the end of the race now.
Yeah, beautiful. So vision is a bit of an impairment out there. Is that the only, hardship that he's facing out there?
Yeah, just lappers and vision. Yeah, if that get quick laps in without them, but yeah, that's the name of the game. Just try and keep it clear and get through them.
Yeah, beautiful. But the actual machinery is holding up, which is fantastic in these conditions as well. Tell us, whereabouts are you guys from, and what's your local club?
We're from a place called Blaney near Bathurst in New South Wales. We don't really have a local club, you'd say Bathurst Orange.
Yep.
So big drive to come over and compete.
Yeah. You frequent the Central West New South Wales sort of circuit and area around there, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you do New South Wales rounds, come down to a Vic occasionally, very well run down here, so enjoy the Vics. You obviously do the Australian as well, so.
Fantastic. And are you heading to Hatter in the next couple of weeks?
We're not going. We're going to go overseas instead. So he's lucky he's got a big brother that lives in Sweden, so he's going to a couple over there.
Oh, fantastic. You might be able to see a little bit of motorsport over there, so that's fantastic. Tell us, has he got any sponsors? And, you know, obviously you're his pit crew, so he'd say a huge thank you to you. And Dad's the OG of a pit lane, really. Mums get into it too, but seeing you here and helping him trackside would be a comfort in itself. But tell us, have you got any sponsors and other people in crew? I can see a crew here that are ready to jump in. Can you shout out or give them a bit of thanks?
Yeah, very lucky. Our business helps a lot, but Dakin Australia help him out. Yamaha, a few local DJM suspension help him with his bike. Fox, so there's quite a few. I'll probably miss some there, but they're the majors.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely DJM, they're unreal.
Yeah, I will say Dubbo City and Mudgee Power Sports, Yamaha. Alex from there really does help out a lot, so yeah, appreciate his help.
Beautiful, thank you so much, and thanks for making the trip to Casterton. It's been a long one, but people like yourself are the OGs of getting here and making this event come to life, so thank you very much.
No, thank you, and it's good to see you guys out here supporting it. We need to get more eyes.
Beautiful, thank you, and back to commentary. Thank you for watching.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. That's a great insight as to what's happening from some of these people travelling from right up in the top half or the central parts of New South Wales to come down to be here for the Casterton Sandstorm here this year for 2026. Well, we've been watching on camera here as well while that interview is going on. There's quite a few that are dealing with some of the very muddy terrain out there. I reckon that's the 254 there. And that's really struggling through the mud there. $7.24 by the look of it. I reckon it's $7.25 for Shayla Graham on the Husqvarna out of Gippsland, that one. And really having some issues with what's there. Keep an eye on Harley Hutton, though. Hutton's completed 3 laps, and he did the last one in a 15 minutes 23.41 seconds. We'll throw to you, Beck.
You're right. So down here with Eli, he is wearing a awesome little get-up here. It's from Little Rippers, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep. Do you love wearing this brand?
I love wearing this brand because it has my name and initials.
Unreal. So this little brand is a off-road motorcycle label that does like custom gear that you can, you know, purchase hoodies, merchandise, soft shell moto gear. We might get you to turn around and do a little spin there. Nicknamed Cookie with his custom number. Do you run a 16, do you?
I do.
Fantastic. Now tell us, what bike do you ride?
65 in the JJs.
Fantastic. And how'd you go this morning?
We got 8.
That's unreal.
And yeah, it's a bit sandy and muddy, but still very good conditions.
Beautiful. So you don't mind it a little bit, you know, wet out there. You still cope pretty well, but do you just like roll the throttle on, just go for it anyway?
Exactly what I like doing.
That's unreal. Look, thanks for your time, Eli. Can you give a shout out to who you're actually watching this weekend?
I'm watching Dad and some other friends, and just love my hometown Dubbo, and yeah.
Shout out Dubbo City.
Yep, motorcycles.
Fantastic. Thanks, Eli. And back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. Yeah, well, sounds like there's a couple of pretty coolly dressed dudes out there, courtesy of the Little Rippers brand. So well done, guys. Awesome to have you involved. Okay, we might kick through some of the classes. J3 leader at the moment, it looks like it's Levi Rossi. Total time elapsed at this stage is a 48 minutes 28.8, and I think the fastest lap that Levi's managed to drop down has been a 15 minutes 17.4. Behind Levi we find the bike of Kai Kinsella, overall time of 49 minutes 49.292. Third in class so far provisionally again Chase Weston, a time there of Chase Weston, a time of 49 minutes 51.38, fastest lap time of 15 minutes 20.06. Scroll down into the next class, which is the J4 class. This is 15-year-olds, 125 to 200 two-strokes and 200 to 254 strokes. We find Harley Hutton, leader in the class there. Total time for him is a 45 minutes 47.19 seconds. He would be due for his fourth lap very, very shortly, given the timeline that we're talking to right now, with his fastest lap being a 14 minute 28.71. Nate Munro, second in class so far, lapse time for him, a total of 48 minutes 17.57. And then Riley Walker right behind him on a time of 48 minutes 20.39. So not a lot separating them in that class, although Harley Hutton looks like he's got a pretty solid stranglehold on that one. We'll move into our JG class now, which is our girls. This is for girls 12 to under 16, 85 to 200cc two-stroke, and from 150 to 250cc four-strokes. Sees Lorna Locke, the leader at the moment, with a total time after completing 3 laps. Only one of the girls so far to complete 3 laps. A total time of 56 minutes 34.62. Her fastest lap was a 17 minute 27.61. Behind her we find the bike of Jessie Harris. 2 laps completed there, time of 43 minutes 11.63. Fastest lap for Jessie at 20 minutes 8.77 second lap. And third in class Olivia Johnson. Total time looks like it's a 43.25.10, which is only thereabouts something like 14 seconds in arrears, so not a lot separating. And her best time, a 20-minute lap time, 20 minutes 4.48, which was only 4 seconds or thereabouts off the pace from Jessie Harris. So that's all looking pretty solid for them as they charge off. So, yeah, looking pretty good so far in classes as everyone's continuing to motor through. Looks like that was bike number 19 going through there. Wait patiently for them to come back. We'll have another look at the front panel, because sometimes the jersey doesn't match the bike, and I reckon that'll be the case in this one. I reckon that one's like a 152 or something in class. I might be wrong. There you go. I reckon it's the number 6 of Kogan Lock with the Raceline Motorcycles and 4-stroke Performance Centre. The Gas hailing out of Victoria. Over to you, Beck.
Down here trackside with a local competitor from the Casterton Motorcycle Club who's doing big things and big moves out here. Michaela Reese, welcome, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super keen to get on the track. It looks great, a bit wet, but yeah, I'm super excited.
Fantastic, and you've got a bit of a home advantage here. Have you cut a few laps of this? Can you count the laps that you've been around, or is it just endless now? You've been able to be here and get it done?
Oh, well, I've been out here for a few years. There's parts of the track that we use just for our normal club day, which I get to ride out, which is super nice. And then obviously the sand here I'm pretty used to, which is really good. Definitely helps a lot. So yeah, I'm really keen.
Beautiful. And tell us, where did you start with your motorcycling journey? Like, has it been recent that you've jumped on the bike and achieved good things, or have you started from younger and built yourself up?
I've been riding since I was probably around 6, racing a bit later on, but only recently have I started to see some good results. So yeah.
Unreal, and the club are extremely proud of you, especially not only as just a local junior competitor, but as a upcoming woman that they're extremely proud of. It's fantastic to see someone like yourself as a role model to that younger generation. Do you get them involved amongst the juniors and the younger girls that are below you around the club?
Yeah, it's definitely good. We have got a few girls in the club. It's great to see them getting out. Yeah, I want to influence as many girls as I can because it's such a good sport to get into. So seeing like today here how many junior girls lined up, it was really good to see.
Fantastic, and you've got that power to do that, and I know that the club are backing you for that exact reason, not only just on track but off track in your club and what's happening there. So fantastic work. You've got someone accompanying you, which is your, I'm going to say your team manager at the moment, is that correct?
Yeah.
So we've got Leighton here. Leighton, how are you?
Yeah, no, very good. Yeah, excited. I'm looking forward to seeing Michaela ride today, so it should be good. Conditions are a bit mixed, I suppose, but no, I should be able to do it. It'll be right.
Yeah, it's actually starting to brighten up and get a little bit warm. So tell us, Leighton, like you've been around the hood, I suppose, for a little while. How does this track change up as the, it's had its rain last night, it's starting to warm, and now how does it change and differ?
Yeah, it's got a bit of everything. Obviously we had that rainfall event there early on, so there's some real wet areas, boggy areas. Then you get in some real deep grey sand. That's probably some of the best riding that you'll do. Later on it really will chop up though, and it'll be really rough for the seniors. A little bit of slick stuff in the quarries as well. So everything. Yeah.
I've heard that the quarry's only just been filled up again. Like it's been a while since that's seen water in it.
Yeah, we haven't had rain or decent rain here for a couple of years really. So it's only the last 6 weeks we've been starting to get something. So yeah, there'll be definitely some water in there. But should have a solid base, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Fantastic. Look, thanks for your time. I know that you've got a race ahead, so and prep for what's to come for you. So best of luck. It's fantastic to see you here and get after it because we're all watching you. No pressure, but get out there and do your best. And we can't wait to see you rip around and just give it all you've got.
Thank you.
One more thing though, sorry. Do you have any sponsors or any thank yous that you wish to extend?
Well, obviously I'd like to say a big thanks to Mum and Dad because they do so much for me. I wouldn't be able to get out here without them. I'd like to thank Greenie from Ride Tune. He's put a lot of work into my bike. Rex from Fuel Talk set it up really good for this weekend and weekends in the future. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
See ya.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. Great bit of work there, talking to some of the rising stars in class, and of course the girls' class is now so well represented. It's just great to have them on board. Alrighty, let's have a quick look. 4 laps completed for Harley Hutton, also 4 for Nate Munro and Jet Avard in that order. Cascading down a little further, we find Riley Walker, Hayden Detling and Levi Rossi in that order with 4 completed. Chase Weston, Jake Brown, Jack Wilson and Riley Delaney and Thomas Devlin, Zed McCulkey, Asher Murphy, Cooper Danaher, all completing 4. As the screen shows there, we're waiting for Kai Kinsella. This will be the next one that we'd need to see, obviously, in our class today in this one. These guys, of course, riding in the J4 class. The sun out now, some of the areas are starting to dry out, and we could almost say that there's a potential that we might end up with a little bit of dust in some of the areas, because we can see it is now starting to really dry out. Some of the areas down near the start line won't dry out in a hurry, but in amongst all the trees and the like, we may very well see that. 117 Clancy O'Connor going through. That's the Dubbo entry. Some more of our sweep riders and volunteers who help ensure that the event runs smoothly. That was a 27 of Liam Mason that went through there on the Yamaha. Big thanks to Rural IT Solutions for their connections here this weekend. Another of our great sponsors who've been looking after us here for a while now. It's fantastic to have them involved here this weekend. One on the deck there. Let's have a look, see if we can't find a number on that one. Some awesome drone work from Luke. You see that dirt there coming off the back end of that bike now, starting to dry out. Big thanks to the guys from Screenshot Big Screens as well for this weekend. They've been down here keeping an eye on getting some of the footage that we're shooting here live on our live stream across to the big screen within the compound here, so all the spectators can get a good handle on everything that's transpiring out there. Over to you, Beck.
Down here with Mark Arrowsmith from down in Melbourne, actually prominently from Melton though, because you've got this jumper on here. Tell us, what's your connection to Matt Jones Motorcycles?
I do. I actually work for Matt. I do his speedway parts for him and look after that for all the boys. We've got a few of our customers over in Europe at the moment racing the SGP3 titles in the 250 world titles.
Absolutely, that'd be Cooper Antone and
Nate Smith are over there, and well, forgive me, there's another rider over there who my brain is escaping me.
How good though?
Make it, but yeah.
How good that we've got Aussies over there representing for Speedway. We've got a SGP meeting on this weekend, which if you are a Speedway avid listener, there's actually a Speedway page where you can do like footy tipping, but have Speedway Grand Prix footy tipping that you can do for yourself, like put your own tips in for who you think's going to win the SGP. So
yeah, exactly, and some really good up-and-comers coming up, like Bo Bailey coming up into it, and Brady Kurtz hopefully has better luck this year and gets it done. Aussies are doing really well.
Absolutely, he's my tip definitely for this weekend. But look, stepping away from Speedway though, your daughter is out on track at the moment. How's she doing?
She's doing well. She's on a 125 running JG3. She's only short, so the mud's making it a bit difficult for her, but she's smiling and having a go.
Absolutely, that's fantastic. She rips into it. Has she started in this class? Is it like she picked up motorcycling, or is it obviously already been in her blood?
She's got two older twin brothers as well, so she's been chasing them around since 50s. But yeah, she loves it, loves the sport, loves coming out and meeting the others and the events that they put on.
Fantastic, and she's often seen what the boys have gone through, so she's muscled up and gone, you know what, I can do this too.
She's always out to beat the boys.
Absolutely, I love that. That's fantastic. Will she have a bit of a Speedway, step over there?
Probably not. probably not dedicated enough to go down that path.
Yeah, but she's very into this series, and it's obviously her jam, this off-road circuit. Is this what she's done throughout all of her experience?
Like a lot of parents, we started off with motocross.
Yep.
I come from an off-road background, so I sort of got tired of motocross and that and went more to off-road and dragged the kids with me. So, yeah, that's where we're gone.
Fantastic. Well, look, thanks for being trackside, and while she's out there, is there anyone that you can shout out on her behalf? Obviously, she'd owe you a massive thank you for always being here when she stops in and having her goggles, her water bottle, everything ready there on the table to go. But beyond you, is there people behind the scenes that help you and her get to these events on the weekend and set it up as good as they can?
Well, obviously, yeah, family, we do a lot for her, but you know, her grandparents look after her as well, and Nana and Grandma. Matt Jones Motorcycles looks after us as well, and Midas Tyres help us out really, really well. So we're really appreciative of all their work.
Beautiful. Well, I wish her all the best this weekend, and definitely go, you guys. I'm definitely after this, catching up with her when she gets back. So thank you for your time and for being in pit, and it was awesome to see MJM in the pit at the off-roads.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. Yeah, Matt Jones Motorcycle's been around for the better part of 10 or 12 years now as the primary dealer for Kawasaki, I believe Honda, and a number of other brands in Speedway as well, in the Melton region, hailing out of the outer suburbs of Melbourne. So, yeah, good to have the Arrowsmith family here this weekend, Addison and her team. Rightio, going back to classes. Let's have a quick look in classes now. So in our J4 class, we find Harley Hutton still in the lead with 4 laps completed. He must be due for another lap to be put up for 5. Behind him, Nate Munro, Jet Avard, Riley Walker and Hayden Detling. It's a top 4 in our J4 class. We move on now to the guys in the next class, which of course is the moving to J4. So we did J3. We go into the J4 class now. Go into J4 now. Looking like J3, Levi Rossi, followed by Chase Weston and Kai Kinsella, with Miles Henderson and Harvey McKay. They're your top 5 in J3 for under 13 to under 15s. With our leader being Levi Rossi. Move down now into the J4 class we covered. We move into JG class now. In the JG class we have Lorna Locke currently leading, 3 laps completed, followed by Olivia Johnson, Jessie Harris, Caitlin Aquilina and Alexi Cameron. They're your top 5 in the girls class as well. For the JGs, which is girls 12 to under 16. So yeah, kicking along beautifully in classes now as we chase through. Footage proudly brought to you by the team of the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club. Of course, here at the Casterton 2006 Sandstorm. Here's the 85 bike over there having a couple of issues. As I said, big thank you to Screenshot, Big Screens here this weekend, of course, and the team of here at Rural IT Solutions who do all of our drone footage as well. big thank you to Daniel, of course, Luke, Marcus, and all of the team that are looking after us here this weekend, bringing you all the live footage. We'll throw now to you, Beck, for your next interview. Beck, over to you.
Down here with Corinda in pit lane now. Often you see the dads doing their bike thing, but Moto Mums also play a vital part in the pits, which I caught Corinda in the act. She was doing some filming. She's just fixed up the snacks. She's loading the table. She is the backboard, right? Corinda, tell us, what's your usual process in the pits when everyone's got their set jobs and one thing to do, you're focusing on multiple? What's your process?
Usually Benji gives us a bit of a rundown of what he wants us to do before he goes out, but obviously things change during the race. He gets arm pump really bad sometimes, so that's what he just had, the pickle juice. He has a pickle juice and that seems to fix it for him, but usually it's a goggle change or today he's had bloody 2 glove changes and just whatever he wants really. They just come in and scream at you and are like, where's this and where's that and whatever, so you just got to be ready to go with everything.
Yeah, ready to go with the bark. Look, we're actually going to take our camera to have a bit of a look near your table here. Can you point out some of that pickle juice that you were talking about? Would you be able to show us some of that? We've got, pickle juice. So tell us more about that with cramps. I'd never picked that.
Yeah, well, it's actually something that Benji's older brother uses in football. He cramps a lot and it's just supposed to be like a shock to the nervous system, some messages to the brain to make it go, okay, like snap out of whatever it's doing. So
that's unreal.
Really understand it. Some people just put it in their mouth and spit it out, but Benji swallows it. It's gross. But yeah, usually any type of gel or like boys like these gels, energy gels, there's like obviously caffeine ones or just an energy or carb shot. But yeah, just they all have their own individual thing that they like to do.
Fantastic, and where it's proven, like you never know it until you try it, and mums know it all. So that's why I came and hunted you down, because there's a full system going on here that is really systematic. They've got the tools, you've got extra gear here, so they come in and they bark that they need goggles. They're on demand. They've just been picked up and put back down, ready to go, locked and loaded. Moto mums are the backbone of this sport. I'm going to say it. I can say it. I'm a mum too, so shout out to my little Reedy who'll be watching as well. But you guys are what our sport needs, and it doesn't operate without you guys. So thank you so much. I'm giving that thank you to you on behalf of your son. But if you could shout out some of his sponsors that are getting him on track each weekend and to each event. Sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm like, God, I'm not really across all of that. Oh, God.
Even just try as best you can.
Cox Auto, Brown's Engineering, and On Point Suspension, and Jack Arnold Mechanics. Heaps. There's actually heaps, but I can't remember them right now, so I'm going to be shot for that.
Fantastic. Benji can hook us up when he gets back then, point him out, and we'll have a chat to him. Look, thank you so much for your time, especially in pit lane. It is of the essence being in someone's pit with high pressure and lots of things going on. So thank you so much, and yeah, shout out to the rest of your team. Thank you.
All good. No worries.
Back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. Yep, certainly the Moto Mums doing the work in the background. They tend to be the ones that remember the smaller details that are the essential bits as well. Well, good news is that we've got a handful of riders, 5 in total in the J4 class that have completed 5 laps, and they are in order of run. Harley Hutton, Jet Avard, who's moved up into P2, Nate Munro, Hayden Detling, and Riley Walker, who moved into the top 5 in J4 with 5 laps completed. Top 5 in J3, Levi Rossi, Chase Weston, Kai Kinsella, Miles Henderson and Harvey McKay in that order. There's your top 5 for those. And then we'll scroll down to the JGs, and in top 5 there, the only girl to have completed 4 laps so far is the one at the top of the list there in the purple, Lorna Locke. Underneath her we find Olivia Johnson, Jessie Harris, Caitlin Aquilina, and the 5th spot going to Alexi Cameron. That's how they all played out for those top 5s in all of those classes. Well, some lovely footage you can see of this area here where the bikes are going to break and then drop into a drop-off. We saw that before. A lot of ruts building in some of those straights now as the teams start to work their way through. Fairly heavy sort of terrain through there for the Casterton Sandstorm for 2026. The guys dealing with an issue there. Of course, the club would like to thank its major sponsors in Brandt and Limestone Coast Motorcycles and Mowers, along with all the other sponsors. They've been able to invest in the infrastructure and entertainment for both club ride days and the major event that makes it what they are now. So they're the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, very appreciative of all that's been provided there. Charging onwards. So with the completion of this particular group that are running out there at the moment in the J3, J4s and JGs, the next group that we would look for would be the E1, the E2, E3 and EJ groups. And that's roughly a 3-hour race for these ones. And this will include Sportsmen, EM Masters, the EL Legends, the Vets, the EW Women, the EWD Women Development. They'll be the next groups that we'll be looking for. Rightio, Beck, we'll throw to you for the next interview.
Down here in pit lane with Tim Wilkinson. He's here watching his son compete for the first time at Casterton and at Sandstorm. Tell us, Tim, how is the vibe and how's he doing out there?
Yeah, he's not too bad. He didn't have the best start today. A bit slow off the start, but he's starting to pick back up. Certainly fatigue is starting to set in now. You can see a few of the guys starting to lose their form a little bit. But yeah, no, I think the vibe's going pretty well, and yeah, they're certainly still circulating at the moment, so it's great.
Beautiful, and it's Xander Wilkinson who is out there on track today. And tell us, it's your first time being here. What's your impression of Casterton, and what other events do you go to? You know, how is it different to other places that you've been?
Yeah, so this is certainly the first time that we've been over here, and I mean, wow, what a fantastic event. The club's done, you know, a great job at organising, track setup, the facilities. I've never actually been to an event so big before, so it's certainly a credit to them. That's, yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic to see so many starters here today. The other events were from down Gippsland, so they're certainly nothing of this magnitude that we've seen before, and we'll certainly be back. So
beautiful. And has Xander always been in this off-road style of racing, or where did he begin? Did he begin as a youngster?
Yeah, so I think he's maybe his first Christmas. When he was a 1-year-old, he got his first bike, and then it sort of progressed from there, much to his mother's disgust. He's 15 now, and I think we're up to his 15th operation with broken bones and whatnot, so there's almost every limb there that's been busted at some stage. But, touch wood, this year's been pretty good. I think we've only had a broken thumb so far. So
fantastic. It's a bit of experience building, isn't it? Like, it's unfortunate, it's a reality of motorsport, but it definitely also shows that he's got that grit to be in motorsport and to be racing. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, yep. No, it's certainly just sheer determination, I think, some days that keeps him out on it. But yeah, no, he's been going well. I think this is actually him coming around here now. So
fantastic. I'll let you go and view him. Quickly though, before he gets here, is there any sponsors and people that you'd like to thank?
Christensen's Motorcycles in Warragul. They've been fantastic to us. Yeah, and we really appreciate all their support that they've had over the years.
Yep,
cheers.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Great to hear that there's a fair bit of travel that's gone into bringing that team here this weekend, and managed to have a chat with them and uncover some of those more finer details of what's been provided in and around that area for those guys to be here racing this weekend. And if you haven't been to the Casterton Sandstorm in the time that we've been running here, I would say you probably need to get out and get down here and have a look at it, because it certainly is truly an iconic style of event You won't see anything like it anywhere else in the country. This is probably the one of the pinnacle events, particularly in this form of off-road racing. It is pretty cool to come down and have a look and see what it's all about. The town of Casterton is one very welcoming bunch of people, and they certainly enjoy and thrive and live on events like this one, the Casterton Sandstorm for this year, 2026. Righto. Three that have completed 5 laps in the J3 class. Levi Rossi, Chase Weston and Kai Kinsella. Only 3 that have completed 3 laps in J3. Number of them now that have completed 5 laps in the J4 class. Olivia Johnson has completed an additional lap to make it 4 laps for her in the JG class. Only 2 that have completed 4 laps so far. Lorna Locke, who's leading, Olivia Johnson on 4 laps, and it would be Jessie Harris and Caitlin Aquilina that would be the next 2 we would think that would come through to grab 4 laps as well. So they'll be next cabs off the rank for that. Hope you're enjoying your broadcast or your live stream here this weekend. Proudly brought to you by the team at Screenshot Big Screens, along with the team, of course, at Rural IT Solutions, who obviously keep a good handle on what's going on drone-wise out there. And, of course, Marcus and Luke and Daniel and all of the team are doing an amazing job of prepping everything and making sure that everything just works and makes it all look so damn easy, which it is not to do. 507 charging through there. Great to see that's still mobile. And that, of course, is Cooper Dawning. Rightio, we'll throw to you, Beck.
So down here with Shayla, a bit unfavourable result here, but she's still trooping along. I've hit her up for an interview and she's jumped right into it. So she's going to give us a real and raw perspective of how hard and how tough this track is. Forgiving though, also keep in mind this is a brand new bike, hasn't been here before, and also has not been with Shayla very long. So Shayla, how are you feeling after today's ride? You know, you're a bit disheartened. Tell us everything. How are you feeling?
It started off not great. I went down the first corner. The grass bit out there is just off its head. I've never ridden anything like that. The bike's okay, but I got nothing left in me. It's too much. But it's great with all the competition, but I've got nothing left in me, and the out there is just something I've never had before. So
fantastic, and that's also something to pay forward and credit is the experience that you've had in motorcycling has not just been off-road, it's been in other areas. So this is your first Vic off-road that I'm aware, but tell us what's been your previous history.
I've literally been riding for maybe a year and a half.
Yep.
So jumped straight into the deep end.
That's unreal.
Yeah. So I've been doing the dandies and I wanted a bit more competition and I got it, but yeah, the grass bit is just unbelievable out there. It's just something I need to practice.
Definitely, it's all about not being the best on your first time ever. It's not being too hard on yourself, but I can see a determination and a grit in your eyes that is so refreshing to see as a female in our sport. So keep at it, because there's people like me sitting here going, she is so inspiring, let alone the people that are watching at home. So I take my hats off and my helmet to you. Well done. Is there anyone here that you'd like to shout out? Because you've obviously got a pretty neat pit crew and community here that you can shout out.
I'd like to thank Mum and Dad the most for making my dreams come true. My Poppy for taking me here, and just
Poppy, come in. Poppy, come over, please.
Just everyone who's made it happen, and I can't thank everyone enough for helping me and supporting me. But it's been a good day. I've got nothing left.
That's a sensible choice to make. When it does get your stamina is lagging, or there's areas that you need to tap out. It's not weakness. It's actually very sensible. And I credit you. That's fantastic. Poppy, how proud are you of Shayla?
Very.
Absolutely out of this world. She's done a marvellous job, and I heard you giving some really good words of determination. Of it's okay. She's obviously got very high expectations of herself.
Yes, she is. Yeah, she's strong though.
Yep, she is strong. Fantastic. Thank you so much for all your time and appreciate it, and all the best. You're going to size up tomorrow. I heard you made a comment. Maybe you're going to pull something else out of the trip.
I might bring the YZ out, see what happens, but I got the other bike in the car, so see. But yeah, hopefully a bit better tomorrow. But yeah, thank you.
Down, not out.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. Back to commentary.
Well done, Beck. Another great in-depth interview with a bit of an insight to what powers some of these competitors along. Well, there we have 6 laps completed so far in our J4 class. 6 laps completed there. Harley Hutton, who completed that lap in a 15 minutes 49.90. Best lap for him was a 14:28.71. So pretty much a little bit of time off the mark there, but not by a hell of a lot, to be honest with you, after completion of 5 laps. Only one to have gotten 6 under his belt so far today, and that includes all of the other classes as well. So definitely the head leader and leading in that class, the J4 class here this weekend. Have a look at this as we sight this one coming through, which of course is that bike number 40 of so Harley Hutton leading in J4. And there's your second rider through. This is Hayden Detling. So Detling's got past Jet Avard by the look of it. Detling on the charge. His last lap was a 15:48. Copped this at 15:48.2. So he's actually clawed a second back on that bike. So he's setting himself into a real solid routine, is Detling. Waiting for either Jet Avard. There it is. Nate Munro goes through to complete 6. So Avard dropping through the ranks. Something's occurred out there for him. That'll be an interesting story later on today. Well, that was a couple of false neutrals there. As the 18 of Pepper Johnson goes through, that wasn't probably that hadn't gone to plan for Pepper in the JG3 class here this weekend. Over to you, Beck.
Down here with Mick Beecher, prepping for his ride this afternoon. Mick, how are you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit nervous about the mud, but it should be fun.
The track has been through a few different elements and it's very loud here, so I'm trying my hardest to get through this quickly for you to get prepped. We've seen a slight drizzle there and I've seen you inspecting the track and all the things happening there. What's your main goal heading out today?
Main goal is just to get through the start without any like crashes or just do a clean run. The rest of it I'm pretty excited about, to be honest.
Fantastic, so it's all pure passion out there, it's just get out there and gun it.
Just have fun, that's the main thing. Yeah, have fun, no injuries, try and get through nice and clean. And I'm pretty much here for my son anyway, so yeah.
Oh, fantastic, can you tell us, shout him out for me?
Yeah, so Miguel Beecher, he was in the JJ class in 65s. Yeah, he got around the track awesome, so I'm really happy. So proud dad moment.
So he's actually set the tone for you. You're not competing probably against the rest. It's actually going up against him earlier.
Got back into riding, so yeah, it's pretty cool.
Isn't that fantastic? And you're heading to the cross-rutted moto show later on.
Yes, I will be. Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic. Before we let him go, we're going to have a bit of a chat on your bike. You've got some sponsors lined up on your bike, you know, being in the vet class. It's still very serious. You've got your sponsors here that you need to shout out.
Yep.
Can you walk us through those?
Yeah, so shout out to Twisted Moto. They're from Geelong. They're the beta dealer. So Tommy from Twisted Moto, the underclass, Race Weddy coaching. Ben does a lot of like fitness training for dirt bike riders. Midas tyres, Chad's off-road suspension, and yeah, our farm, because I'm a farmer. So, yeah.
Fantastic. What do you farm?
Sorry?
What do you farm?
Dairy farm.
Fantastic.
Cows.
Fantastic. Radio, we'll see him out there. All the best for your ride and can't wait to see you carve up.
Awesome, thank you.
Back to commentary.
Nice bit of work milking that one. Happy days. All right, let's move on to picking out through your classes again. So we'll quickly go from the top. Levi and Rossi completed 6 so far with Chase Weston, Kai Kinsella, Miles Henderson and Harvey McKay. The top 5 in J3. J4 we find Harley Hutton completing 6. Also completing 6 Hayden Detling. The 6 for Nate Munro, the 6 for Riley Walker, and Jet Avard yet again drops another peg. So there is something that's gone on in the Jet Avard camp in this one. He was right up the top of that field and now slowly slipping back through the groupings of riders there in that class for J4. Move on to our JG class. Looks like Lorna Locke still in front with 5 laps completed. And to round out the top 5, Olivia Johnson in second, third for Caitlin Aquilina, fourth for Jessie Harris, and it's Alexi Cameron in fifth. So, believe it or not, that's exactly how they play out in J4. And also results for J4, JG, J4 and J3 here this weekend. We keep continuing to bring you those incredible, really incredible shots of not only the mud that they've got to deal with down in that start gate area, but now in between the trees and some of the ruts that are really carved up. We can watch this grouping as they go through. Another one that's opted to keep his goggles on his arm because it's just gotten to the stage where you can't see through the material that's stuck to the front of the goggles. So that's the last lap board that's been posted for one more from the travel, which of course would be the 7-lap completion. Looks like that might have been the 107 bike. Of Archer Whelan. Keeping the lines tidy there. I reckon that's one of our JG class riders there. As we pick up a little bit more from our Limestone Coast Motorcycle, Small Engines and Bicycle dealer in town. Here's one of our platinum sponsors here this weekend, and of course Brand, of course, the guys that do an awesome job of looking after everything from an equipment point of view in the agricultural industry, whether it becomes tractors, balers, headers, you name it. Brand is the business to talk to. The 87 of Curtis Morrison went through on the Husky. Let's have a look at this one now on screen. This is the an awesome shot of the terrain where it's fast flowing. I think Lockie Tyndall focused on it earlier today, and I'll continue to shout it out. A big thank you to the Glenelg Shire for continuing to support not just this event, but all of the community events around in the region here. They do a power of work to ensure that this one gets what it needs to continue to support and survive and to grow into what it is. So a big thank you to the Glenelg Shire for their continuing support to this great event here this weekend. We must thank our food vendors that are here this weekend as well, as we grab some more of that awesome drone footage from Luke and the team there as they charge along and continue to capture some of those great visions out there. The Albion Hotel Motel Sandstorm menu, the Casterton Sandstorm menu, the Roasters, that's the Roosters Rotisseries. Thank you very much for your involvement here this weekend. The Sir and Bully's Sandstorm menus there as well in the program. So along to the Casterton sub-branch menu for the RSL Return Services League of Australia. Thank you very much for your connections here this weekend and helping to look after that fantastic crowd that we've got here this weekend with all of the needs for catering. Some beautiful footage now as they chase, and just over the top of that rise there is where they head back into the scrub yet again, in amongst all of the bracken and tree lines. Keep our eyes open now for Harley Hunt, and I believe he'll be the first to complete his 7th lap. We can't be far off seeing him arrive in the arena, because he's certainly been the guy that's been charging all the way through. Really setting pace in this one. Been roughly circumnavigating the track at 15-minute intervals, so he is due any minute now to complete a win in the provisional win in the J4. On the gas and going hard out of the arena and making sure that they stay out of that mud section. That is just insane how thick and how rutted up that's all gotten throughout the day today. Carrying plenty of speed to that finish line area. Another turn and you're pretty much on it. And there it is with the throttle wide open. That would be the 7th lap completed for Harley Hutton. And the 44 there behind him, looks like that would be the bike of Jet Avard. So Avard may have had a timing issue with his transponder potentially, but certainly the times are right there. And the fastest for him, let's have a look at this. Time for Harley Hutton, last lap completed in a 16:06.472. So that's a pretty solid reply for him. As the checker flag now gets provided for the others there. So that's 2 completed. That's, of course, Avard. I think it's there in the 44 bike, and Harley Hutton in the numbers in the 7th lap completed. So completed 6, Rossi, Kinsella and Weston in J3. 3 of them are out on their last lap now. And yet to finish their last lap will be Detling, Munro, Walker, Avard, Wilson, Morrison, and quite a list of riders there on their 6th. And in the JG class for the girls, we find on lap 5 Lorna Locke and the remaining group 4, 3 and 1 lap respectively. Wow, it's an unorthodox line out there, but I suppose you've got to get the job done, right? There's the 54 tracking through. Checkered flag waving them all home. Very shortly we'll be doing some interviews with our riders as they complete, and I would believe Harley Hutton will be probably first cab off the rank very, very shortly once he regains his composure and gets a chance to throttle off for a little bit. Another finisher across the line. Now some of these pictures coming out of the Casterton Sandstorm here for this year for 2026 are just incredible. Complete hose down required there for that rider. Unable to even give you a name because I can't even find a number on that thing. Unreal. So Hayden Detling's home, completed 7. It looks like his total journey went 1 hour 53.29. 1 hour 53 minutes 29.17 seconds. Harley Hutton went through on a 1 hour 49 minutes 41.90, so he was in actual fact roughly 4 minutes or thereabouts in front of Hayden Detling, which is a pretty solid performance from Detling as it stands. Another one coming in towards the finish line area. We'll drop over to you, Jess.
We have Hayden Detling here. Hayden, a very, very strong wide. We are waiting for the final results from the timing team, but you have come across the line first for the Vics. How did you feel out there on the track?
Yeah, great. Got a pretty bad start, dropping it and coming dead last. But pushed the whole race, caught up, a couple mistakes, but overall good and first ever podium out of Vic or a national.
Wow, massive congratulations. You are covered in mud there. Was it challenging to see with that much mud out there?
Yeah, after the first lap, you couldn't see much, but then it spread out more and it was good. Just hard to pass.
Yeah. No, definitely. Massive congratulations. How are you feeling heading into tomorrow?
Yeah, good. Hopefully I can go keep the same speed.
Yeah, awesome. Well done. Congratulations.
Good on you, Jess. Well done down there with Hayden Detling, who finished on a completed time of 1 hour 53, 29.17 seconds, 1 hour 53 minutes. 29.17 seconds for him. Next couple across the line, Nate Munro completed on 7 laps in third. Fourth with 7 laps is Riley Walker. Girls class in the JGs. Looks like we've got a handful of them on 5s, 5 laps apiece. Over to you, Jess.
I am here with Nate Munro. Nate, a really solid ride today. You didn't race the last Vic off-road, but you have come into this round really strong. It looks like you've been putting in a lot of hard work. How did it feel for you out there?
Yeah, it's good. It's very rough out there. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, it went well. The boys rode all awesome. They smoked me, and yeah. No, thanks to Stal, Dad, Mum, and everyone that helped me out.
Yeah, unreal. And we did see you out there. I saw you on probably your second lap. You actually had a clean run in front of you. Was that for most of the race, or did you have to battle and pass a few times throughout?
I had a battle with Jet Avard. He passed me around the 4th lap, but other than that, it was pretty clear.
Yeah, awesome. Well, massive congratulations. We can see all the hard work you're doing is paying off, and we're excited to see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Good on you, Jess. Thank you for the interview down there as well with Nate Munro. Looks like he's pretty spent as well. He's had a pretty solid kick out today, and on paper, I would argue he's sort of sitting in around about 3rd, so out of that J4 class. Don't forget, of course, if you've tuned into us this weekend, make sure you get an opportunity to jump online and let us know where you're watching from, what you're enjoying and what you're looking for. You know, in around supporting somebody out in the track, or you know, whether you're just scoping it out for your next trip down here next year for the Sandstorm for 27. The team here would love to have you down here to actually watch this event live. It is such a great atmosphere with all the families here. Over to you, Jess.
We have Levi Rossi here. Levi, a really strong race. It looks like you've eaten more dirt than there is left on the track. What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was pretty muddy in some parts, and then the rest of the parts were pretty good, but I just had a crash in the mud and it just cooked me. So, yeah.
We can't tell one bit. But how are you liking the sand? You are from South Australia, so sand is a little bit more your territory. Was that something you had trained for, like this terrain out here?
Yeah, I've been training sand a bit.
Yep.
It's just hard to kind of see where you're going around the corners.
Totally.
That's what I find hard about here, but other than that, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, awesome. Well, huge congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good on you, Jess. Well done, and great ride, Levi, to finish in the J3 class at the top of the field. Still waiting on probably Kai Kinsella, and I'd reckon to be Chase Weston to come still in the top 3 for that J3 13 under 15 class here this weekend. As you can see on screen there, Kai Kinsella now just crosses with a 7. His time looks like it came in on that lap at a 16:34.5. His best lap was a 15:49, so the better part of about 40 seconds adrift from his best, but that's still a pretty fair effort for what he's placed there. Now we just wait on Chase Weston, probably Miles Henderson, and Harvey McKay to round out the top 5 for J3s here this afternoon. Certainly the pace drops off a little bit for these guys now. We just have to wait. Yeah, back over to you, Beck.
Down here with
Jess, you are a powerhouse for VORC, very humble as you can see. She'll always say, look, I do my best. She goes above and beyond. Not only does she work with herself, but she's also working with her dad this weekend, a bit like myself working with my dad in commentary, which is just blowing my mind to also see a woman out here. It is so awesome to see you. How are you enjoying the weekend?
Oh, it's so much fun. I mean, it is organised chaos, to be honest. But I absolutely love it. I love promoting the sport. I love every time I look at all these riders, it's not just a rider, there's a story behind them. And it's really cool in the position where I get to talk to them, I get to meet them and interact, and I get to learn what's going on. So I feel very lucky and privileged, and as crazy as it is the most fun, and I love it.
Absolutely. And when it comes to a story, you get to see little stories that happen piece by piece, round by round, and you capture that through your JB photography so well. You are. Give us a bit of your background. You're in photography, but you're also got this other side to you.
Yes, yeah. So photography, yeah, is probably my main thing. Vic Off-Road actually brought me on board last year into this media role. It wasn't really designated or assigned yet. We've kind of formed the role into what it is now, and it feels really cool that we've been developing it and growing and learning from other series and from our rider feedback as well, which has been really, really nice. So yeah, it's cool to combine my initial photography passion with this media side, and I don't know, public speaking's come naturally. I think maybe some things I learned in primary school have come in handy now, and it's really cool. I'm so lucky. Yeah.
Absolutely. And also with that, like, people out there, if you're sitting there on the live stream thinking, I love motorsport, I have these skills, start offering them because our tracks need them. And someone like Jess has turned into such a professional. You're a professional off the track, but the way that you have provided updates for us this weekend for the VORC and throughout all the other rounds online, you know, you do a marvellous job. I take my hat off to you, and you get to see these little stories, but also she's seeing such a huge story amongst these riders over years now.
Yeah.
So that's pretty impressive and very strong.
Yeah, totally. And for anyone that is interested to get involved, I think you don't have to know all the things. I think the most important thing is having a passion for this sport and for this type of thing. And if you have the passion, we can teach you anything. We can teach you how to use a camera, how to use a phone, and we would love to see more people involved and volunteering. And you know, it comes from the heart, everything we do. So yeah, anyone, jump on board. I'd love to work with you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll let you jump to the start line and capture some more content that is so needed. We're seeing lots of bikes head that way, so stay tuned on our live stream. It's absolutely massive. And yeah, definitely volunteer at your local club near you. There's people that you meet just like Jess that will be there to support you, help you, and guide you through whatever you and your heart desires and your passion. Thank you. Back to commentary.
Good on you, girls. Well done. Well, in that time, we managed to see Kai Kinsella and Chase Weston come home in 7 laps apiece to tidy up the top 3 for J3s here this weekend. So it's Levi Rossi, Kai Kinsella, Chase Weston in that order. We'll scroll down to have a quick look. Obviously, we've got a number of riders that have completed 7. I think we've got like a 10 or 11 riders down as far as Jack Travis Carney there, as you can see online there, with Carney there at the last of the 7. If we move down a little further into the JG classes, 6 laps completed for Lorna Locke, Olivia Johnson, Caitlin Aquilina, and Jessie Harris, all 5 laps apiece. Still yet to complete their lap to get into the 6th to start on the last. But Lorna Locke obviously has completed 6, so she's currently out on her 7th, and she may well be potentially the only woman that may pick up the full distance for our JGs here this weekend. As you can see in the background, Beck's there with all of the bikes lining up ready to go for the start of the next one. Over to you, Beck.
Getting ready for our next lot of racing, and here's a really intimate look into what the riders are processing for their start line preparation. You can see amongst the riders that they have a sort of superstition way to prepare for how, and it's different for everyone, of how they get ready for their race line. So that's something to always watch and be
always viewing and analysing as you're watching the live stream how they're preparing. Is it a goggle switch? Is it a switch at the front? Is it how they're prepping their race line when they're lining up? So another little piece to the puzzle that all adds up that's probably not shown in motorsport as much, but every single person has their way to be able to get themselves ready mentally for the physical challenge and the mechanical challenge out on there and the demands that go with racing. It's not all just about wrapping the throttle on, it's actually about getting that mental prep so you're ready to give it your best shot. Thank you, back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. And, of course, yep, that is exactly what some of those guys are doing. Some are really very astute in the way they go about doing it. Others have, well, to that point, superstitious reasons or superstitions that they work to, certain coloured socks that they must wear and all these sorts of things that do go on. But I think today... one thing will be for certain, not all of them will be dry, they'll be wet, and we've seen quite a bit of activity out in that area today where the guys have just had to deal with anything and everything. As I said, if you haven't been to Casterton to actually see this one live, you really need to do that, as much as the live stream is something pretty cool to watch and it gives you a really good insight as to what's going on. Being here and actually seeing it live for yourself is just a whole new level of what this event is about. And is it any wonder why the riders and the competitors and even the teams in total go away from Casterton talking about what has been an incredible event yet again for the year, and their plans of what they need to do to come back next year. Just an incredible piece. Well, we're just waiting on the girls to come through now. We're still waiting on the winner for that. I understand that they're getting ready to load up the guys and for the next group to go down. But in the short term, we may just hold for a little bit to see if we can't keep an eye out for Lorna Locke as the first of the girls to come home in the JG Girls 12 to under 16 class here this weekend. So sit tight. Olivia Johnson, as I said earlier, Caitlin Aquilina and Jessie Harris. Those three girls have definitely gone through and picked up their fifth lap and are out on their sixth, but it'll be interesting with Lorna Locke to finish her seventh lap and take the winning class for JGs. Lorna, of course, riding in the JG class. And then the lineups that we'll be looking for shortly will be in classes will be for the E1, E2, E3 and EJ classes. And I reckon this one will run for about a 3-hour window. Quite a number of laps that they'll need to complete there. So we'll just hang tight for the results for the JG class here this weekend. Of course, the racing here this weekend proudly brought to you by our platinum sponsors in Limestone Coast Motorcycle, Small Engines, and I reckon it is mowers, along with Brandt, the equipment supplier here this weekend. And our gold sponsors, the Albion Hotel Motel in Casterton, C. Deutsche Plumbing, the Booneroo Angus Group, Casterton Plantation Contractors, the team at Holter, Hamilton Steel, the Pub in the Scrub, the Vickery Brothers Fertiliser Professionals, Nutrient Solutions, the Glenelg Livestock Group, Rural IT Solutions, Tapper Builders, We Us and Co, and Warrock Homestead. Thank you very much for your connections here this weekend. The footage there you can see of that bike coming through. You know, it's a really funny story, Beck. We can talk to this one. I can remember years and years gone by that everything was a two-stroke until some of the four-strokes started turning up, and as it was now pretty much common knowledge that the two-strokes are almost a rarity now compared to a lot of the four-strokes. But interestingly enough, it appears as though Kawasaki, out of everybody, Kawasaki have only just recently announced that they will be releasing a new two-stroke 300cc, brand new 200.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
300cc two-stroke bike. The strategy or that will be that they'll need to run that in some of those open classes with some of the bigger capacity bikes.
And then, of course, can't discount the Ducati, what's just happened at Fink with coming into that new scene. There's a new era approaching, hey?
We'll talk about that one in a moment, because the two-stroke versus four-stroke thing is something that is totally worlds apart. It almost looked at, one stage there like there was really, no one was going to release a new two-stroke. Everyone seemed to be phasing them out. So for Kawasaki to make that move and do that, that's pretty impressive. Understanding, of course, that you've got some two-strokes still you can buy new.
Yep.
KTM obviously still, I believe, still have one. But it really has been a dying breed. For Kawasaki to dedicate themselves to go back to two-strokes again, that's pretty incredible. The Ducati, that's a different deal altogether. That thing uses the Desmo design internally in the head, where instead of utilising a proper cam follower that opens and closes the valve assemblies, this thing has a system that actually drives the valve up and down, which is a totally unique style or design in engine development, and this comes straight out of the superbike categories, where they've been running that Desmo design for a little while now. So
it's an interesting link too.
They've flipped it now to do it. So that's a pretty impressive deal to take that design now into that category and pretty much into here.
And do you think maybe the manufacturers are looking at how people don't ride one style for their whole career? They swap and interchange or change it up depending on what's where their passion lies. Like, there's been some people that I've spoken with today that have said, they've started with their motocross background early on in the piece, which is a very normal process for, the riders out in this field. Sometimes they have a BMX layer to that in some regard as well. Like, I've heard that as a common trend. Very young, you can see some mini wheels on the side of the track out there, getting around in the three wheels, like a little trike around the pits and things. So it starts young, but it never stays the same for their entirety of their career. So maybe the manufacturers are tapping into that to think, where are people stepping to next?
Oh, look, I think, engine design with the Ducati thing, I think it's just a follow-on of a design theory that they took to practice.
Absolutely.
They allowed that to develop under their own banner in multi-cylinder circuit racing in like World Superbikes and the like.
Yep.
To take that design into a single cylinder now and run it in a dirt bike situation, that's a big call.
Yeah, it's
but
a brave move.
They're obviously very, very not just confident, but very proud of the fact that they believe it's a design that can provide some technological advance in what is happening in that category. So that's kind of that piece on its own. Kawasaki moving to the new two-stroke bike, that really has come left of field. But I think it's manufacturers probably looking for alternate, to your point, alternate platforms for people to choose. I don't think it's because they're trying to head to a design that or bring something back that others may have been calling for a while. I think it's more about offering another another layer
yep.
or option to work towards. So look, I think it can only develop. What happens now to companies like Honda and Suzuki? Do they follow and release their own two banger, or do they just stay with where they are? Another part that we'll talk to, and I've got a bit of a theory on it myself, and that is that there's a lot of 4-strokes running out there at the moment, and we see a lot of tracks that get rutted up pretty badly. And I'm not saying that back in the day, and I'll probably, bad as it sounds, I'll probably use Hatter as a bit of an example. We used to see tracks that cut up back in the day when it was truly a 2-stroke environment. There's very few 4-strokes racing competitively in that. I look back on that now and I see what I feel with Hatter as the track that I've been calling for 30 years. The way the track cuts up and changes is dramatically different to what it was in the 2-stroke era.
Yep.
I think a lot of that's because the 4-strokes deliver a lot more low-end power, a lot more torque. They're a little bit heavier than some of the 2-stroke 250s that were quite popular at the time. So the entry speed is probably a little bit different. The weighting of braking
Definitely
as you
weighting.
rut going down into the turns is also quite different. So I think the popularity of what it is with 4-stroke bikes racing now, that has had some change. Now, whether you could argue it's dramatic or not, it has had some change with how the tracks play out over a distance. Today, a little bit different. Today we've had...
If we look out the window right now with change, that word, I'm looking at the clouds, and there could be a little wet component to this next segment. There was actually a little bit of pitter-patter out there, slightly misting.
Trust me, with how much rain they've had here over the last week, if you put another inch out there, I don't think it's going to change it a hell of a lot.
No, it's probably going to do its own track prep, maybe.
It's as wet down on that start line. That is just incredible, right?
We've seen a real big group down there just checking out the track and a few conditions, obviously having a bit of a communal talk meeting. It's good to see. We're seeing our sweep riders now pass through some of the sections around the turns, just giving its final once over before we get underway, so don't go anywhere.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of these pro guys out there and how they're going to tackle what's, for want of a better way of putting it, Beck, what's left of the track out there, because it really has got, and we spoke about how this category, from the very small juniors to where we are right now with this one sort of finishing up very, very shortly, how it would come into being, more set in its place. Like if we look at the corner outside our commentary box earlier on in the juniors, coming out of that exit turn going up the main straight, which is, if you look on your screen here, to the right-hand side of the screen, just above that Limestone Coast livery, or the Brant livery that's just changed, there was about 16 different lines that came out of there. Right now, how many is there?
There's a few, and you can actually see the two, and there's exposed tree ruts there too.
Yeah, but there's three. There's 3 lines. You can see a tight inside line, a centre line, and an outside line. Now, what that does is these pro guys, they're not going to try and make another line in between that. They're going to run those 3 lines. It'll be who wants to carry the speed on the outside line, who wants to potentially use the inside to get up, if that's it. The primary line there probably looks like that middle line.
And it starts, comes in from rollers on this other side. Then this is just pit lane, there's not excessive speed, but it's still pretty quick through here, that it's starting to change and have that,
and the spots,
change up.
And the spots that have got, I call it almost zero definitive lines, is up in that quagmire area that's just so full of water and waterlogged soil, this quick as you make a line, it backfills itself.
Yep.
Like it's unlike here where you can push the dirt out and create the lines. You can almost see on that outer line where the bikes ride through and where the foot drag goes through in between the two lines, right? You can see that developing.
Yep.
And we spoke about that because we believed that was going to happen.
Yep.
But, you know, for the majority of those really wet spots, that ain't the case. And, you know, the key MO here for me, if I was in this pro class, get out in front and go as hard as you can to get out in front and stay out there.
Keep clean.
Well, not so much that. To make sure you're the one choosing the lines, because whatever's left behind is going to be up for somebody else to try and inherit or win. And
Get
it is
first
what
go
it is.
at it.
That would be my thoughts on it.
Yep. And we're getting that water layer now. You can see a couple of people standing under their pit tents and things. It's getting a little bit wet out there. Not disheartening anybody though.
No. Like I think we've been pretty lucky so far throughout the day today. We've had some nice sunshine and all the rest of it, but
we've had every season nearly. It's got to be hot. It's been cool.
And looking forward to the cross-rutted live tonight,
so am I.
Mate, I'm looking at that being. It's gone from being a casual chat behind a coffee table to almost a rock star show now. So
absolutely,
mate. All I can say, Kate, is you wanted it, you got it, and now you got to deliver it, dude. That's all I can say.
He's unreal. He will deliver it, because I caught him down there with Snotty having a bit of a chat, and I just waltzed on up and said, "Let's go. We're gonna have a bit of an interview here. I wanna hear pick your brain a bit." But if you do want to tune into the Cross Rutted Moto show, you can find it on Spotify. You can listen there. Definitely hit up his socials on Instagram and on Facebook. I'm pretty sure he's on Facebook as well, but definitely on Instagram. He drops all of his new episodes and updates on there. He also gets different people on to co-host, which is fantastic. So yeah, getting ready to rumble by the sounds down there.
Someone's late to the party.
Yeah, yep. And I think he'll be able to live stream Cross Rutted Moto live show tonight as well, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
Interesting.
We'll see. Well, and look, while we're talking about the live stream, I'll take this opportunity while there's a little bit of quiet to a degree out on the track to thank Daniel, Luke, to thank Marcus.
All our cameramen out there.
And all of the team that are involved for their involvement and their work that they've put in today. They've worked tirelessly to grab all the footage they could. Here it is, the screenshot big screens guys through Video Live, the team at Rural IT Solutions. Thank you very much for all of these guys. The video production guys, Video Live, is Marcus sitting in this little van that's sitting beside where our broadcast point is. And he's pulling all of the video footage through mixing desks and controls and bringing to you live all of the majority of what we can deliver. All these camera guys you were talking to, Beck, out there grabbing so much footage, and he's mixing that through. Look at this beautiful shot of the rain coming down now.
Yeah, absolutely.
In on that turn. Now, again, there's a couple of good lines in that, but, any real rain in that, well, it is what it is.
And feedback is being, really, really taken via our Casterton Motorcycle Instagram and inboxes, so that's coming through thick and fast, which we're passing on. But definitely put out a shout out if you have anyone here today on track that you would like to shout out and platform, because we love to hear it. We love to hear where you're listening from too. Don't forget that. But also, getting a message across to someone that really needs it, or their pit lane can have a bit of a laugh or have a bit of fun. So keep dropping those shout outs and we'll check on.
Well, you can see from the elevated platform there, down near the start line, where that camera is right now is looking back out across where they head and or come back through, and where that VORC logo is in that corner that's now changed to Limestone Coast. I've got a bad habit at the moment. I pick that, it changes. Where that white bunting is to the lower section of that down there is exactly where they line the bikes up ready for a start up. So yeah, it's pretty cool to be down here and actually witnessing the live stream and the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club's Casterton Sandstorm live. It's just an incredible thing to be watching.
Yep, I've got a couple of shout outs here that I've just checked up on, and one from Dill Casey 38 on Insta. Shout out to Little Legend Riley Peacock 674. Keep it up, mate, with the hands in the air emoji. So he's getting behind him. Another one from Jace 287. Shout out to Benji Holscher, which is 19A. He's a gun. So ones to watch, definitely, and up and rising stars.
Well, don't go putting your rain jackets or your warm weather gear away just yet.
I think it's about to get a bit chilly.
Yeah.
Tyndall might pop back in for a chat if he's a bit chilly, but I think he might be out there sorting a few things out.
And listen, I'll take this opportunity also to thank the Sandstorm menu people. So the Albion Hotel Motel for your menu this weekend. The team at Roosters Rotisseries, thank you very much for your connections here this weekend. I think it's Sisson Bullies group as well, along with the Casterton sub-branch, the Return Services League, the RSL guys as well here this weekend that have been looking after us. It's pretty cool to have all of those menu items here at the what I will say is here at the Sandstorm event.
Casterton Sandstorm,
yeah,
yep.
Correct. And look, have a look at this for the guys at the Albion Hotel. Cheese bread, cheese and bacon bread, arancini balls, spring rolls, sides of veg, sides of mash, sides of salad, sides of chips, and then the mains are steak and chips, chicken palmies, chicken schnitzel, beetroot pumpkin, feta and spinach salad, sausage and mash and gravy, carbonara pasta, fish and chips. And in desserts, cream brulee, sticky date puddings and mini pavlovas. Can you believe it?
Definitely what they want to hear when they're starting to line up, isn't it? All the food that's just hot, warm, they're cold, it's freezing. It is having a bit more of a rain now, so it's getting a little bit heavier.
And now
going
with
to be
the
very interesting.
Albion Hotel Motel sitting in our screen, we'll take a small break and let the sponsors ads do their bit, because these are the ones that are looking after us here this weekend. Proudly bringing you the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm event here by the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club and these fantastic sponsors you see online now. Looks like we're back online again, and we are away for the afternoon sessions now for our last lot of competition. This, of course, sees a number of classes load up together. In this one, we find the E1, E2, E3 and EJ classes, which, of course, cover sportsmen. The EM, which is the Masters class, the EL, the Legends, the Vets, the EW in the women, and the EWD Women Development. All of this together would run for around about 2 hours. So, around about 2 hour event for those ones, and the E1, E2, E3 and EJ race approximately a 3 hour event. So we've still got a number of hours in front of us. Hope you're enjoying your live broadcast here from the Casterton base, where our pits and our main staging area is for starts, and all of our camping areas for the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm here this weekend, proudly brought to you by the team, obviously, at the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, and all of the volunteers and officials, and on top of that, all of our catering people that are here so that we can enjoy just a really fun day in some off-road motorcycle racing here. Myself and Ben Contract are covering the event here this weekend, and I hope you've been enjoying the live stream. Don't forget, of course, to jump online and drop your comments in the boxes for us. We'll try to make sure that everybody gets their comments through, although we have been quite flooded with quite a few of them. Persist, put them through. We'd love to know where you're watching it from. Who's the furthest away that's watching it? Is there anybody offshore watching? It'd be great to understand whether that's the case. And of course, if there's any comments on any posts, we'll work our way through that. So make sure you do that. We're currently out there at the moment, all of them heading off in waves of start. You see here's another wave of groups heading off. Good to go by the look of that, in the starters' hands, and shortly we'll be away. Saw the 819 there, Johnny Parler out of Warrnambool. So that's the Clubman over 45 group that's away there. Next wave of riders away. They all look like they got away pretty cleanly.
Hitting up some of the shout outs and comments coming through. Alistair S3W has said, spewing I'm not out there racing the track. It looks brutal though.
The last group that went away, Beck, was the C1 Clubman group. 200cc 2-stroke to 250cc 4-stroke away. Now we watch for the next wave.
Oh, big mono off the start there.
Charging through beautifully there. And I can see Patrick Johnson in there, the 483 on the Husqvarna out of Victoria. Again, C3 Clubman group, so that's a group there that got away. And I can see Ryan Earls there on the Yamaha, the 491 entry. So that's another of the C3 Clubman group riders away. A couple of waves of those back because of the sheer volume of numbers that we've had there. There's one on the deck. That's not how he probably wanted things to kick
His
off.
whole shot, no.
Well, it was always cleaner to drop it there than down further.
That's right, yeah. I suppose if you want to look at it like that, he's still picking it up and off he goes. Hopefully it's the last one he does today.
Picking up what you're putting down, brother.
Yeah.
Another group I think yet to ride off. I think there's another wave to follow off, and that'll be probably getting close to the last lot away, I would think. There we go.
They're still really flying, we can see from our box here, can't they? They're just really ripping in still.
Mate, they're on the gas.
Yeah, they're on the gas.
They are on the gas, and there's another one down and out.
A little bit of a domino effect, per se.
And Brad Winter, I saw him in there amongst it, the 688 on the Yamaha, also out of Victoria. So that's another wave of C3 clubbies away. 4 groups of it to get them off the start line cleanly. You can see on that screenshot there, so the boys have swapped through the next group away by the look of it. Only a handful on this one. I reckon that'll probably be maybe our enduro all powers boys.
Really hard to see past that bracken. It really shows you how dense that bracken is amongst the shots. You can't really even read their back number at some points, which stands, what would you say the sag would be, about a metre?
Easily a metre.
Easily a metre, yeah. So that really puts into perspective that off track, you can't see nothing behind that.
And that last group away was your enduro over 55, all powers. I could see 808, Gary Holden and the KDM through there. Actually, the funny thing, at the briefing this morning, there was a lot of discussion around staying on the track and not deviating off it.
Yep.
There was also some discussion about the bracken, where they said, you know, there are sections that are what we class mode, where there's a track driven through the bracken. All the competitors were advised, don't try and steer off the bracken, because if you do, they don't. The guys that set the track up have no idea what's under the bracken, and it could be stumps, it could be logs, it could be literally holes, it could be anything. So, you know, any of the riders, as you can see by this shot here, where they're riding on a section that's opened up in the bracken, you know, like if you were to run tight on the corner there where you're going to cut it and ride through the bracken, there's probably, you know, maybe a 95% chance you get away with it.
Yep.
But there's probably a 5% chance if you're going to tag something any speed, you're probably going to wish you never did it, right?
It's very unique. That in itself is like a bit of a challenge that you don't see elsewhere because, you know, when you're talking to riders, that's what is your line? Is it your outside line or is it your inside line? But here it's sort of, you've got to stay within the middle to where you're really confident to ride that outer line.
Oh, look, I think it's also the part where if you're tight like these two riders here and you're going to put a move on a guy, that move's got to be on that track.
Yeah.
You're right. You don't want to try and make that move a little bit early on cutting the bracken or running a bit wide, where you run out past it. Unlike Fink where it's it's really a full noise. You can see all the environment around you, and it's a balanced knife edge between speed and the depth of the ruts and the track condition as to what you ride to. And then again, on the other side of the coin, you've got Hatter where it's maybe not at that speed, but faster than what the speed is that they're carrying here. But you can see all of what's around you. So, those corners are more visible because of it. This is very unique. So, what I would say, I'd listen to the locals. If the locals are telling you don't cut turns, I wouldn't cut them.
Absolutely. And the locals are doing really well at preserving this track that is actually private property owned by a previous club president, which is pretty iconic in itself. But they do their bit by using sections that aren't overused. They don't run the same track constantly for this round or within their club meetings.
Well, they're directional too. Like this particular track today is being run in the opposite direction to what it ran last year. So whilst we're watching these bikes come down towards us and off that turn and out, last year it was in the opposite direction. They were coming down to this turn and up and out through the pit area. So, it's incredible that they have such a decent management plan in that.
Yeah.
But as I said, you really got to heed what the locals tell you because they're the ones that really know this inside out.
Yep.
Calm before the storm.
Yeah, the sandstorm. It's about to take off. And we've got some sunlight now.
Yeah.
See? All the different seasons. Have a look at that shot across our pit there. It's
Blue
just
skies,
beautiful.
look.
Blue skies. 10 minutes ago, it was a bit... Yeah, the girls have got their
They're doing
fires there.
Doing their paperwork, right?
Yeah.
Let me guess. This side of the drums is where we file the stuff that we need to look for later, and the other side of the drum is where we file the firestorm stuff, right? So, they got really
volunteers though doing their bit, and it's good to see them trackside.
Very unique system. And here's the drone showing you, how badly cut up and rough this section's, are getting to be. You can see here
how narrow some parts of the course are too.
And that's where, like this section through here, whilst it looks like there's a two bike pass in here, there's not a lot of room to do that in. You've got to really be looking at where you're going to make that move and how you execute it. Two lines there going through the gate, so that two definitive lines. You're either running the outside line because you want to carry the speed, or you take the inside or centre line that gives you the fastest route through it. So.
And the chase process, like you could be choosing the same, like right behind someone, and you're choosing the same line that you're just analysing them. Like that can be so favourable when there's a battle. I just love to see when people are battling, checking out what their process is to what decisions they make accordingly. Very interesting. Very technical for our drone too. Absolutely props to Luke getting this done.
Yeah, have a look at how he's nice and low and all there, picking it up. I mean, we're at the level of pretty much of the bunting.
Rider view nearly.
And, here, you've got two lots of bunting that you've lined out, and that's because we need to channel it. And you come out of that two lots of bunting now, and look at this.
Yeah.
You got all this water you got to contend with, and then off that right-hand turn, and you can see there's a couple of quite unorthodox lines around it, but the majority have carved out in that last grouping those lines that we were talking about. So here, this a scattered amount of lines, and that's purely because it's so wet. As quick as you cut a track out of there, it pretty much folds behind you.
Yeah.
So.
A common consensus through even the leaders in our previous categories today is that they've all had an off at some point. They've all had to pick it up. I'd heard some others speaking about their get off, and it was either over the hangers or they've just laid it down, and it's just been out of exhaustion or just being caught out, and having to go through some water that's made them come unstuck. But even some of our podium places have had that off that's put the wind up them, but they've kept going and pushing through. So it's a credit to them to just keep it going, have that grit and determination to keep it upright and just
it was
keep
interesting.
soldiering on.
Well, it was interesting to hear Shayla Graham talk about how she literally had nothing left in the tank, and that's I look at that and I think to myself, she made a really good call there, right?
I agree.
She never wanted to pull out; she wanted to complete, and all the way up to this, she probably had a very, very clear pattern in her head as to what she was going to deliver. But like if you think you're the only one that really is feeling that out there, that's not the case. There's a ton of them. So I think she made the right call. If she said she had nothing left,
that's right. She also said that she's been on a bike for a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So she's already up to a different bike. This is a brand new bike that she's ridden for the first event per se, and she's tapped out, but there's no weakness about that. That is just pure skill to acknowledge that straight up, and it's all training, it's all experience.
I always say discretion is the better part of valor. When you look at it and you say, this is what I need to do. This, if I don't do this, there's another outcome.
Yeah,
and I don't want to go there, right? So I think that's the smart move. She did the right thing. And here's the real kicker, right? She gets to turn up tomorrow and decide whether she rides the Husky or she pulls the YZ Yammy out and rides the Yammy, right? So she may feel more comfortable on the YZ, so be it.
Be interesting to see her.
It was a smart move on her behalf to make that call. So, I listened to that interview with you and her having that discussion, and, I'm sitting here with a lot of years under my belt, and I'm tipping my hat to her, what, that is the right call, sweetheart. You do what is the right thing for you.
Yeah, and even jumping off the bike, she had such a great persona about her that she was out, but she was down, not out.
Mate, she's hungry.
What I mean? Yeah, she's hungry.
She's
you can
hungry.
see it, can't you?
Ah, wow. She will come back bigger and better.
Yep.
100%.
Someone I'm feeling for is definitely Lorna Locke in that last class. She's been one to beat. She'll be a bit devastated with her result. Earlier. Or did she? Hang on, where?
Lorna Locke would have been the fastest.
She was the fastest. Sorry.
She would have won that class.
Oh, my
based
apologies.
on
Sorry.
6 laps against the others. So.
I'm sorry. Yep. Corrected there. She's been one to beat. She's still maintaining that. Fantastic.
Yeah, so we just wait now for the guys to return. You get a chance to see how this is going to play out. There's a number of classes that are in this one today, so we just need to watch the groupings as they come through. So bear with us as we go through to grab all of the facts and figures. Some nice aerials up and about. Some lovely shots from high up. Look at that. Beautiful rainbow out to the right-hand side in that aerial shot. You can see the blue sky there, and that's how quick the clouds have been rolling in down to here into Casterton to allow us to get some of that much-needed rain. Remembering, of course, it is a farming community here, and they require the rain to look after that, as Daniel now drives, Luke, I should say, drives down in underneath the tree canopy, watching the bikes come towards us and then start to peel out into the circuits again. One down on the deck there by the look of it, as we continue to chase the two that are in front at the moment. Still on the chase. Look at this. In amongst all the spindly tree lines. And they shouldn't be that far away from coming back towards us, I would have thought. Thanks, Daniel. Sorry about that. Two mouthfuls will all be finished. Well, right now we're looking at the outer part of the circuit, and where that rainbow is, believe it or not, Casterton is, from my memory, serves me correctly, it's probably behind that gum tree, kind of in that direction out towards the left.
Definitely need to get here though. This place is a pot of gold, isn't it?
Oh, matey, boy, it's a ripper. And going through the town, you know, it was awesome to walk through the town yesterday and talk to some of the business owners and the store and shop owners in the main street and anywhere else for that matter that we moved around.
Yeah.
Also welcoming, and just literally loved the fact that the people were coming here to be part of the race, because the race is what's bringing them here. But more importantly, that, you know, that these people are in town and they're spending money here and they're helping their community.
It always boosts the economy, not just here but any motorcycle event. When it comes to your community, that's definitely what it's directly helping and assisting, isn't it?
But it had a real homely feel about it yesterday. Yeah. Every one of them that we spoke to had such a homely feel about the fact that, you know, they loved that you came to Casterton to have a look.
Yeah.
Just the
Mind you, they had a lot, didn't they? Everywhere. They had a real good mix of different things, and yeah, really beautiful place to visit, especially for a holiday, or if you're into show dogs and herding and things like that. That's also very big here. Another layer to Casterton itself.
You know, I look at some of the sponsors here. You know, Richardson's Butchery. I can only imagine what the meters are like here with you know, the cattle and everything else that's
stud farm country.
Here.
That's what we're on right now.
Just incredible, right? And a big thank you to, of course, Lockie Tyndall and Shane Foster and all those guys that have been involved with helping us to get here and being part of this awesome event here this year. I know I've been trying to get here for the last 4 years. It's been a bit of a journey, but we finally got here, and mate, really, really enjoying what it is today. Can only imagine how hot it's going to be competition-wise tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep.
Should be a whole new day tomorrow. And here's
Clearing.
Luke grabbing some more of that vital footage as these bikes come into view.
Promising to see those blue skies yet again, though. It's, you know, really good.
Good chase, good battle pack there of 3. Let's have a look at what comes out of this corner this time round. Here they come.
Pit lane looking very composed and ready to go.
Remembering, of course, the Saturday course today for the seniors is a 20, believe it or not, they're saying it's a 24.37K course. It is actually 27. Talking to the guys, there were some little bits that were added to it. That was to just give it a little bit more volume in length. And juniors today ran at 11.35. I think previously it was a 7K journey, but this time round it's 11. I can hear bikes now that are coming into view where we are. So it won't be long before we see them starting to push through the pit area. Really having a red hot dip out there, some of these guys too. Remembering, of course, the first lot of laps through will set our times that we'll be looking for our repetitive timelines. You know, a lot of the J3s were doing it in roughly 15 minutes. J3 and J4s in 15 minutes. A little bit of rain falling as we speak. More of a sun shower than anything else, to be honest.
Definitely keep putting those shout outs there. We are monitoring at all times.
Now we get to see him in some of this tight wet stuff. This will be interesting to watch now. Rightio. First across the line. First across the line is going to look like that's the the 410 by the look of it. That's the 4 of William Price. The 6 through of Kogan Locke. He's through as well. Keeping our eye on the next one through past our commentary area here. That'll be the 410. So it looks like we saw William Price through. The bike of Kogan Lock went through.
Liam Mason also through pit lane there.
One in early for pit stop here in front of where we are. That is the, by the look of it, the 27 bike,
Yep, Liam Mason.
which is Liam Mason. So refuel going on for him. I think the idea of that is to split the strategy for him. As the 45 thunders through of Will McGuinness aboard the KTM. I reckon that was the there's the 15 of Max Ricks. Ricks is through. 21.
Jalen Lesio out of Vic. Bike number 4, Kawasaki. William Price.
Oh, here's one's had an altercation with a tree or something out there by the look of it. That'll be the 69. That's the bike of Tom Devery's on the out of Victoria. $25. That'll be the bike belonging to, I reckon that one was as the rain now tumbles down steadily, but certainly not heavy. And that was the 10 of Jamie Dunstan aboard the Husqvarna out of Victoria. $34 through. The entry of Bailey Coolin. He obviously hails out of Victoria. So they're still active and rolling through without too many issues. There's a nice shot of the rain coming down here in front of the pro race team there. Looks like they're dry underneath it, but as I said, the water's still falling in and around them. That's the 11 gas of Jacob Sinclair, also out of Victoria, as you can see him chasing through the rain.
A lot of rider adjustment where they're having to actively monitor the track and adjust accordingly with the rain coming down.
Yeah, this is a real battle of wits and adjustment.
Yep. 39 and 60A through.
And 39's Chase Tuddenham in the clubman class. And the other one was, I believe, the 59, which would have been the bike of
yeah, conditions really changing now. The rain's getting heavier. Pit stop for 143 there, entering the chat.
There's a 37 of Fabian Bill through aboard the Husqvarna.
64 Kyle Leach through pit lane and back out on track.
The two-stroker, the number 69, heading through. That's Tom Devries aboard the Gas, and still going pretty strong at that. Here's the 47 of Balin Townsend, riding in the E1 class, the 120cc to 200 two-stroke, or 150 to 250cc four-stroke class. The 296.
Egan.
That's the Egan bike.
47 Lachlan Bulk through on the Husky. Looking steady pace too.
Yeah, the 296 is that bike of Nate Egan out of Victoria. It's incredible. You watch the attitude of some of the bikes in some of the turns now. Some of them are a little bit on the cautious side to, grab the line and run the line. Others are quite happy to literally jam the thing in there and hit it as hard as they can. Geordie Vickers that we saw on the screen there, the 53 bike, as the 37 goes through of Fabian Bill. And there's your 63 again, outside line, inside line, and carry the speed on the outside. So that made good ground for him.
.164 looking a bit out of shape, but pulling it together pretty quickly there. We've got Bjorn out there also.
And that one there looked like the 72 of Harrison Barton aboard the Yamaha. The raindrops there. 168. The 168 going through there. That'll be the bike of the 41. Looks like the 41 in. That's the bike of Ethan Bashtanik, hailing out of Victoria. Aboard the KTM there. Looks like that's a longer stop than proposed. Looks like
a bit of a shrug of the shoulders there.
Well, that's what he's doing there. He's actually doing an adjustment to the top of the fork leg by the look of that. So there's a suspension component part. There's an adjustment being done to that bike down there right now. I'd say it's probably possibly being softened a bit to try and take a
Yeah.
little bit more of the
Absorb a bit more of
the
that.
bump loadings. We'll see what comes of that. The 416 through. That'd be at the Clubman class bikes. Well, let's ask the 216, 126. You see there with all of the
tape.
No,
Yeah.
it's the roll-offs from his
Roll-offs,
goggles,
yeah.
all displaced and hanging around his head. That's Archie Salapayev's out on aboard his bike out of Victoria.
Oh, 111A, sorry, Scott Hatesmar aboard the Yamaha.
116 through now.
This section alone that we're seeing right now on our screen is showing us what difficulties they'll be having out on track firsthand as a bit of a sample corner, I suppose.
And
What
Duke's,
the terrain's happening.
Duke Smith was the 116 bike that we saw go through. So,
Yep.
and he opted for that centre line we were talking about before. There
Pit
we
stopping
go.
with 56. One of our girls out there, not afraid to rip in. She's back out again.
That's Emily Lambert aboard that one in the women's class, aboard the Gas.
Left and probably very clean. She was fantastic. Good to see.
Bike number 40 through.
Bike 217 just through our corner here near the
Lewis Arrowsmith, which is the that's the connection to the Arrowsmith family from Matt Jones Motorcycles. So
Fantastic.
good to see the Melton-based rider out of Victoria aboard the Husqvarna going great guns out here today. The 544 Glenn Patton opting to drag the gloves, the goggles off. The 626 going through, that's Bradley Snell on the Kawasaki out of Victoria. The 320.
accurate. They've just got to wait for all the riders to come through, and then they have to assign some transponders to riders because they've done up signing. That's why there's riders missing in there a bit. He said we got there in the end, but it took them a bit to get it in. But he said this is all we've got at the moment to sort of go by.
That's all right. We're just picking numbers off here.
So you can probably trust that 90%.
That looked like the 325 that got away then. That was Michael Harrison aboard the KTM out of Victoria, so he got away okay.
Bike 442 there.
Thomas Aquilina aboard the KTM out of Victoria as well. That's your 442 again. Thomas Aquilina going through on screen right now.
We've got a goggle change or maybe a bike change happening down here at pit lane on our corner. Bike 207.
Both 207s.
Bike 275 with a bit of a stop there. Bit of a delay, but he's back at it.
There's a nice shot of Mum and Dad giving the young fellow a hand. Just got to get that jug up and over and into the top. There we go. Get it in nice and hard.
Got it locked and loaded. Moto Mums that do it all.
And the cover over the top to stop anything getting into it. It's a nice shot, that, actually.
Very nice shot.
The team are doing what they've got to do. There's one that's had a issue at the front of the bars. It's lost the front section. Looks a little bit like a 643, yeah. The 643, that'll be Stelios Liakopoulos out of Victoria. 1 point suspension sponsored KTM. Adjustment being made there. There's a 312 through. Well, if we have a look at some of the times that have come through, we'll quickly pick them up. The 410 of Lyndon Snodgrass, by the look of it, went through on a time of, let's have a quick look here. Snodgrass, a time of 33 minutes 36.05. Corey McMahon, a 33.08.66. Jai Dixon, a 33.14.35. Kogan Locke, nice pass for him, a 33.20.2. Liam Mason, a 34.57.8. Cooper Shido through on a 35.14.02. On screen, the 7.06. Paul McKay out of, I reckon he's out of Hamilton from memory in Victoria. Bjorn Cardenius through on a 35.58.76. Still plenty of bikes rolling through without too many issues at the moment. Looked like the 9.14 of Peter Schraper through from the Bolton Motorcycles KTM group out of Victoria. He made pretty solid ground there out of that turn that we saw earlier. And that'll be the 990 bike. I reckon they're pushing through. That'll be the bike of Aaron Barnett, the Yamaha out of Victoria. As you can see, they're all staggered quite evenly around the complex, based around on their start and or the time that they've made up and how well they've managed to read the terrain around it. I reckon that's the 478. And the 478, that's the KTM of Lachlan Stein. It's going nicely out there. One caught up there, that's the 244 by the look of it. And the 102. The 102 of Samuel Morris was aboard the KTM, was going nicely. .852 there, Tracy Maguire in the women's class going through. She looked pretty solid. Let's have a look at who's on screen here right now in front of us. Looks like that's getting parked up. Can't really see a number on it, so a bit hard to understand which one that one is. I reckon that one's a 6:08, the gas. I reckon it might be Glenn Harrison, actually, that one, the 6:09 of Glenn Harrison aboard the gas out of Victoria. Looks like we've got a time there for Corey Hammett, a 34:12:38. Go down a little further to see if we can find the next one we'll grab a time from. There's been a refuel there on, I reckon that is the 518 bike. That's the bike of Salvatore Porto. As you can see by the steam that's rising and the smoke out of that back exhaust on that bike, it definitely has cooled down a little bit with that cloud cover that's come through and a little bit of rain that has fallen. And Max Purvis, bike number 69, through on a 35:54:63. That's 35 minutes 54 seconds, or 54.63 seconds. Right in front of Bjorn Cardenas, who's riding in the EJ All Powers class. Oliver Pantero in the E2 class, 36:02, meaning 36 minutes 2.04 seconds.
Down at Kogan Locks, pit lane here, they're devising a plan ready to go because not every pit lane and pit stop looks the same. Devising a plan themselves to put forward to get the result for his pit stop with minimal time. Even down to the finest of details, they are mapping that out to make sure it's all smooth and consistent. Everyone knows their job. Everyone knows what their responsibility is to get him back out on track as quick as possible. So hopefully we will see him either pass by or float through, and then we'll catch up with the team after that has progressed so we can check out to what extreme and what maximum they go to make sure that he gets the quickest stop. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
If you want a coffee, you can't put it in a bottle. So you could put it in a bottle, but...
Yeah, thanks for that, Beck. Good insight. Luke Chalice, by the look of it here. I've got a time for him on a completion of first laps, 36 minutes 08.2. which was just in front of Corey Hammond. Can you believe it? So Corey Hammond there on a 36.12.38. So Patino, the better part of about, what have we got here? 6 seconds. 6 seconds in front. Trust me, that's not a lot to be in front of Corey Hammond before he reels you in. And that looked like the 453 of Connor Robertson that left the scene of the crime there just a minute ago. They're all finding their own points of entry to whether they need to come in for fuel or whatever the case may be early in the piece.
Down here with Amber and Owen, looks like he's taken the track and not the pit.
Yeah, Kogan was, he had a strategy that he was going to stop on lap 2, but he's kept going. Looks like he's going to go to lap 3 because the couple of riders that were ahead of him actually stopped. So this, I can see he's seen this as an opportunity to get out in front. So he's decided to leave it to lap 3. That's fine from a fuel perspective because he's got plenty of fuel to get another lap in. So yeah, he's just flown past and done tripled a few of the whoops in front of us and looking pretty quick. So he looks like he's pretty happy on the bike.
He sure did, and he's got that tunnel vision. You could see it just about under his goggles and helmet that he's just gunning, ready to go. I'm going to pick on Amber now, and let's have a look at the setup that Kogan has not touched. So we get to see this in its actual form, ready to go. So it'll sit here just for another lap until he can get back. But Amber, to what maximum do you go to have his table ready to go instantly at a grab?
Just pretty much the spare goggles, spare gloves, just in case he needs to change those. A couple of gels already opened. A Odie bar, because that's what he requested this morning to be opened. A Snickers bar, a banana, some electrolyte drink, and then the Powerade to spray the radiators if they need to be demudded, I guess.
So mechanical, breakfast, fashion, all on the one table, and a bit of a...
Got a pick board, tools, tools, spare water. That's pretty much it, really. And
anything he demands, anything His Royal Highness needs at a snatch, he's got it. Not to say that all of this happens off the table, does it? Because it's probably very unlikely unless he's needing all and every single element of this. That's what you'll be able to give, and every person has a job there. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm the job. I look after the rider, and Owen and someone else helps fuel him.
Fantastic, and I wish him all the best for the rest of his ride, and you've done an amazing job, and thanks for letting me step into your pit lane that's high pressure, but he's got it all under control.
Thank you. Great, thanks very much.
Well, there you go, Beck. That's reasonable insight as to what they're going to be preparing for next time round, because he certainly didn't stop this time. He continued on his journey. So next time through, no doubt he'll be picking up all of those bits. So let's have a quick look. A handful of riders that have gone through on a second lap. Looks like Will Rupick went through, Corey McMahon went through, Lyndon Snodgrass went through. If I then drop down a little bit further, I find Kogan Locke, Cooper Scheidauer, and to wrap them up, Max Midwinter went through to complete second lap, so they're out on their third now. And that looks ominous there, with something to do with the throttle assembly on that one. That looks like it's the 557 entry. I reckon that's the bike of Corey Robson, the Husqvarna out of the Winning Homes group out of New South Wales. And that's him parked off to the side, so that's exactly not what he would like to have happened, but sometimes when those things happen, you've got to deal with them, right? Another couple through on second lap. Looks like we got Liam Mason through and Will McGuinness also through to complete second and out on their third. And Max Purvis went through, completing his second. So to Jeremy Carpenter, Jacob Sweet, Deegan Graham, Jake Henderson, Stefan Garnquist, Fraser Higlet, Jai Dixon, keeping an eye out now, coming through the pit lane where we are. That's the number 8 of Jake Henderson. So Henderson must have taken a pit stop at the end of his second lap. He's out on his third now. Take a very unorthodox line there. The 21 bike belonging to Jaden Lesio in the E2 class. That, of course, is the 220 to 250cc 2 to 275 to 450cc 4-stroke class. Certainly pursued that corner down here near broadcast with plenty of gusto. Probably didn't come off the way he wanted it to, but anyhow, it is what it is. Blue City Motorcycles Group. Definitely saw the 294 through there before. Maybe 61 of Bjorn Kadarans. Completion of another for him. the 948 of Paul Vane in the Kane Trading sponsored gas. Hailing out of Victoria was the last one to leave our pit area. And that's the number 30. We literally smashed it through there on the way out. And 30 courses Archer Colwell out of SA. A little bit of rain starting to fall again. You see one of those tight shots. Some droplet streaks as they fall down around it. That's the 47 of Balin Townsend. He's running in the E1 class. Looks like a couple of them rolling into pit stops now and getting valuable tune-ups on themselves body-wise while the bike gets a refresh as well.
Oops, sorry, 3.
All the way to you, Beck. You see what you got on top. Over to you, Beck.
Just here with Cruz. Ricky's unfortunate news, you tapped out. Tell us what the reason is behind stepping out.
I've just done a clutch, so I was got stuck in a bog hole, and it was so deep. I was trying to get out, and I was dumping the clutch a bit too many times, and it went on me. So a bit devastating, but at least it's not Hatter time. So mainly focused on Hatter. So this was just sort of training for it, but yeah, at least it didn't happen in Hatter. So yeah.
Bit of testing too that goes on, I suppose, at Casterton. You wouldn't be the only one that's out here doing that same sort of thinking and prepping yourself for not only the pressure of Hatter but your mechanical. Will we see you out there again tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll be back out there just to obviously get that testing like you said. So the more riding I can do, the better before Hatter. So yeah, we're keen to go. So yeah.
Fantastic. Now I know it's not the result that you wanted today. However, stepping on after what can be a bit of a letdown, is there any sponsors and things that you'd like to thank your team that's got you here over the weekend?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mum and Dad, obviously. I'd like to thank my girlfriend for coming along, and Colo Films for coming to film. Obviously he couldn't get too many clips of me today, but hopefully tomorrow. And I'd just like to thank Rickers and Moylan Builders.
Fantastic. Just going back to your friend in the media, if anyone's out there watching and scrolling on their phone, do you know his handle to be able to drop for us to check out?
Yeah, at Colo Films, so go give him a look. So he posts some pretty cool edits and stuff, so yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you, cheers.
And that's back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck, well done. Some great footage now being caught by the Rural IT Solutions pilot there in Luke. waiting for the next group to come through. Coming through in waves of riders now as they almost pit together and run out together again. Some very close and very tight pit stops being performed out in amongst our receival area. Well, the look of that was the 20 of Jack Kagi and the Yamaha out of Victoria. Coming up with some slower riders in front now as he finally gets his looks like the 34 in the pit area there. Some issues with that bike as they hastily try to get what is required back together again in that Yamaha. And that'll be the bike of Bailey Coolin. Not a good view to see this early in the race for him. That looks like the 97 entry. Of Griffin Fowler. As the 737 returns back to resume racing. There's a nice display there from the 83 of Jake Lockhart. Another one trailing a ton of bunting behind him. There he goes, heads into pits. Looks like we're going to be crossing to Beck in the pit area again very shortly for another catch-up with one of the teams there. This time it looks like it's part of the Mototech team that they'll be talking to shortly. Righty, over to you, Beck.
So down here with Logan Clue, he's tapped into Bjorn's pit stop here. You can see Bjorn's dad getting ready for his next pit stop over here on the table. The whole team here waiting for him to arrive back. But checking back in with Logan. Logan, how did you do this morning in your class?
Oh, I didn't do too bad. We ended up DNFing. Bike blew up down the bottom. It got really wet and sandy down there. I ended up having to pull the bikes out of ruts. It got real that deep. It was really gnarly down there.
Yeah, fantastic. But you just kept soldiering on as much as you could, and then
We were trying to be consistent and just trying to survive.
fantastic. And this is probably a bit of a training session too. Not only is it a race, but it's training. Have you got Hatter in a couple of weeks' time?
Yeah, we're doing Hatter in 2 weeks, so this will be a good test for it.
Yep, bit of tuning as well, fine tuning before the main, a main dance coming up that's pretty big. You've been following Bjorn quite closely as well. How are you finding him tracking and looking up to him?
He's something else. I've never seen anything like it. He started third row back, and he's already caught the first row. He's just, we go out and train, and he's just something else.
He is nuts, and if you've actually seen any of Bjorn's social media, he is next level, isn't he? We're hoping to be able to catch Bjorn because he's been a highly requested rider that we touch base with this weekend, but he's just very hard to find. Do you find that, when he goes riding and that sort of thing, he's hard to find?
Yeah, well, you see him and then he's gone. That's just what he's like.
Fantastic. He's got everything set up here. He's got a lot of support, this kid, and he's definitely going places. So do you have a message for Bjorn? I know that he's out on track, but hopefully you'll see this looking back tonight when he's having a chill. What's your message to him?
Well, good luck. He's not losing. He's winning. He's doing well. He's going to go far. He's going places.
And it's definitely cool to have someone and a mate that is going places that you can look up to and set the tone. As for yourself, though, I know you've been out on track today. It's important that we shout out your sponsors and people who help you in your pit lane. Have you got any sponsors that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Mum and Dad, they're my main sponsor. We got Roblox Recycling, Cruise Tune Suspension, Swan Hill Power Products, Swan Hill Tyre and Battery, and Monk's Performance is a big one.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time and also being here in pit for Bjorn and in support of him. It also goes a long way, doesn't it? Thank you so much for your time, and back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. As the 77 went through, keeping him live and active and rolling through pretty hard, actually. It was great to see him get on the gas as hard as he did and headed away from us. Well, they all seem to be turning through at reasonable and consistent numbers. Once we get some more updates time-wise, we'll share those with you. And that suspected offering there was the 54 bike, I believe, chasing through. Just as we were speaking then, it was the 30 bike of Archer Colwell, the South Australian riding aboard the KTM that shot through our broadcast point. So he's still on the move and still going fairly strong. Well, the 216 there.
So down here with Sari, she is another hidden talent here at the racetrack that isn't often showcased. It's the girlfriends that are also dragged along to pit lane, obviously because they love it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you ride yourself?
No, I don't. No, I used to growing up, but not anymore. Yeah.
When it's in your blood, you can't get rid of it. That's the problem. So now you found cruise, and it's like it's also beyond it. Ending at pit lane. You now do the picking up of the pieces, don't you? And girlfriends in the pit lane, and partners and wives and girlfriends, the wags, I suppose you'll call them. What does your job entail when you get back to home base there?
Cleaning and picking up his stuff, really.
Doing a full reset, isn't it? Yeah, and making sure he's okay to then continue for tomorrow and
as well.
Yeah.
What about the massages? Oh yeah, massages.
The cramps, yes, all those type of gigs. You get dragged from track to track, but there's a layer of the lifestyle that you must love too, and you're very dedicated to be able to come and do a job. I heard Cruz speaking earlier saying thank you for all that you do, so you must do. You're very humble in saying, oh yeah, it's all part of it, but I know that you would do a hell of a lot for him behind the scenes, and from me to you, thank you for doing that out here, thank you for coming to Casterton.
Thank you, I love it.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thanks for that, Beck. Well done. Yeah, certainly doesn't just end when the bike gets turned off. There's a lot more that has to happen in the background scenes to pull together what it is. And don't forget, of course, 94 Visuals here this weekend as well, making sure they grab all the action and the footage around the site. If you're chasing any of the onboarding photos between today and tomorrow, Andrew Kenny and the 94 Visuals crew are out and about. So it's really simple. Make sure you get on to Andrew. And of course, Andrew Kenny can be caught on this phone number, which of course is 0422 195 452. 0422 195 452. Andrew Kenny at 94 Visuals. He's the guy to talk to for all your shots for the weekend. Well, there's the 55 through. Another one making his way in fairly steadily. Looks like the 389. All these guys right on the chase now. They're already a couple of laps into it. And that, of course, is leaving where we are right now, the number 15 bike of Max Ricks. And this track at Casterton's bringing out some real surprises throughout the day today. You know, we had a very, very wet morning this morning for our junior division, which was right on the back of the rain, actually finishing from night last night, which made it really hard to try and navigate for especially the bikes with the really small wheel classes. And then we had the next wave of juniors who come through that were the larger and last set of juniors who blew the track open and did what it needed to do. And now the fastest groups of the senior groups are now running through. And they're consolidating on what was left behind. So there's some really solid lines coming out of that these guys are using right now. Beautiful shots of the bikes approaching above that Bracken hinterland look. And of course was a 39 that rolled through just then, which it was the bike of Oscar Fox out of Victoria. Good to see Foxy down here having a crack at Casterton as well. The 259 through. And the 259 was the entry of Jack Johnson on board the Kawasaki out of Victoria. And you see off to the left-hand side there, that's the car of Luke, our drone pilot here this weekend. He obviously parks up in certain locations around the track where he can get access to, and then he has fly time that he takes from out the back of the car and shoots it around all over the place looking for what needs to happen for access to some of those zones to give him good signal coverage. So we do thank him for all the work that he puts in tirelessly in the background over the not only today but obviously today, tomorrow, and for all the time that he's been up here previously.
Down here with two of our junior riders in the junior category. We've got Will Harvey here. G'day, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm loving Casterton Sandstorm. It's awesome down here.
Yeah, it is.
And I've also got Parks Krana here. How you going?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic, I'm awesome. Now, both of you guys had rode this morning. How did you feel? How was the track for you guys? Because you tackled it first.
Yeah, it was real wet, like in the first section out the back, but all the sand was nice and moist. It was good.
Did you get caught out a couple of times?
Yeah, I got stuck in the mud a few times where it was really deep.
Yeah, didn't tip it over though?
Only once.
Good job, and picked it back up and off you went again.
Yep.
Fantastic. Now, Parks, how did you find the track? Because you were also in that same class and category to get out there first go. How did you find it?
I was pretty sloppy. I got bogged a couple of times. I fell right in the mud. It felt like a real big lake.
So, got wet straight away and obviously really cold.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a swim. And I can see on your hat that you've got Hatter 2025 written on your hat. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I did Hatter and I came second.
Beautiful, I knew that. That's fantastic. You probably don't realise, but there'd be a few people on this live stream recognising you and who you are and what you're up to. So it's fantastic to see you at Casterton. Now, look, boys, you have some sponsors I'm aware of that help you race. Can you shout them out for me? Start with you, Will.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Fury Engines and Automotive, Rich River Asphalt, Swan Hill Power Products and Swan Hill Toyota. Oh, and Monk Performance Engines.
Fantastic. And are you tackling Hatter in a couple of weeks?
Yep, sure am for the second time.
Yahoo! Let's go. That's awesome. And Parks, what are your sponsors, mate?
I'd like to thank Braco Plumbing, Monk Performance, Cruise Tune Suspension, Mototech, Goodyear, Swan Hill Power Products, Fury Engines, and yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. That's good. And did you both thank Mum and Dad?
Yep.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. Awesome. Thank you so much, boys, for showing up and putting in the hard work this weekend. You're going to be ready for Hatter and tested and tuned. So thank you for your time. Back to commentary.
Good to see some of the talent that's coming through in the time that we'll see them in a couple of weeks at Hatter, and of course it'll be year on year until they leave the junior division and go into seniors. Let's have a quick look at where we sit in the outrights so far today. Top 10 looks a little bit like this. Corey McMahon currently completed 3 laps and is currently sitting on a total time of 1 hour 41 minutes at 15.12 seconds. Fastest lap so far today, by the look of it, was a 32-minute 57.35, and that went to Will Rupkett, but he's now dropped down into third. Second outright at the moment, provisionally, sits with Lyndon Snodgrass, who's gone through on a 1 hour 41 minutes 38.81. So he's only the better part of about, let's call it, 19 seconds in arrears. Kogan Lock behind them. Then we move a little further down the field. Cooper Scheidau, Max Midwinter, Liam Mason, the bike of Will McInnes, Maximus Purvis, and Jeremy Carpenter in 10th. And we talk about Maximus Purvis as well. You know, like he's had a solid run today to sit where he is. So just keep on chugging away, boys. And very shortly we get an opportunity to have a chat with one of the guys who's been instrumental with the event here, the Casterton Sandstorm event. And I'm not talking about this year, I'm talking about over a number of years. And that is a guy by the name of Shane Foster. We get a chance to talk to Shane in a little while about his spin and his thoughts on the journey that the Sandstorm event has taken over a handful of years already. Maybe we might do some pie in the sky stuff and looking at where we think it might land or where he feels it might land going forward and what changes potentially could come. So really a guy who's really close to the fire on how this all plays out. Hope you're enjoying your live stream here this weekend from the brilliant area here down where we run the Casterton Sandstorm, and particularly for this year, the 2026 one, proudly brought to you by the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club. And we'll have Shane Foster very, very shortly. Right here, coming about out. It's the 764 bike. That'll be the entry of well, there we go. There's a 308 getting tossed some fuel in. Toby Fritsch. A couple of others coming behind them. And this is really taking its toll on some of these guys. Interestingly enough, we've typically when you see the ground like it is right now and very, very thick to drive through, this is absolute torture on chains and sprockets and more importantly clutch packs. This is the type of event where we find, clutches failing. We've already had a couple that have gone from bikes that have been pushed out of the pit area for that very, very reason. But hey, look, it is what it is. We have to ride the conditions, and that's what you're going to need to do. I'll pick through some of the classes. So in E1, we have Cooper Scheidau leading from Maximus Purvis and Jeremy Carpenter. We go down to the E1 class with Lachlan Gardner in that one leading. Then we might move down to E2, which is a 220 to 250 cc 2-stroke, 275 to 450 4-stroke. Top three there. Looks like Lyndon Snodgrass topping the hill there with Will Rupkett in second and Kogan Lock in third. A little further down we look for the E3 class, which is 290 to 500 cc 2-stroke, 475 to 650 cc 4-stroke class. Top three in that one, Corey McMahon, top of the heap there. Max Midwinter in second, and the bike of Jack Menther. That's the one that picks up third in that class. EJ, this is the 16 to under 18 all powers, sees the guy himself charging ahead. Man, is he putting some solid laps in. This is the bike of Bjorn Kadinas. He came out of the fourth row on the start, and man, he is up the front there. It is incredible to watch. Oscar Harris in second, and Harry Gilbertson, who's running beautifully in third position there. Move into the EM, or the Masters group. Masters sees Rowan Pumper in the lead with Dan Mole and Mark Patton bringing up the top three. I'll move into EV, which is the Vetties, 35 and over. And that looks like this in the top three, Cade Vag, with his fastest lap, a 40-minute 36.98 second pass. Johnny Day right behind him, and Luke Ablett on his bike. All of them completing 2 laps so far, so they're cranking along nicely. In the W class, EW or women's class, we find Jess Gardner leading. Her top lap score, a 39-minute 44.65. Behind her, also on 2 laps, Rachel Archer and Maddie Healy, who we had a chat to earlier today. She's got her gear together and she's going strong, so good to see her going so well. And when you look down through the group behind her, you know, Emily Garnquist, Monique Simeone, Emily Lambert, Maddie Simpson, Jade Chellis, like there's quite a few of them that could very well be up the front of that field in that class, but between Jess Gardner, Rachel Archer and Maddie Healy, they've really got that stitched up. Euro Legends sees the top three, Daniel Forrester, Ian Jenner and Joe Honduras, who's in the lead, in running third there with the fastest lap. And if I pick up just the rest of those guys, there's Shawnee Peterson, Michael Todvoric and Guy Holden in there too. So that's how we kind of see them so far in the classes so far. Hey, great opportunity now to have a chat to one of the guys who I'm going to call him instrumental in how this thing gets bolted together. This thing we call the Casterton Sandstorm for the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club. And that is Shane Foster. Shane, great to have you on the PA today.
Thanks, John. Thanks for having us on.
Mate, the Sandstorm, you know, it started somewhere. So would you like to just give me a little bit of an insight, if you're around long enough, to sort of say how did the Sandstorm come about? What was the instrumental part that created that?
Cooey-Rupp Motorcycle Club back probably about 9 years ago. Approached the club about hosting a round of the Vic Off-Road, which was, we'd only probably reformed the club after a probably 15-year hiatus. It's only a couple of years before that. So something wasn't even on our radar. We met with Ned Kelly and a couple of the other fellas from Cooey-Rupp and down at Dartmoor, where we hosted the first couple of rounds. Mm-hmm. And it sort of, all flowed on from there.
So really for this event, Shane, what you're telling me is that as much as it was something that kind of came left of field to the club to say, how about you think about doing this, you really had to just decide, we're going to do it. Now, it's easy to decide to do it, right? Then there's all the logistics, like where do you run it? What does the track look like? How do you map it out? What's the distance got to be? What sort of challenges do you want? And then when you pull all that together, how do you do it year on year? So would you like to sort of just string me through that bit? All right, club decided we're going to do it, right?
Yep.
What's the next step? Where do we do it?
Cooey-Rupp already had the location organised. Malcolm Davies from down at Foster also owned a block at Dartmoor, so that side of it was already organised. And then, in the fortunate position, mostly farmers in our committee and club, and we've got a bit of equipment. Paul O'Brien, local logging contractor or plantation forestry contractor. Fortunate enough, he had truck and floats. I had a couple of tractors. He had a tractor, so we were able to get gear down there and form the track. And first year was successful. I think we got round of the series, which was a great start. But just look, the help that the Cooey-Rupp Club give us over those first couple of years, was invaluable. Jay Miles and Ned, so many of those fellas, Justin Oakes.
So Shane, inevitably what happened is the Cooey-Rupp group stepped back
Yep.
And left the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club to continue on, right?
Yeah.
And at that stage, do you kind of feel that you'd bitten off a fair bit and you just had to chew like hell to keep going? Like,
yeah, we did. Yeah, look, it was pretty daunting, but at the same time, probably lucky we're all a fairly like-minded group. I think the Hattard Desert Race was a massive inspiration for myself. Just I've been up for quite a few years prior to that, seeing how that was run. And look, I'm pretty confident if a few of us hadn't seen that event, it would have been so much harder for us to tackle this and be able to achieve what we have been able to do. I think just that template that they put down and the standard they set, we just aspired to try and match that. You know, we could never match what they do, but to the level we could, we tried to bloody emulate that.
but you also have to remember, Shane, that, you know, that's been going for nigh on 30 years, right? Like, so this is an event now that, you know, you guys have been doing for, you know, a third of that or a bit less. So, you know, to be where you are right now is iconic in itself that you've done that. Like, it's just, for me, I look at that and go, that is just almost unheard of in a 10-year period to get to this stage, right?
Yeah, no, certainly. But I think we're been very fortunate. The support from the local council, Karen Stevens is local councillor, but also mayor at the current time. Right throughout, they've been a real support for us. Along the way, and then just the community sponsors they've got behind the club. We've got a great following from a club day point of view. Our club's a little bit unusual, I suppose, in that we don't keep places or times. We don't have any championships. We just run days that riders, young and old, could get in as much ride time as possible. And I think all that's helped us get volunteers, because to run an event like this, we not only rely on our committee, but we rely on a hell of a lot of people that put their hands up with equipment, their time, to come and help drive it.
And when we talk about that time, you know, like a lot of people, I spoke to Lockie about this one, Lockie Tyndall earlier, and we're probably only going to reiterate some of this, but I'll expand a bit on it too. It's the amount of time it takes to actually put it together. Like, this happens months and months and months out. It's not something that, you pull out a template and you go, right, 2 weeks out we do this and we're ready in a fortnight. Yeah. That don't happen, right?
Nah, it's definitely, the day it finishes is almost the day you start planning. And I heard Lockie mention before, when you were interviewing him, just about the debrief, things we can work on to improve, and sort of reset and start planning that timetable for getting ready for the next year.
So now I'm going to ask you the question. When you guys, I'm kind of hoping you were part of this, but when you guys first went to council to start to sit down and nut out what you were about to do, were you in that group?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And how did it feel when you first went into council? Because you go in there with a preconceived idea in your head. It's a bit like, what do we tell these guys for them to understand what the hell it is we're trying to do, right?
Well, I think we're probably daunting, but I think we're probably blessed. The town we live in, like Casterton, only 1,500 people, but it's an incredible community. We already had the street drags that are an annual event. It's the only actual street drags, I think, virtually left in Australia now.
Mm-hmm. And that's where they shut the roads
down.
Shut the
roads
off.
off.
A public road down to run. And then open it up again after it's all done, right? That's almost unheard of. It doesn't happen anywhere else. Trust me, I know it from a drag racing point of view.
Yeah, right.
Tied up with it. I know how hard and how logistically impossible it is to do anywhere else, right? So if you're doing that already, that's pretty awesome in itself. Anyhow,
and then we fortunate enough, we have the Kelpie Festival, so it's massive for the town. That was 2 weeks ago, the King's birthday weekend. 10,000 plus people come to town. And then we have pole cross carnivals, bush music festival. That's just, there's so many events in town, and they're all driven by the community and volunteers. And I think council, there's so many crossover of people on each committee, so it becomes a relatively easy process that, because the people on council know us all, whether it be through football clubs or whatever, they've got the confidence in this that we are capable of running the events and running it well. So it probably wasn't so daunting, because most of us had already dealt with council through those other events.
Yeah, right. Because I know when you go to council for the first time, you're trying to portray something, and your picture in your head is maybe not exact, but it's pretty damn close to what it ends up being.
Yep.
And try and explain that to somebody else that's looking at it from the other end, going, "What's going to go wrong? How's our name going to get squashed because of it?" Those are always two peaks of mountains that never kind of are at the same height.
That's
so
right.
so to get across that, you've done an amazing job of that, and it's also about the fact that your council's very forward and they understand that, right?
Yeah, no, they are. Look, we are extremely blessed to have a council that supports so many events, not just ours. Like even the hill climb we host in Casterton, that's sort of probably a biannual event where we run up the hill over the river in town, which is pretty unique, and they support us to the hilt with that. It's Deaker as well. They co-own the hill with the local council, and they all, once we get things in place, they're really supportive of the event.
What in your time do you feel has been the most challenging thing to overcome?
Probably.
And it might be more than one, right?
Yeah, no, possibly the weather.
Yeah.
For us, just being in that sort of mid-June period of time, and this track can get wet as we've seen today and can become challenging. That's probably our biggest challenge. We probably had the opportunity where we could have moved to a different time slot, but we really wanted to lock ourselves in and being that 2 weeks before Hattah, 2 weeks after Fink, that there's 3 really good events, and we just felt our event just tied in so well on that build up to Hattah.
Well, I know there's a lot of guys and girls now as well, because that's something that's brilliant to see too, that there's both sexes running in the event now.
Yep, certainly.
But a lot of them are using this as a shakedown for Hattah. Now, I know that there are a lot of things in Hattah that are not parallels between here and there. But there are some things that are, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's quite unique that your timing is kind of perfect for that, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. It just lends itself. You look at this year, they've got Lyndon Snodgrass come back from the States, do this round in prep for hitting into Hattah in 2 weeks' time. So, and look, we've had that happen probably over the last 3 years where these fellas have come back and, had a run here, got a feel, acclimatised themselves, and then head up to Hattah.
So, correct. So, if it wasn't the stature of what it is as an event, they wouldn't do that, right? So they do that because they see it as a challenge that they have to do, and it's pivotal to preparation for them, right? So I think that's incredible. And I would say to you, seeing the rain that we've had and the lead up to this, I watched in the lead up for the week or so, I was watching how much rain you guys are going to get. I was actually quite curious as to what it was going to look like when I got here, because that is a ton of rain, right?
Yeah.
Up where we come from, that'll drain away reasonably well.
Yep.
But here, I wouldn't have thought. And what I found last night and watching what has sort of occurred through the week lead up, I actually think it actually adds to the stigma of the aura of the event, that it's you kind of know what you're going to get, but you're not going to get it 100% how you want it, and that's up for you to now challenge the elements. I think that's a great, for me, I think that's a great challenge for any competitor that's having a crack at this thing, right?
Oh, certainly. No, it is, because, we have been in this situation before. 2 years ago, we got, I think we ended up with 25 mil on a relatively wet track on the Saturday, completed all the cross countries, and then everybody thought we wouldn't have a hope of running the sprints the next day. But I think we worked to probably 11 o'clock that night. We just avoided the wet areas. We managed to create some new tracks, and unfortunately, a few people, and through no fault of their own, I completely understood they didn't dream we'd have a hope of being able to get sprint tracks up.
And went home.
But the credit of our committee and volunteers, by 7:30 the next morning, we had 3 ripping sprint tracks up. They were a bit shorter than normal, but the riders thoroughly enjoyed it, and that's probably our biggest compliment we can receive from anybody, is that the riders choose to keep coming back.
The other one I want to touch on is your volunteers. We've been talking about that all day, but the question I want to ask is, you've got an amount of volunteers that you would have started with when the event started, and as it grows and there's more things you add to it, that infrastructure of volunteers has to grow with it. Do you feel that's growing in line with that, or do you think it's actually growing bigger with the volunteer base than what was required, or like per capita. Does that make sense?
I think, yeah, certainly as it grows, we get more people involved, and more people random people that you sometimes don't even know put their hands up to help. As with any event, you always welcome any volunteers, whether it's 2 or 3 hours or whether it's 2 or 3 days. Every single little bit helps, and we've been very fortunate we've been able to maintain a strong core of people that help out with the event. Not everybody can all the time. There's certain things that pop up and people might be away for things they can't avoid, but in general we've been able to keep getting those consistent people back and just been able to add the 1 or 2 extras.
And we can't lose sight of the fact that a lot of these people are giving up some of their family time to do this, right? So we can't be thankful enough for what they donate, because an hour away from home is an hour away from the wife and everything else that's going on, right? So that is in itself a gift to the club that just you can't put money on.
Certainly,
Right?
like as a club, if it wasn't for the people that volunteered equipment and time, we certainly wouldn't be in the position we're in.
Right.
It just makes a massive.
So
massive
we've kind
difference.
of been here and we've come to where we are.
Yep.
What's your vision going forward? And I don't, if you've kind of got ideas and views, great, and if you think that there's something more but you just don't know what it is, like what would your grand vision be? What do you think you would need to do going forward?
Look, it'd be great, obviously, if we can steadily grow the numbers a little bit more. The numbers are fantastic though, like that's, the competitor level is terrific.
This year your competitor base is what?
About 470.
And that's the most you've ever had?
Yep. So I think the first year we started off 140. So obviously it's the Aussies combined, but it's still I think it was over 390 just Vic entries.
But it's steady growth, right?
It is.
And it's growth upon growth. Which a lot of clubs and a lot of events can't brag about that because they just haven't got it.
No,
right?
that's right.
And you guys have had that. So there's something that's luring about the event that brings people back with more. And that's got to be so fantastic to watch.
No, it is. Look, I know the first couple of times we held the event here, there was people asking if they could come back here and camp at Easter. So I think it's the atmosphere that's created with so many people camping here. I guess that's perhaps the one thing we might have over Hattah, but that everybody can basically camp on site. It's social, it's families, and it's creates a real. I think I heard you mention before to Lockie the atmosphere about last night when they were playing the games and that.
Oh, it was great.
It's a real just big community that all gets together.
And from the very moment you walk in or you come into the town, okay, you have this feeling of how connected and interwoven the community is, and how appreciative of the fact that you've come to visit them. I think you go away as a visitor with a hell of a lot more, because you come, you see it, you understand it, and you take away this gift of knowing that you're so welcome to come back. It just blows me away, right? It just doesn't happen anywhere else. Dead set.
No, look, we get the same feedback with the Kelpie Festival that we actually had some caravanners stayed out here for that.
Yeah.
And there's 3 of them said that, if they ever have to make the tree change, it'd be to Casterton, because their community is just so friendly and engaging and welcome to everybody. And I think that's part of the success of the little town, that we've been able to maintain our businesses pretty well and our population pretty well. We'd love to have more younger people come into town, but I guess for me that's a big driver of these sort of events. If you can have fun things like this happening in your town, then parents come for a weekend, and the kids will be tugging on mum and dad's arm saying, geez, can we move to Casterton? We can race motorbikes bloody once a month and we can be part of this. And it gets back to community.
And I think you're lucky too that some of your not just competitor base, but your club member base and volunteers are some younger people too, right? That's really incredible, because typically it's, and I don't want to sound bad and stereotyping stuff, right, but it's the old RSL guys that do the barbecues for stuff to fundraise, and it's the older football guys that are looking after something, and no one wants to help out, right? But you guys are a little bit unique, because I know I walk around looking at different things, and the age demographics of people that are helping to put this together.
Yep.
I mean, you drove in the front gate last night, and there's a young bunch of girls there giving out show bags and stuff.
Yep.
They were laughing, they were happy, they were doing a job, but they loved it.
Oh, and they've really driven that, Loanne and Haley and Kylie and that. The girls have, they've really driven that sort of welcoming and putting that welcome pack together and that. And I think, it's just a small gesture, but I think it just straight away gets it off to a positive, positive start.
But everyone in the whole area that's involved with this race to help put it on and volunteer, there's a lot of younger demographics in it that are there. So that's got to help you guys to grow. Like I think I'm very envious of it, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's a massive part. And I think every year we'll have, young kids out here with their dads, helping in the lead up to it, and then the pack up. It's amazing tomorrow when this finishes, that just all hands on deck, and it's amazing how quickly it all gets packed up and tidied up. And it's and look, I think those young ones, they're just obviously they're quick and energetic, and they just hop in and do it. But I think the best part is they're mixing with adults and they're learning. It's setting them up for their own future as well. You look at how those kids grow up, and all of a sudden they're riding out here as seniors. And
must make you proud, Shane, to know that you were part of that instrumental group that sort of took the bit between the teeth and said, we'll take the event on, we'll do it, and we'll just keep dealing with it, if you know what I mean. That's got to make you as proud as hell, mate.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, it is. And look, today, Johnny Cook here, I think I might introduce you to John yesterday. He was one of the founding members of the club back in 1972. And Rolly Cooper, who passed away a couple of years ago. But to be able to get the club back going after a hiatus, just a core group of fellas that we just got our heads together. But he had a bit of a chat, started off, my young fella had a mate coming out for a ride, and we just cut a little bit of a track in the scrub, and they had a bit of fun. And then we heard the club was going to fold, so we thought, we'll try and just have a fun day, and got about 20 bikes, and it grew from there. We thought we'd end up having to have times and places, but that never happened. It's just continued on from there. And I think we're very fortunate, all our club tracks, we have a learner track as well as a senior track. So those learners get to ride basically from 9 o'clock when they start to 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock. They get to ride non-stop, and that the other advantage in that, and that's no disrespect to those young riders, but instead of young riders being out in the track for a 4-lap event struggling with rough conditions, they've got a good track they can learn on, but also gives the senior riders that opportunity that get 4 or 5 rounds, and they're usually well and truly spent. So I think it's been so good to be able to get those young kids engaged at that level. And the other bonus is that kids are obviously nervous when they go to the first club days, but probably so is mum and dad. So it's been a nice, soft way for them to gradually ease into the sport, and I think they feel relaxed. And then once they feel relaxed, they're a lot more likely to come and help, and the club's done a great job with that.
And the fact that you have a dedicated junior piece that you do through the weekend, over the 2 days, that's the foundation stone of making sure that your juniors have somewhere to ride, and the sport has a growth of consistency all the way through. I know with Hatter, we looked at running the junior events on the Saturday with the senior event on the Sunday. The numbers there are a lot larger. I mean, we end up with about 850 odd bikes for the weekend, right? But you guys are touching sort of numbers heading to that sort of zone. But a lot of it ends up being because you're accommodating juniors for their own right as well as seniors, right? So all of a sudden you just get this whole layer of people that come for juniors. They all roll into seniors anyway, right? So you've invested in that. So, and to see that this morning, I mean, I walked in, I was here early enough to do the junior briefing to watch that. And I love those briefings because everybody hates them, right? Because no one wants to go listen to it. They're important though, and you got to hear stuff in it. But to see them all there this morning, it was dark. Okay? They were there listening and understanding what was going on. That must make you proud.
Oh, it's special. Bloody makes the hair stand up on the back of the neck a bit when you see them all there, and they're all listening, and then you see them head off with their bikes, and you hear the bike start up, and that it is. It's a proud moment for it's a great reward for all the work that everybody in the club and the community, sponsors, everybody that gets behind the event. It's just so rewarding for a whole lot of us.
Well, Shane, I honestly think, like from the motorcycling community within the country, and particularly more so with competition and the like, in an era where we're finding more and more events disappearing.
Yep.
It's really really comforting, I suppose, to understand that there are events that will just continue. I hear the passion in your voice, like I did in John's last night, and Lockie, even though at times Lockie can sort of, because he's probably got the weight of his world on his shoulders too,
huge amount of pressure,
right?
for sure.
But to hear the passion that you guys have got for this event, it tells me that it's here for a very, very long time yet. And testimony to that is all these bits underneath of these younger people and others that are involved that just want to keep making it what it is. You've got a cracking event. You've put some really solid thought into it. You've created its own persona of what it is. And the riders, bad as it sounds, just want to come back and get the hell belt out of them because they just want to be part of the event.
Yep.
I think that is just the most amazing journey. And to have done that in, 9-10 years is just insane and almost unheard of. Mate, I tip my hat to you. I think you've done a great job, all of you guys, and can't speak highly enough of it. And today on the live stream and again tomorrow, I'm going to make sure that as much as people can see what this is about, the real killer for me is you have to come and see it. Like it's like Bathurst. You never know what Bathurst really is until you're going to see it once, right?
Yep.
Casterton's that. You've got to come and see this place and understand what it's like. It is just another world, but it's bordering on being euphoric. I think it's fantastic. You guys have done an amazing job.
No, thank you. And I think, when you mention Bathurst, I see probably Hadar as almost the new Bathurst. Now, I think Bathurst has become a bit sanitised, like the cost of, riders driving, competing, and that is prohibitive, whereas the old days when, it's a bit like this event, anybody can rock up, as long as they've got a licence and their bike meets scrutineering standards, they can race against the best riders in the country. And Bathurst has sort of lost that grassroots thing, but I think you look at Hadar and look at, obviously we're trying to emulate it, that I see this as the sort of events, if people do as you say, come along and have a look, we'll get to appreciate just the atmosphere and the ability of all the riders, male, female, young, old, and the officials. Like, I just take my hat off to all the, VORC and the AEC officials for the work they put in, because they're all volunteers as well. It's a massive bloody team effort. It really is.
Well, thank you for taking some time out having a chat to us. It probably took longer than you thought it was going to take.
No, all good.
I think it's important for people to understand. There are people at the track here that are listening to the commentary that it's going live to the people here, but also streaming out to the greater world, who probably picked up something in amongst it that they never knew about, even though they probably know a fair bit about the event or know nothing about, tuning in for the first time. I think it's great that we get that opportunity to canvass that, because it's important that we give it that credence, because it is a journey, and it is a great journey when you see results that are coming out of it like that. So, mate, I can't do anything more than shake your hand and just say, mate, thank you for your passion, and what you do for everybody is just crazy. It really is.
No, thanks, John. Look, really appreciate you and Beck coming down. It's something that's been on our radar probably for the last 3 or 4 years. I know we've spoken a couple of times. It just hasn't worked out, but we felt to take it next level, and probably the dream is to get more spectators coming along.
Oh, 100%.
But in order to do that, like I've had to listen to the podcast there, or the broadcast there before, and I had to jump on the tractor and get some hay to change the track, and just completely the description of the event and here how it's unfolding, it's just added so much compared to just purely the footage alone. And can't thank you enough for coming down to help promote this, showcase it all.
It has blown me away what you guys are doing here. It really has, and I will be going away talking about it, because people need to know what good looks like, and this is what good looks like. All right, so
thanks very much.
So I'm being told that, and looking at the times, I'm kind of aware of the blocks that they run on. That I reckon we're not far from finishing. So, mate, thank you again for popping in, and let's see if we can't wrap up today. And mate, I'd do nothing better than to come back tomorrow and light the fuse and go again.
Yep, looking
forward to the podcast tonight with Cade and the guys from Cross Rutted. I am coming. I'm going to duck into town to get a couple of things, and I'm coming back because I actually want to watch this happen, because that started off as one of those simple things that's now turned into a rock star show. So I'm keen to see
it's going well. No, good on you. Thanks, John.
Good on you. Thank you. Shane Foster, of course, out of the guys here running the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club event here for the Casterton Sandstorm for 2026, and we're about to tidy up and finish up the event, because I believe our lead rider, who is Will Rumpkett, is about to head into finish. So here we go. We'll just keep our eyes peeled. It's been a pretty solid journey all the way through, and I know that both Jess and Beck and the crew will be down there trying to keep an eye on what they need to do to be able to interview some of the riders post the event, as we see the 64 there. Is it 64 or 94? Very hard to read in the mud and all of the bits that go with it. But there's one very stuck motorcycle there. Hard to pick a number on that. I reckon it is a 90. 94 something. Over to you, Beck.
Down here with a couple of really familiar faces. We've got people really getting behind the camera and giving them their all. Really excited to touch base with these guys. Clancy, Kai and Jack, they all rode this morning, and they hail out of the Central West New South Wales. And if you've met this crew, there's over 40 kids in that area and 15 families that hail out of Condo itself, which is a hub for off-road racing. Now, boys, we're just going to run through, how did you feel the track was this morning?
Yeah, it was definitely very wet out there, but yeah, it got nice and rough, and yeah, it was good.
Oh, my first lap was good, but halfway through I come off and a couple fellas went past me, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, I had a rough start. Bike didn't start, then I crashed in like the 5th corner, but other than that, yeah, not too bad.
Beautiful, and I can see a bit of a consistency here that, yous have done pretty well. Yous are pretty proud no matter what's happened this weekend, and yous have got a bit of a smile. There's something amongst your crew, and there's a lot of crew watching at home that aren't here, unfortunately. Can we shout out a couple of people that are watching at home that haven't made it, that are normally part of the Condo crew?
Yeah, so we got the listers. They're like kind of like the head of the Condo people. They got the Clyde Careys in America racing at the moment, but yeah, there's some more families.
Yeah, what he said, Sonny Lister and all the boys that race with us.
Yeah, the listers, Rolly.
Yeah, all them boys, and they've got a bit of a podcast. You want to shout the podcast out?
Yeah, on the bopper.
So listen on Spotify.
Yeah, on Spotify.
Beautiful, and that's probably an up-and-coming podcast for the young adults to listen to, which is fantastic. Hopefully we'll get you on as a guest. Would you be keen for that, Clancy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Now, yous are also known as the Condo crew, the Crunchy Cup crew. We've got a special little cup that's made an appearance, and it's not just an empty cup, if you can get my reference from Cars and Lightning McQueen there. We've got the one, the only, the Crunchy Cup. Tell me, what is this about?
Yeah, so Clyde Carey, he made this cup, and it's just for all the New South Wales boys that give it a go, and yeah, we do a little competition between ourselves, and yeah, we do all the math and whatever to figure out who won it. But yeah, we thought this weekend, today, Kai rode pretty good in the cross country, so we're going to give it to him this week.
Beautiful, we're going to do our own presentation here, Kai. I think you've got the Crunchy Cup. Hold it up.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate.
Is there anyone that you boys want to thank this weekend? Kai, we'll start with you as the Crunchy Cup winner. It's not a Casterton Cup, but it's the Condo Crew Crunchy Cup. Tell us, who are your sponsors for this weekend?
I'd like to thank McDonald Racing, Penrite Oil, Rhino Power, Mum and Dad for bringing me this whole way, and all the boys for all the help, and everyone just helped out.
Fantastic. That whole crew just interlocks and helps each other, don't they? It's pretty hectic at Hatter, and we'll see you guys at Hatter as well. Jack, who are your sponsors that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, big thanks to Mum and Dad for bringing me all the way. DJM Racing, Mudgee Power Sports, it's everyone that helps out. My brother in Europe that's been helping me out. Yeah, everyone else, thank you.
Fantastic. And Clancy, who are your sponsors and people getting you over the line this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mum and Dad for bringing me the DJM Racing, Dubbo City Motorcycles, Ray White Dubbo, And yeah, just the club for a great event, and all the sweepies for getting out there, putting in all the work, and yeah.
Fantastic. Now, Dubbo has some serious mentors coming from there. Campbell Hall, if you're watching, here's the next gen that's shaping up from Dubbo and around that Central West area. Stay tuned. Keep watching with what's happening for our Casterton Sandstorm this afternoon. Thanks you so much, boys, for your time.
Thank you.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. We're going to keep our eyes open because there'll be a checkered flag very shortly for Will Rupkett. I believe he'll be the fastest guy through. Right behind him, Corey McMahon, Lyndon Snodgrass, Kogan Locke and Cooper Shinehour. They would be your top 5 that we'd be chasing in the finish today. But Will's the guy that we're really keeping our eye open for, and that'll be the number 4 bike. Any tick of the clock, we're going to be seeing that checkered flag finish up. It's been a pretty solid day of competition from our juniors this morning. If we do a quick recap, who dealt with the conditions first, and it was less than desirable, let me tell you, when that took part. And they cut it up pretty badly and had hell's own. Then the next lot of juniors that rolled through, they also had their own challenges in amongst what they had to deal with. And then beyond that, it was about the senior guys having what they needed to work through as well. So it's a pretty solid effort to work through that for them as well. So everyone's been challenged with a whole heap of different things, but as the days panned out, we still end up with guys at the front end of the field.
Hi mate, I'm a fellow commentator, Ruprecht. Sorry? Will Ruprecht.
Yep. So Will Ruprecht is who we're looking for. He should be here any tick of the clock. Ruprecht, of course, has been the quickest guy. His fastest lap today was a 32-minute 57.352. And there wasn't anybody in the field today that managed to touch 32 minutes. Everybody else was at 33 or greater, including Corey McMahon, who was probably the next best. And Will's the guy who managed to literally drop it on the table and do it. So we'll flick to Beck very quickly.
And we're down here with Mark Cook. How'd you go out there, Mark?
Tough. It was rewarding, brutal, so it was good.
Fantastic, and you just kept hammering tong. You went out there first, right? I'm going to ask Dad how he found the track. I want your insight after, if he's telling the truth or not, right? So what did it do when it was out there, the track?
What was it? Oh, I don't even know. There was no
completely changing.
It was, yeah, every lap was different, wider and wider, until a tree was there and you couldn't go any wider because that's where the track was, so yeah.
Fantastic, and you also had different seasons out there too. You had a bit of rain, you had some sunshine, you had to multitask early on in the piece when you started your race. I'm not sure if when you first started there was a little bit of sunshine, but there was a lot of rain that came just after, like there was a bit heavy. Did you notice it or not notice?
Goggles. Yes, definitely. Goggles was a big pick, and rags, just having something to keep cleaning, so.
Yep. So you took a rag with you just to keep wiping, or you run your...
Yeah. Yep.
Beautiful, no worries. And so you reckon Dad's telling the truth? It was a bit rough out there?
See, it probably was pretty tough. It was tough when we went out there, so I guess it was a bit tougher.
Fantastic. Now, Dad, sponsors and things, people that have got you here and other team members that have helped you along the way, who would you like to thank?
My wife, Mum, for letting us come away, and that's it. We're a one-man band.
Beautiful, that's fantastic. So you're on the mechanics then, you're spannering again for Dad tomorrow?
Yeah, just trying to help Dad out, and Dubbo City Motorcycles, we're just doing our bike maintenance and
Very good. That's awesome. Thank you so much, and thanks for your time. Well done. Thank you.
So we're waiting patiently now for this, and I'm going to make a call on this one. We're waiting for our lead riders to come through. Knowing Corey McMahon and the way that Will Rupke has put down the times that he's put down, Corey McMahon does not give up either. So if there's anybody that's going to be a battle challenge, it'll be that guy. So now it's a matter of who we think's going to cross the line first. So we may be due for a surprise, we may not, we'll see. Possibly it could be one or the other. So let's keep our eyes open, and we are only, I reckon, minutes away from sighting the first of the checkered flags for the rest of the field. But who's the one that's going to greet it? Will it be Will, or will it be Corey? We'll wait and see as we continue to watch some of this fantastic footage that's been brought to us and provided us by Rural IT Solutions, of course, and the team, from Screenshot Big Screens, who've done a power of work here this weekend to make sure that we've picked up as much of the telecast as we can in so many different areas and provide you that fantastic footage. Luke, the drone pilot at the moment, doing a fantastic job, as he has done all day today and will tomorrow, catching and grabbing these guys and staying out of the dirt zone and capturing the speed and the flowing activity, some of the terrain out there that they've had to deal with. It's been pretty awesome to kind of get it from the lounge room seat viewpoint. But trust me, as much as you can see it on the television, you need to come here and you have to see this event for what it really is. It is an incredible cavalcade of motorcycles running through some of the terrain that is pretty challenging, a bit like some of the terrain that we've just clipped with that drone. But look, it's been close all day today. But yeah, it's been fantastic. So here we go. Keep our eyes peeled. Yeah, classy sort of house from elsewhere. He's calling back there. He's doing a lot of work. As I said, we're watching patiently for our lead guys to come through. And it's been an epic battle today because that track has thrown literally every surprise it could at them to everybody today. Watching some of those junior wheels, small wheel class bikes, some of those 65s in amongst those holes that almost swallowed them. We're talking about tiny little wheels that just disappeared in some of the soft earth locations out there. Just incredible to watch. And then it grew with the wheels getting slightly larger in the junior classes that came in with the J3s and 4s and the girls as well. And then now into the senior groups and categories. But it keeps throwing surprises at everybody. It's just incredible. And that section that we're watching right now has had so many guys and people challenged in that area. As a rider, a lot of them would probably come around that bend coming into that going, oh, no, I've got to go through that again, right? Like, it's got to be mind-blowing. Might see if we can grab Cade to sit down and have a chat because Cade's finished his day for the day, so we might be aware of the fact that we've got finishes coming. But Cade, thanks for popping in and having a chat, mate, after you got off the bike. Good thing we give you that 2-hour thing instead of 3, isn't it?
Yeah, no, big thanks to Lockie Tyndall for that option. That was
you
really
good, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's no, I tell you what, John, the track out there is probably the biggest competitor of them all, I'd say. Lines change lap to lap out there, especially those wet, boggy sections, like what we're looking at now on the screens. you know, one lap you come round, the left side's good, then the next lap you come round and there's bikes everywhere and that left side's no good. We're back to the right.
And I reckon I'm on the money when you come round those corners. You know where that is, and you sort of come round out and you're just like, now I've got to deal with this thing, right? Like, what is it now?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. You come around like, oh no, geez, I just want to get through clean. Please let me get through clean. Sometimes it's good when there's bikes stuck and in front of you because you know where not to go.
Yeah.
But then when you come around,
you've got less options, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got less options, but you're like, I know that's not it.
Correct. Yeah, and you know that's the other thing too. Like we talk about, you know, the equaliser. You can be a great rider and do really well, but the moment that the track becomes that equaliser like that, it doesn't really matter how good you are. You are in the same bucket as everybody else. You got to deal with this, right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And another challenging aspect that a lot of people may not think of is the different lines out there. So you've got the guys, you know, that are the best in the country racing around. Those lines are very different to, you know, the vast majority, general population of people that are riding around it there. So you've got fast lines, you've got, you know, probably clubman lines and that sort of stuff. And picking between the two can be really challenging. Like the track will change in this last hour. The track will change dramatically line selection-wise because it's only got the top pros out there cutting in different lines.
Yeah. Well, Beck and I spoke about that. Like this whole corner here is an example down where commentary was. After the first lot of juniors went through, there was 63 lines in there, right?
Yeah.
And then there became a three-line, what appeared to be a three-line routine going on. And now if you look at it, it's a dead set three-line, you know, with the centre line is the main line everyone's taking. The outside one is if you got to get around, you got to keep your roll speed up. And the inside one is if there's nothing else going on or someone's bogged in the middle, you take the option, right? But that middle line's what it is. But it carved itself out over a number of events run on it, right? Like, say, to your point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And another challenging thing about the track out here is a lot of the corners you can't see all the way around because of the bracken fern. So you're sort of coming around semi-blind at race pace, hooking in and then dealing with what you're seeing. You know?
And what about those bits where you got to get over a log and there's like another log behind it you can't see, right?
Yep.
What about that one?
Yeah, they catch you. And then I even saw Lockie Tyndall out there smiling at people as they were having difficulty with these logs. So I tell you what, if you see him around, give him a little bit of curry tonight, that's for sure.
Well, mate, I actually feel that, you know, what they've put on today has been monumental, given what we've had in the way of rain lead up to it and all the other bits that go with it. And I kind of touched on it before. I think the very fact that they've got so many competitors this year, this is the most they've had, right? That tells me that they're doing something right, and the race itself, though, has become its own persona. Like, it is now what it is, and people see it for that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you're exactly right. These guys here do such an amazing job of putting this event on as we're watching someone just get bogged to the axles.
Better than the axles, right? Look at that. It's almost a case plate.
He
got away lucky, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That was the heart rate would have been up pretty high just then. So... but no, they do an amazing job, and you're right, it has grown legs, as even though it is part of a series, this is definitely a standout event that people who don't necessarily do the whole series, they want to come and do it. Like we've got friends, you know, Alistair Lewis, a guy who's riding in the Expert 30 class there, who wants to train for Hatter. He's heard of this event, has come from the motocross scene, and wants to come and do this one because he's heard it's the way to go in the, you know, lead up to Hatter, and it's a tough event, it's really good. So you've got people that just want to come and jump in because this event is getting its own reputation.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's fantastic, especially for motorcycle racing. I think especially for towns like this. I think especially for rounds that have to be run, they've got to be run somewhere. So, you know, it almost is like it's just fortuitous that it is what it is, and it's only because these team of guys just continue to keep doing it.
Yep, absolutely. No, they do a stellar job, and that's why people keep coming back every year. But it's going to be interesting to see who takes the chocolates this year, because Will and Corey, when they come through before, they were close. And I think they'd swap spots. Corey missed the very first start of the race, obviously, but Corey looked like he had it, and then Will's just jumped in front of him. So
no, I'm calling it. It's going to be very close to these two guys.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me if there's a swap out in it. But you know what? Knowing Will, he won't let that go without a fight.
Right? 100%.
And I mean, 100%. He will fight to the end. Knowing Corey, Corey's the smart guy who'll not sit back, but he'll sit there and stay on the pace, and he'll save it and conserve it until he's ready to deliver it. And Corey's a guy that'll spend 110% to do it, right?
Yes.
Like he's done this so many times, and then you got this guy here, Lyndon Snodgrass, hanging behind the back of it, right?
Yeah.
And he ain't no slouch either, right?
Yeah,
So
do not count Lyndon out.
correct.
We've
So-
still got an hour of racing.
So I look at those three and I go, you know, and especially with some of the other guys that have peeled out now, and you've got this track going now, mate. You know, they've got a couple of laps up to do yet, so anything is possible with those guys right now.
Yeah.
So I'm half expecting that, you know, you're not going to get another purple lap, which is your fastest lap. I look at Will's 32-minute 57.35. You're not going to get another one of those.
No.
But you're going to get three that are probably going to be very close, like really close. And that's what I'm trying to watch and keep an eye on. Mate, my understanding is also that tonight the podcast that you're going live with started off as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek. We should have probably have a crack at doing something. Then it kind of went to the level of you better start thinking of what you're delivering. And the last I heard, it was almost a rock star show.
Well, I don't know about Rockstar, but look, I've been promised hair and makeup, but I reckon they'll take one look at me and then turn me away. But no, it has sort of turned out to be perhaps a bit bigger than what we first anticipated. But it's really good, you know. So many people camp at these events. You know, everybody loves a Saturday night, and it's just a way of bringing people together.
And I'm aligning it to like when they do the Bathurst thing, you know, like they have those guys and they do the wheel spin-off things and all the rest of the bits. So it's kind of like that extra floor show that entertains, and you know that one's done late in the afternoon into the evening when it's dark anyway, you know. But you know, something like that is what needs to happen, because the sport is about what it is, and I don't think, you know, I look at it like this: we're spoiled because we see it and we know it and we own it, right?
Yep.
And that's just what we see and expect. It's good fun, and we cop the banter, and we all love what we do. People outside of that don't see that. But the moment people start tuning in and they understand and they see some of these things like these pods that you do, and like this one tonight will be fantastic, because the colour of, and I mean that by competitors and the depth of field and the different people you'll talk to and all those factors you'll get out of it. You know, this is going to be like a really fast blast of everything mashed into one. It's like 4 rainbows in one, mate. Like you guys are going to have pot of gold at the end of each one of them.
Yeah, well, I hope so. That's the plan, if we can pull it off, John. But no, you're exactly right, you know, and this is such an amazing event in itself, but then you've got the opportunity that you've got, you know, all of the factory riders here. You know, you've got the best in Australia.
It's a bloody smorgasbord.
Yeah, and they're all staying here. So what, you know, the people want to see them and hear from them, you know, and they want to know the ins and outs of what they do and how they do it, because everyone loves this sport. You know, I tell you what, we throw a lot into it for a hobby that, you know, that doesn't change what we do on Monday at work for the better. So you know, let's do something to bring everybody together. And you know, you got to remember, like you said, you get used to it, but the guys that we're going to be talking to, you know, Daniel Milner, Greeny, Will Rupert, all those top guys. They're heroes to these kids. So let's give them that.
Mate,
let's give the kids the opportunity.
What I liken it to? I liken it to, in America, they have ESPN, okay? Yep. And you can switch on the remote and hit a number, and you get ESPN, and you get all that there, right, in the screen. This is ESPN without a TV, okay?
Yep.
It's everything here in your backyard in the one spot, and you get to watch it live. And here's the best bit. You can get to shake his hand, and you can get to get his signature.
Yep.
And all these factors just drive everything that's there. So this is like ESPN on steroids without a television set, mate. So, and you've started this. So.
Thank you, John. I don't know if I've started it, but look, we'll roll with it, that's for sure. But yeah, you're right, you know, like, and we're going to have audience questions, so if people want to ask questions of the guys that we've got up there, you know, by all means, here's your opportunity. You get to ask the best guys in the country and the world how they ride a motorbike so fast and what do they do differently. So what an opportunity.
And, you know, I think from my point of view too, like I listen to a lot of your pods coming down, because not that I haven't got a choice, because that's what Beck's kind of wired into all the time anyway, but I like sort of catching up and listening to different parts, and those that haven't had a chance to jump on the cross-rutted path and do that, make sure you do. And just, if you can't find anything, just Google cross-rutted, right? It's going to bring up all these links and points, and log on and have a listen. But you know, I kind of listen to what you do, and you're very neutral to it all, to make sure that what you're giving is the raw information that people can interpret themselves and understand what that is. And there's nothing, over the top hype about stuff, but it's about bringing the important parts that people could or should probably know about, that just adds more colour to the picture. It's the outside parts around the picture that you need to see, right?
Yeah, that's right. And here's the thing: we've got so many people within this sport, this industry, that are just great characters as well. That you may not necessarily be the fastest dirt bike rider there is, but you're a really important character to this whole scene, and I want those people to be shown. And for people to get an appreciation for them, because that's what we're here for. Everybody comes here because they love hanging out with their mates, and love going motorbike racing. So there's a lot of people out there that that make this weekend what it is. So
and hearing some of those stories in the background, some of the pro guys have got some real good stories that they'll never tell you, because there's probably not enough 4Xs or not enough Great Northerns that we can actually put that there. But then there's also some of those character stories from, like you say, individuals that never made anything, but they're always known for that thing, like that bit there. So I think they're really cool stories, and they're really awesome to share in a community that we are, right? And I think that's a safe space, and that's where we should have safe spaces, right? I think.
Absolutely. And, the other thing is, young guys, there's a lot of people that, they would love to make a career out of racing dirt bikes. Well, I don't know who listens and who doesn't, but you never know who's listening, and they might hear their story and go, I like that young fella, young guy, young girl, like the way they do things. Maybe I'm going to jump on board and help them out. So, it's an opportunity for the young people in this sport that are trying to make something of it to, get themselves out there as well.
And the very fact that we're now starting to see a lot of events that are putting dedicated junior parts to their events in, that is needed, right? Because your future comes out of your juniors, and that's what they do, right? So it's really important. And guys like yourself tend to open up or expose. That's the word I want to use. Expose the fact that this is what the path should be and needs to be, right? So, I'm looking forward to it. It's really funny. I'm actually ducking into town to do something. I'll haul my ass back out of here, right? Because I want to be here when all this is going down, because I think it's going to be cool to see and listen to and to just add that piece to it. And I ain't missing that, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. Well, here's the thing. We've got two old dogs in Josh Green and Daniel Milner on there who used to be...
both lovely guys, right?
Yeah.
They love them to bits.
Used to, bang bars a little bit. So, now that they're on the sidelines and not on the racetrack together, so who knows what we're going to get out of these two. It could be interesting.
Trust me, there are some things in there that they may or may not open up, because I remember watching a lot of that at Hatter and mate, at the time it probably seemed like a level of about 9.9, but tonight it's probably going to be a kickback and pour beer in someone's slipper and suck it out of it sort of deal. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, well, hey, you never know. We'll see what happens. I'm just not going to be held responsible for any of it. I'm just the man in the middle.
I started the fire to keep everyone warm, right?
Yes.
The fact the house burnt down, that's not my deal, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's my theory that I'm running with.
Have a look at this.
Oh no!
It's when your case plates drop that you're really in strife, right?
Oh yeah, and you know what? This always happens at the tail end of the race when you've used every bit of energy you've already had. There's nothing left in the tank, and these poor buggers just put dragging bikes out of ruts.
I think yourself lucky you're here, right? Because
yeah.
You could have been a 3-hour dude too, right?
Nah, I think I'm changing 2 hours forever. 2 hours is where it's at. That was a heap of fun.
2 hours is good fun though, right?
Yeah.
You get the event done, and then you can kick back, start looking and doing what you need to do. Mate, let's face it, you got a rock show to put together.
Well,
so
that's right. I've copped some flack for only riding 2 hours and not 3, but this is in the name of journalism.
I'll write you get out of jail free card, all right? Like, I'll do that for you.
I use the word journalism very loosely, but all in the name of journalism, and this is what I'm doing for the sport. So
it's promotion at the highest level, right?
That's right.
and making sure that the next generation has a window or a target to point to.
That's right.
No, that's your gig, right?
Yeah, I need you on board. You make this sound a whole lot fancier.
Oh yeah. It's been what more could we talk about today though? Like today has been fantastic to watch, and it's only day one, right?
Yes.
We've got to come back and do a whole raft of stuff tomorrow too.
Yep.
Why would you not be here on this weekend? Like, Watching it on the screen is good. It gives you a feel for what it is.
Yep.
But you need to get here.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely. You need to see these top guys to appreciate just how fast they're going. And, like, we're looking at the live timing, and that's obviously the last time they come through for their previous laps. So, you know, you've got over 30 minutes of racing out there that we don't always get to see. We're lucky with these drones and everything like that. They're doing an amazing job. But I can't wait to see these guys come through. And, you know, these guys will be holding, you know, an average heart rate of 170 or higher for 3 hours, you know, racing around here. They are absolutely incredible athletes.
Yeah.
You know, and they'll be battling right to the very end.
Well, so I can remember talking with Daniel, you know, with that whole diabetes piece and, you know, all the bits that went with that. And I can remember picking apart a story with him about what he did that was... Everyone prepares before you come into an event, especially at an elite level like that, right? You add this other piece to it, there's a lot more that you need to do. But as Daniel started to explain to me, it's not hard if it's what your routine is, right? So all of a sudden he was doing what he needed to do that. And the very fact that he was, you know, winning events like Hatter and whatever else, where this is no sandpit backyard play game.
No.
Right? This is the real
Yeah.
deal. And to be able to come out on top of that with some of those things. And I did a story, I think, in the Sunraysia Daily for him about, and it was the angle that I wanted to take, about if you think you've got diabetes, if you've got something like that, that rules you out of being an elite sporting level of providing your results. Think again.
Yep.
And that story was so good because there were so many people that saw me later and said, I didn't realise until that story came out. And I really did thank Daniel for it because at the same time that happened, it was, I believe, Diabetes Week, which was straight after Hatter. And because he'd won it, that was just perfect. I couldn't have written that better, right? So I looked at that as being an absolute game changer for some kids to read, right?
Yeah.
But those things are there, and we kind of know certain people in the know them, but not everybody does, and that's where that platform for you is fantastic. It gets those things out.
Yeah, that's right. You hear all those nitty-gritty stories, and you're right. You know, Daniel Milner. You know, he's a 10-time Australian champion. Definitely one of the best that we've ever had. You know, and then you find that out, and you find out all the details of his background. Yeah, you know, he's battling diabetes, and he's out here as racing 3 hours, and he's winning 3 hours and 4 hours at Hatter, and all that sort of stuff.
And at elite
you know?
level, like, and just kept doing it. Like, it's just mind blowing how good some of these people are, right? So.
No, absolutely. I tell you what, they'll be feeling it right now, though. This last hour, you know, at Casterton in the sand.
Well, I've got a theory on this. I think, you know, some of these guys have held back a little bit. And they've left enough in the tank for this last hour because they know that the dance floors is there. And not that you're going to have a lot left, but you're going to leave a little bit there to make sure you got it because you'll get one crack. These guys will get one crack at one another. And that'll be it. And it's where you save it until you're ready to light that fuse. And then when that goes off, mate, you better hang on because that's the last ditch hit.
You wait till you see these top three guys. Like you've seen it plenty of times before, John, at Hatter and that sort of stuff. But if you're watching, you know, on the live broadcast at the moment, wait till you see the pace these last three guys are coming through at. And, you know, they will have done that for, you know, that sprint pace, you know, probably the last half a lap. At least, if not the last full lap, where they'll be absolutely sending it. You know, it's incredible to watch.
Yeah, and they know it's funny in your head as a competitor. You know this too, right? In your head as a competitor, you know roughly what the time looks like for that last lap.
Yes.
You know when that last lap dropped. Probably what happened. Look at these two, didn't you? Holy
selfies.
I've got to live with that.
Beck and Jess hard at it.
But all they need is that confirmation when you come through on that second last lap as you head out past your pit crew for the last lap. The moment that they give you the nod, it's game on, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's on.
This is what you train for. We've had the checkered flag out there, and that is that's the number 4, Will Rupert.
So there you go.
I haven't seen anyone else come through there in front of him.
That's the 5th lap being carved up there.
We can't be too far away from... I reckon we just saw Corey McMahon go through the bottom of the screen there, John.
poetic as it is, there's a little bit of rain falling.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
No cake is the same without the icing.
Yep.
Right? So
Yep.
I suppose you better do that.
Bit
But
of
anyway,
rain, bit of sun in the
and
eyes.
it's heavy enough to make you wet. There he is. Have a look at this. Wow.
I tell you what an accolade for the shop Yamaha team there. His team manager AJ Roberts will be absolutely thrilled. You know, the sand is something that not necessarily always been known as their strong point, and to come out and win this one's a big one.
First place here with Will Rapret over the line. Will, how did you go today?
Yeah, there was a lot of lead changes. It was back and forth. The pace was quite high, so it was whoever limited mistakes the most.
Fantastic. And how did you feel your overall consistency went lap per lap? Were you pretty tight in what you were doing, or did you have a few gnarly bits in there?
This type of terrain's been my weakness in the past, so I stuck to my game plan, executed perfectly, and I finally unlocked the sand element that was always my weakness in my career. So
Absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. Is there any sponsors that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just the Shop Yamaha team and everyone who keeps us going racing. They put a really good package under me today and made my job easy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, and absolutely awesome to see these scenes down here. It's actually rainbows and smiles down here for Will. He's ecstatic.
Yeah, couldn't say it well enough. And here's the next lot to start coming through. So sit tight, Corey McMahon, Lyndon Snodgrass and Kogan Locke in that order. I think it'll be the next group that we'll be chasing. Good to see. It's really funny. You look at Will and the way he spoke in that interview with Beck just a moment ago. You wouldn't think that the guy's ridden at that level for that amount of time. You know, the better part of like 3 hours on the tap with a really high heart rate. Anybody else, any other mere mortal would be falling to the ground to their knees. But these guys are so fit because of the way that they're set up to operate, and the way they train is just incredible. Some beautiful shots coming back from out in the finishing or closing stages of the track there, with from our elevated platform, where the rain is just shuttling down gently while our guys finish off. So a finish for Will, a finish for Corey, by the look of that. Just waiting on Lyndon now to come through. And that'll be Corey McMahon that we can see there. We'll be looking for the KTM for Lyndon Snodgrass as well to be the next across the line. And there it is. Checkered flag for Lyndon. Let's have a look at some times now as we have the 5 across the line, and again provisional until we grab the next interview. Total time for Will, looks like he got across the line on a 2 hours 49 minutes 54.4 seconds. Corey McMahon 2 hours 50 minutes 18.18, so that puts him at around about let's have a quick look at that, about 22 seconds in arrears or thereabouts. Lyndon Snodgrass across the line, 2 hours 53 minutes 36.26. So that puts him around about the 3.5 minutes or thereabouts behind the guys. So certainly great battle going on between Will and Corey at the closing parts of that last hour of competition out there. Great discussion going on there between the riders parked up as they start to close off. A great result for Will and the team there with the Yamaha guys. I know AJ will be over the moon with that finish there, and of course Daniel and his team with Corey and Lyndon picking up the minors in that too is no mean feat in itself as well. For Lyndon, obviously, travelled back from offshore to ride this one, of course, and then the 2-week prep in the lead up to Hatter in a couple of weeks' time as well for all of the team. So it's been a pretty solid show that's been put on for the day today. And how cool is it to know that we're coming back tomorrow to kind of do it all over again is going to be pretty outstanding. So you can see there, that's the DM31 team there, getting stuck into what they need to do to start prep, because you've got to remember that tomorrow is they'll do it all over again. So given the conditions that they've had to ride through today, there's quite a fair bit of work that'll have to be done across the night tonight to prep for the morning. So the guys will get stuck straight into it, and that's a pretty solid team that they've Daniel's got involved with there. Some awesome footage been taken there by our broadcast guys today. And as I said, AJ and the team will be over the moon in the Yamaha camp as well, so it'll be pretty awesome to catch up with them as well today. Of course, we've still got Kogan Locks through. Cooper Shardow to come through. Max Purvis, Max Midwinter, Jeremy Carpenter, Will McInnes, Jacob Sweet. That's your top 10. Before we are looking for Liam Mason, Jake Henderson, Oliver Patero, Luke Challis, and Tynan Keane in the top 15. I'd say very shortly we'll probably go down to another interview at the bottom part of the circuit here with our riders. Righty, over to you, Em.
We are here with Corey McMahon. Corey McMahon, great to see you. A second place for the AEC, but a first place for the Vic Off-Roads. A bit of an all-round race for you. You've mentioned you had some goggle trouble throughout. Talk us through that race.
Yeah, probably one of the toughest races I've done in a little bit. Everything seemed to fall apart pretty early, vision-wise and stuff, with the rain and that coming in, which is no one's fault, but yeah, just struggled with that and being up front trying to lead the way, and then was first to come across them clubbies, which was really difficult. They obviously didn't realise we were coming, and me being the first one to them, sometimes getting stuck behind them. But yeah, with the bog holes and that stuff out there, you just couldn't afford to rush things and go a different line, unfortunately. But yeah, awesome race with Will. Yeah, a bit disappointed on how the end there. I got into the lead on the last lap and pretty much threw it away. It was a big track that you could have track position and be okay. And yeah, my silly mistake on the last lap cost me the win, and it's a bit frustrating, but we'll move on and on to tomorrow. We're comfy out there. Bike was awesome. Team was awesome. Pit stops were amazing. And yeah, just got to thank everyone in the team for sticking behind us all year. It's been a tough year so far, and yeah, we're ticking boxes slowly.
Yeah, no, certainly, and it is a testament to the hard work you've been doing. I know I've been keeping an eye on your socials, and the DM31 racing team is always out there in the sand, constantly testing, and you guys are making massive steps forward, and you looked strong out there in the sand. Is that how you feel from the preparation you've done?
Yeah, I was feeling good all race. Struggled a bit towards the end there. I lost my hydration pack about halfway through. just got roosted and a rock hit it. And yeah, I was feeling amazing. The bike was awesome. It's just, yeah, a couple of little mistakes that we need to clean up. But yeah, we're very, very lucky to have a team manager and a coach at the same time. He's one of the best to do it. And every week he's out there with us, teaching us to be better. And then that's what we need coming up against Will being a world champion. So yeah, it's really cool to have him on board.
Yeah, awesome. Well, huge congratulations, Corey. Don't be too hard on yourself because it was still an unbelievable performance. And we look forward to seeing you out there tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good on you, Jess. Well done. Great interview with, of course, Corey McMahon, and picking up some of those insights as to what sort of transpired throughout the day, because with every rider there's a story that goes with them, and a great opportunity for Jess to be able to liaise with Corey and ink some of those bits out. So, yeah, so great result overall for the Vics, for the team there. And I mean, there's still tomorrow that is an opportunity to track back as well. So we'll just see what plays out of that. But ultimately now it's just a matter of watching the riders come home and tidy up. Looks like Cooper's home, Kogan's home, Max Purvis is home, Jeremy Carpenter is home as well. Just waiting on Max Midwinter now. Will McInnes and Jacob Sweet in the top 10. Looking at some of the footage now from the DM 31 team to now start that transformation.
Here with Lyndon Snodgrass. Lyndon, you are over from America. Super exciting to see. I know that this morning all the kids could talk about was watching you ride, and that is so exciting to see. Talk us through your race out there. How'd you go?
Yeah, it was good. It was tough. I got off to a mid-pack start, and there was a lot of guys in the front row, so it was tough. And yeah, honestly didn't have a good flow on the first lap. The guys were like really drifting the turns a lot, and I was like struggling a little bit. So it took me a bit to get a flow and get a rhythm going and make some passes. But then once some lines got in the track, I was able to like move forwards a bit. But yeah, just pretty tough track, and I spent a lot of energy trying to move forwards. And yeah, I just kind of didn't have too much there towards the end for the Will and Corey. So yeah.
No, still a very solid ride. And I'm curious to know, spending 3 hours out here on Casterton soil, how does it compare to what you've been doing over in America?
It's a lot similar to what I was doing on the GNCC stuff, but yeah, for the past few months I've been doing like desert Baja stuff, so it's quite different. It was a good shock to the system to get out there, hit some bumps and ruts, and yeah, it definitely kicked my butt into shape.
Certainly probably a good preparation with Hatter coming up not too far away.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I really needed that kick in the butt to get going and you know, just experience 3 hours on the bike with bumps and ruts and all that again. So yeah, as much as I was struggling out there towards the end, it was definitely I needed it.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, massive congratulations. It was so nice to see you out there. How are you feeling heading into tomorrow? How's the body looking?
Yeah, we'll get some rest and fire up tomorrow, and yeah, hopefully we can have a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, awesome. Well done. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good on you, Jess, and thank you very much, Lyndon, for your input as well. Great to have you back in the country and looking after some more competition locally here at Casterton, and obviously then in a couple of weeks heading up to the Hatter Desert Race as well. So good to have you back. Of course, a number of bikes that have finished off now. Mark Midwinter home, Liam Mason home, Will McInnes home, and the top 10 sees Jacob Sweet in the top 11 home, I think is what it is. Jake Henderson home, that's in the 12th outright. And then obviously split outs within their own individual classes, which we may be able to pick up and have a quick look through here as well. So we look at classes E1. For starters, E1 looks like Cooper Scheidau, Max Purvis and Jeremy Carpenter pick up first, second and third in that class. Move into...
All right, we're down here at the end of the 3-hour cross country. I've got a few riders behind me. Let's have a little chat and hear their thoughts. Kogan, gold plate for the VORC, which is what we love to see. How was this race for you? The first sand one of the Vics.
That was pretty fun, to be honest. That was pretty wild. Had some good battles out there. Bit of a rookie mistake. Forgot to pit after lap 2 and looked down and had a good 2 litres, so I had to cruise on lap 3, which I was pretty spewing on. But anyway, it's better than hanging it out and then running out of fuel. So yeah, just sort of cruised on lap 3, and then Snoddy got past, Lyndon Snodgrass got past me again, and then I just couldn't quite get him after that, which I was pretty spewing on. But anyway, no, I had a really good time out there. The bike was sick. Body held up better than expected, considering I was throwing my guts up 2 days ago. So, but yeah, no, good day.
Awesome.
Happy with it.
Yeah, you should be super stoked. Awesome ride. Congratulations. We'll have a chat over here to Will. Will, how was your race? I came over and you were shaking your head. You look a bit exhausted. What was it like in those tough conditions?
It was good, and then that last lap came around and I felt good going into it, but I had a couple of people behind me just revving me. I was like, dude, just quit. And anyway, I pushed for a little bit and then started raining and my roll-offs ran out, so had to nurse that home. And then with my contacts, I can't get anything in my eyes, so I was pretty tentative in this last bit, but I mean, we got through, so I'm happy to finish.
And how did you find the sand? You're from SA. Sand is what you love most. Was that fun out there in the sand, or was it a bit more challenging?
No, it was sick. Yeah, it's better than all that rocks we've been riding and the boulder, so the moisture's good. But yeah, the sand was sick, just the bog holes weren't my thing.
Awesome. Well, we'll cross our fingers that tomorrow maybe there's a few less bog holes, eh?
100%. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congrats, Will, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you.
No worries. We've run out of people.
Oh, there you go.
Back to you.
Good on you, Jess. Thank you. How awesome to see some of those guys get a pretty colourful insight as to where their day kind of graduated to, I suppose. But yeah, good work. Go into, as I said, the E1 class, outrights first, second and third. Looks like Cooper Scheidau, Max Purvis and Jeremy Carpenter. We move down to the finishes in the E2 class. Looks like we've got Will Rupert takes the win from Lyndon Snodgrass, and looks like it'll be Kogan Locke in third in that class. Move down to the E3 class, and at this stage of the game, looks like we've got Corey McMahon as a finisher in first, and second to Max Midwinter, provisionally at this stage, and still waiting on Jack Menther. If we go into the EJ class, 16 to under 18s, we find the position of Bjorn Cardenas taking the win there. Still waiting on Oscar Harris, Marcus Noland and Harry Gilbertson, potentially those three to finish potentially in that order. Over to you, Beck.
Down here with Bjorn. Bjorn, tough race. There's been a few different things go on for you. Tell us about how the race progressed for you.
Racetrack was really brutal the whole time. Just, I don't know. Had a few little problems with my camel pack and a few things like that, but felt good towards the end and could keep pushing.
Fantastic. Now, Camelback lacked hydration for you. You're sucking back this, Franklin or the Frantel water here. Apart from that and all those little downfalls, how did you enjoy it? Is this your forte? Give us an inkling on how you felt out there.
Yeah, definitely what I like. Brutal track, it's deep sand, and just, felt really good the whole race.
Yeah, treat your body like a machine. I seen you mainly on the back wheel through this pit lane. It was absolutely insane. You're a bit of a powerhouse coming out of Mototech and Mildura there, which is unreal. I know you've got a lot of backing and a lot of support in your pit. It was very popular when you were out on track. So have you got a list of sponsors that you'd like to thank?
Just everyone knows who they are that helps me out, and I appreciate it all so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time, and go and rest up and get a wash bit ahead of tomorrow.
Will do.
Thank you. Back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. And sounds like Bjorn's had the time of his life out there once again. And he's right, you know. I've seen this guy before in action on a number of occasions, and he definitely likes it brutal like that. And the tougher, the better. I can remember doing an interview with Bjorn at one stage there, and he'd had taken the most monumental get off, and the guy was literally talking with me with a blood nose and just kept mopping it up as he was talking, and not phased one iota about it. Tough little nugget, good little guy. You will see a lot more of him, particularly now that he's chosen this as his preferred discipline of motorsport in motorcycling. Certainly a lot more to come for him. Still looking through some of the classes for outrights. Still waiting on a lot more to finish up before we call what we believe will be the, again, provisional outrights for classes as well. I remember seeing the dais around near the
food court, but maybe they
coffee
moved them.
vanities, but I think it was just parked. I think it was just parked there, and they're going to move it to somewhere, but where I don't know. But I know it's there. Well, it's been a pretty awesome day. Obviously, still presentations to go, and then later on this evening we have the Cade Super Rockstar cross-rutted live at Casterton for one night only.
Hair and makeup provided.
Don't miss it. Be here or be outside the square.
Yep.
Rock show tonight.
Some really good guests he's lined up. I think he's keeping them secret too, so I don't want to reveal all his cards.
No. He knows he's got to deliver tonight, so that's been.
How exciting! I'm really looking forward to it.
He was kind of shaking here early because I think he's just started a monster. But anyhow, it's all good.
Cade's very humble, isn't he? Just
Oh, he's a pretty level guy,
Yeah.
right? So, big thank you to, of course, Limestone Coast Motorcycles, Small Engines, Bicycles and/or Mowers. Thank you for your connections, and also Brandt, the equipment specialist for agricultural machinery with tractor, header, Baylor, you name it, brand have something that can do that job for you. And these guys, of course, are our platinum sponsors here this weekend. Thank you also to the Albion Hotel Motel here in Casterton, was established in 1907. What an awesome group to be involved with. C. Deutscher Plumbing, the team at Barangaroo Angus, the team also Casterton Plantation Contractors, CPC, Halter, the team at Hamilton Steel, the Pub and the Scrub here in Victoria, the Vickery Brothers Fertiliser Professionals, Nutrient Ag Solutions, the Glenelg Livestock Group, Rural IT Solutions, Tapper Builders, We Us and Co, and Warwick Homestead. Thank you very much for your connections here this weekend as our gold sponsors. Thanks also to AJW Fraser, the farm machinery specialists, the team at Foodworks in town here, Max Care, McDonald Rural Services, Mipunga Grains Proprietary Limited, Work on Farm, Meridian Agriculture, Millawan and John Real Estate and Livestock Specialists, MNA Moto Supplies, NWR, the team at Steelworks, S&S Henderson Transport, Top Shop Casterton, TRAC, which is, of course, Total Results Ag Consultants, Water Dynamics here in town, West Vic, and Williams Crane Hire. Thank you very much for your connections as Silver as well. I believe there's no Prezos tonight. They'll be doing Prezos tomorrow. So if anyone's after that one, we can talk to that one afterwards as well. The team at Richardson Butchery, Southwest, Casterton Auto Repairs, Davies Way, Dasco, and the team at Nationwide AB as our bronze sponsors. Thank you very much for your connections. And of course, if I look at the next grouping, it'll be the Bunnings Warehouse Group, the team at Fine Cut Laser, Intuit as well, Peter Milne Earth Moving, Waite Brothers, Motorcycles and Power Equipment, Brooker Trailer Hire, the team at Midas, Hamilton Off-Road, Casterton Trailers, Fox Refrigeration, and I reckon that one's Sunnyside and Co. For your involvement here, also in our goods and services in-kind donations as well. That wraps up pretty much most of our sponsors at this point in time. So we do thank all those sponsors for being involved here this weekend. And of course, Beck, it's been a pretty solid night tonight. No Prezos tonight. We're doing them tomorrow.
Yeah, just before we head off, we're going to just quickly have a look at the track, its consistency, and then we're going to wrap things up. So we're just going to quickly jump outside and have a bit of a walk before we get back into tomorrow. So
we'll leave you on the big screen. With, of course, the sponsors that are rolling in the background until we cut across to some track walks.
So we'll go out to maybe that area near the tree root, like tree root. Just seeing some sweep riders come through now. As you can see, it's had an absolute beating out here. Before we head off, we're just going to wait for a couple to come through so then we can actually get out there and take you into the dirt that's iconically Casterton's. How have you seen just this corner shape up and take form this afternoon, John?
Well, looking at it from this morning, obviously the track had been levelled out pretty well as a need for them to be able to ride any of the lines. When our juniors came out, believe it or not, they used pretty much all of that turn, and there would have been at least 16 different lines that walk through this section here. Then as the next lot of juniors came through with the bigger wheels and the higher displacement bikes, they tended to start to cut it up, and they created what we would have seen as a almost dedicated 3-lane corner. And if I just walk around into here now and have a look after the seniors have been through, you can kind of see there's still 3 lanes, but they're very much not what they were as the day developed. Obviously, this inside line is the one that would be used if there's something that's stalled in this area here, and if you needed to get around, you'd take that lane. Alternatively, there's an outside lane that was here, and that's pretty much blown away now. There's hardly any of that left. That was going to be the fast lane to go around if you weren't going to take the centre lane. And as I think, Beck, you and I spoke to this one, this centre lane was always going to be the fast lane. This was the one that they would take as the preferred option. And if I step back out of the road and let you just take a look at the camera line from here, you'll see now that that is a totally open turn, and they've basically run this turn from the centre of the track right out to that post on the outside edge, and that's pretty much been the fast line through, let alone the fact that there's tree roots and some other bits and pieces in it. So what we predicted in this turn alone, Beck, has really come to fruition.
Beautiful, yeah, and it's not only just the corners, it's also what's led out of the corners. If you pan out a bit further along that bracken there, there's multiple different ruts that have naturally taken form when that back wheel's hit through the track and just skipped on through. There's been some incredible footage come through that, especially people like Bjorn, that sort of thing that I've caught just out the side of my eye. He's just rode that through the back wheel the whole way. So yeah, we'll go down and have a bit more of a look. The dirt itself is just so dark compared to something like Hatter. Hatter and Fink, they're red. This is unique to this area. It's absolutely beautiful and crazy, all wrapped in one.
I look at this section through here now, and you can see some really deep ruts in it, and it's not a one-line track anymore. This is now an open section where there's 2 bikes wide in here, and passing through here, certainly not impossible, but not a preferred option. So you really need to make sure you got your line set coming out of that corner in through this section. The moment we come over here now and we start to move into this outer section, you've now got multiple lines. But you know, the fast line is probably on that high side here where it's not as rough. But then if you're on that outside line, you've still got to cut back for the turn on the right. So there's so many lines and so many activities in this small section that we've just walked you through, which would be, what, the better part of about maybe 50 metres. There's so many different angles of what needed to happen. It's deep here, and the reason that it's deep in this section here is because you're bunting on one side, and these trees aren't anything that you want to come anywhere near. So this was always ever going to be a pit. But once you come out of this section through here and you start to gather that speed and you turn around and you look at that track now, you can see that it starts to flatten out a bit because you're gaining the speed and you're starting to open up in different lanes where you're not hammering the one spot all the way. And I can imagine this is what it's like across so many parts of the track out there after what we've seen today. This is a brilliant piece to dissect.
Absolutely, and there's been lots of different problems arrived that are all been majorly different. Something that I haven't seen too much of today or heard too much about is your flat tyres and punctures and things like that, where it has eroded and it's exposing this, you know, tree roots and things where it's really got deep, definite potential for a puncture and that type of thing when you're riding at that speed. You just never know what you can be served up. So
I think probably the reason that you haven't seen a high incidence of that, though, is because the ground has been so wet. It's quite moist and there's quite a bit of give in the ground. So whilst the tyres might be striking some of the tree root sections like we're looking at right here, the chance of really getting high damage is probably a little lower, but it's in those other areas where you're coming up tight in some of the bigger, thicker pieces that you might get away with it. Had this been a hell of a lot drier, we might be talking about a totally different strategy of what would have occurred out there today. So look, I just think it's been great to watch the whole thing develop over the day. We've got one more day to run, which is tomorrow. We'll gear up and do all that again tomorrow, eh?
Super excited, and yeah, cannot wait to see them get stuck into the sprints tomorrow. There's a lot of cleaning up to do, a lot of dirt, a lot of wet bikes and wet gear. So let's wish them all the best with the clean up. Get over to that wash station, I reckon.
So if you've tuned in today and you've been watching what's been going on the live stream, we hope you've enjoyed the day. We hope you got a little bit of information out of what today has been. And that's only the first day of 2 days. Tomorrow we come back and do it all over again. And it's been an amazing thing. If you've been with the journey with us all day today, we do thank you for tuning in. Hope you got something out of it. And please get on those forums and start loading stuff up so we can start working through that for you tomorrow. Beck, thank you so much for your work today. It's been great to have you in and around the place. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in and being part of what has been a fantastic day today. Day one of the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm, done and dusted, put to bed. We'll come back tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, open a whole new can, and we'll only know what comes out of it when the day's ended tomorrow. Thanks again for tuning in.